Chapter 1951, Slaughtering. Chapter 1951, Slaughtering. Xiaoyu knocked the bell, and another dozen cultivators fell off the celestial imperial pillars. The top 50 had already appeared. Lang Yi, Duga the winner, the blind guy, and the one who controls reincarnation strength are quite persistent and determined. They're going to end up in the top 50-something. The crowd was saying as they watched the fighters. Ho Ching Lin was a little bit higher than 50th since many people had already been eliminated. At that moment, another silhouette jumped forwards. This cultivator controlled snow energy, and snowflakes appeared around him, the temperature falling rapidly. Shueishan Feng walked over to the Great Imperial Bell and said coldly, "Great Imperial Bell, let me find my path and become stronger." His sleeves fluttered in the wind as ice and frost energies bombarded the bell. The bell rang and a layer of ice appeared around it with the sound of ice cracking. A few silhouettes were immediately frozen. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Shueishan Feng attacked the bell 3 times in a row. The space around him kept freezing. 2 more cultivators turned into ice statues, their hearts beating slower and slower. "Back!" shouted one of the frozen people furiously. He jumped away, the layer of ice around him cracked and he left the pillar. He instantly felt better, as he had almost died. Shueishan Feng's face was covered with snow as his own Dao power kept bombarding him. He didn't stop, though. He jumped forwards again, and the bell kept ringing. Some strong cultivators continued to leave their pillars. The last 50 cultivators were already determined, they wouldn't be able to rise in the ranking list anymore. Some of them had even died and would never have an opportunity again. Shueishan Feng looked like an ice statue already. He could sense his own terrifying Dao power as he was being attacked by his own strength. The Great Imperial Bell rang 7 more times. There was a thick layer of snow Dao power on Shueishan Feng's body, and the whole stage was frozen. The cracking of frozen air kept creaking out. Some of the cultivators of the top 50 also started freezing. Maybe their rank would change, of course, it meant that those who were lower in the ranking list would also have an opportunity to rise. At the foot of the stage, the crowd was getting cold even as they were amazed. Shueishan Feng was astonishingly strong. Because of him, more than 60 people's ranks were already fixed. Is he going to make the bell ring an 8th time? The people looked at Shueishan Feng, and were stunned as he slowly raised his arm and bombarded the Great Imperial Bell again. Dao power bombarded Shueishan Feng again, the pressure driving him backwards and down onto his butt. The ice energy turned into a destructive ice lake, covering the stage with ice. People descended from the celestial imperial pillars one after another. The crowd realized that only 30 people were left on the pillars. Lin Feng was still calmly seated on his pillar. His eyes were closed and he was surrounded by Death Dao intent and Snow Dao power. He felt extremely cold too, but he started understanding what it meant to find one's path. The stage was frozen over, and the ice remained for a very long time. The members of the Great Imperial Palace didn't say anything and ignored the way it hindered the audience. After a while, the ice energies around Shueishan Feng dispersed and he withdrew to his pillar. Those on the pillars looked hesitant. What would happen if those who were higher ranked than Shueishan Feng bombarded the bell? Wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Those watching didn't even dare to imagine. If you don't ask for your path, how can you master Dao strength? Murmured someone to themselves before jumping off a pillar. Finding one's own path was extremely complicated. It was an incredible opportunity they had before them. There were many strong cultivators in the imperial ranking list, and now they had the opportunity to understand Dao strength even better. How could they miss that opportunity? It was dangerous, but it was also a great chance. Those who were at the bottom of the imperial ranking list couldn't even ask for their path. They could only watch and learn. The stone man finally moved, landing in front of the bell. The crowd was startled, as Shi Yun Feng had turned into a stone man again. He looked strange and monstrous. and then he punched the bell. He punched the bell 4 times in a row. The ice hadn't completely dispersed, but when he punched the bell, it disappeared completely. The air was suddenly filled with stone energies. At the same time, many people started turning into stone statues, their arms starting to turn into stony matter. They couldn't move anymore. Those people's faces turned deathly pale. The stone man punched the bell twice again. Some people turned into statues. His stone strength was terrifying. The bell rang a 7th time, and the air seemed to groan and grind. Some stone statues immediately exploded as those people died. More people turned into stones and couldn't move. Some others managed to leave the pillars using their full strength. Feng had turned into a stone statue. He had the sensation his body was going to explode, but at the same time, his physical strength was astonishing. Nobody there could compete with him in terms of physical strength. More destructive strength oppressed him, and he condensed more cosmic energies, his entire body starting to glow. He looked like an indestructible ancient god. When he started bleeding, he controlled life and death Tao power. He couldn't block the stone strength directly, he had to use his pure physical strength to block it. Yet at the same time, he could still study it. There are still so many people. How annoying. Geely looked at the crowd with his pale white eyes. After Feng withdrew, Geely left his pillar floating in the air like a ghost. His eyes looked terrifying as 2 light beams emerged from them and stuck the bell. The space around him turned into hell. Many ghosts appeared in people's brains, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The ghosts wanted to kill everyone. Geely is the most evil cultivator of the imperial ranking list, he understands the Ghost Sutra. The crowd was shuddering with fear. Geely looked dreadful as he attacked into the bell. More ghosts appeared in people's brains and wailed. A terrifying ghost king appeared in Feng's brain, his soul shook violently. The ghost wanted to kill him. His soul turned into a death sword and cut the ghost apart instantly. However, the sound of the bell ringing out, and more ghosts appeared in his brain. He had the sensation he was surrounded by ghosts. Geely is the 3rd cultivator on the imperial ranking list, he's extremely strong, thought Feng. At that moment, he didn't know that several people had already died on top of the pillars, their souls destroyed. And Geely didn't stop, more and more ghosts appeared in everybody's brains. The ancient bell kept ringing. He's slaughtering people, thought the crowd. They were astonished and shaking violently. Geely was killing the ranked cultivators. People who could escape did so, but those who couldn't seemed to be dying one after another. Geely was very strong, and few people could compete with him. His Tao power was destroying them. Only a dozen cultivators could resist Geely's Tao power. The bell rang an 8th time, ghosts wailed furiously, their horrible shrieks spreading in the air. People's faces stiffened. Some people in the distance looked furious, as among the people who were dying, some were from very prestigious clans, and Geely was slaughtering them. None of the people who were on the imperial ranking list were weak, they were all geniuses of the Huang Qi layer. But the crowd was now reminded that there could be huge differences between cultivators of the Huang Qi layer, to the extent that one person could slaughter so many geniuses easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1952, Death Funeral Bell. Chapter 1952, Death Funeral Bell. When the bell rang an 8th time, a cultivator's soul exploded instantly. A terrifying ghost had appeared in his brain and destroyed him instantly. How ferocious and cruel. Geely looked like a terrifying ghost, his own soul was shaking violently as a demoniac ghost bearing fangs and brandishing claws appeared there. The ghost was trying to kill its master. All things are of monad nature, but differ in form. In the end, nothing is indestructible, swore Geely icily. His eyes were magnetic as more ghostly light beams pierced through the bell. Someone gave a horrible shriek and died, not having the time to react before a ghost killed him. So many people had already left their pillars, including some people who were in the top 20. Lin Feng's head was surrounded by terrifying deathlights which kept rotating. He looked like a motionless and indestructible mountain. Geely's mouth was bleeding, drops of blood fell onto his sleeves as he went back to his pillar. At that moment, just over 20 people were left. Many of the people who were better ranked than Lin Feng had already left. The members of the Great Imperial Palace continued modifying the list. Lin Feng's rank increased. They also removed some people from the Imperial ranking list and replaced them with other names. It was shocking in its heartlessness. So many people had died, this event was brutal and cruel. Many people couldn't ask for their path anymore. Only a few people could compete with Geely. The crowd looked at Ji Chang and Ying Chang. What would happen if they knocked the bell? It would be terrifying. Would it be worse than Geely? Ji Chang glanced at the others, and most especially at Lin Feng. Then, he jumped forwards and landed in front of the bell. Dang, 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 dang. The great imperial bell rang shrilly a few times, and a terrifying destructive strength rolled out. The air shook violently, as did those left on the pillars. Their muscles twitched, and they had the impression their brains were going to explode. It was extremely painful. Dang, dang. Ji Chang continued striking the bell. Some people were hurled away from the pillars, unable to withstand the pressure. They had to be careful, or they would die. Dang! When the bell rang an 8th time, 2 people had no time to escape and exploded instantly. They wanted to escape from their physical body with their soul, but the waves from the bell also crushed their souls. Piss off! Shouted Ji Chang explosively, staring at Lin Feng. Destructive Tao continued rolling out. Lin Feng kept shaking. His muscles twitched, and even his bones felt sore. Lin Feng's eyes were closed. He let the strong wind brush against his body, but remained motionless. His cosmic energies intertwined and turned into strange ancient imprints surrounding his whole body. The air crackled as it was destroyed by the Tao power as well. Ji Chang looked proud. He jumped forward again and released more destructive Tao at the bell. The air started to explode as more destructive energies rolled out again. Many of those left coughed up blood. One of the cultivators jumped off the pillar. Even the cultivators of the top 10 looked anxious. Lin Feng's ancient imprints exploded, and his body crackled. He released more strength, the Tao power finally weakened, and Lin Feng recovered. Ji Chang glared at Lin Feng ferociously and went back to the second pillar. He looked imposing and awe-inspiring. He made the great imperial bell ring 10 times, but he hasn't used his full strength, otherwise, he could have made it ring more. Was the crowd's assessment. Ji Chang was really terrifyingly strong, and Lin Feng was his main target. Everybody knew that Lin Feng had fought against him on the day of his champion ceremony. Ji Chang was furious that he hadn't managed to drive Lin Feng away. When the Tao power dispersed, the remaining cultivators calmed down. Lin Feng looked aloof and serene. He was already 13th on the imperial ranking list. The crowd looked at the list. Apart from those who were high up in the imperial ranking list, the other names had all changed. This Pathfinder Day really shook the whole city. Ren Tianxing remained silent for a few seconds and then said to the 13, "Who wants to use the bell?" Many people looked at Ying Chang, but Ying Chang didn't seem like he wanted to act. Some other people who were farther down in the ranking list knocked the bell, but their Tao wasn't powerful enough to affect the other cultivators. The crowd kept thinking about Ji Chang and Geely. The Great Imperial Bell is a bit like the celestial Pathfinder plates of the Milky Way battlefield. What kind of special power does it contain, thought Lin Feng, as he finally jumped down to the bell. Many people were staring at him. Lin Feng released Death Tao Determination. He stretched out his hand, his death lights rotated at full strength and then crashed onto the bell. The bell sounded just like a funeral bell ringing. It didn't affect the crowd, however. They just sensed a few threads of death energy. Dang! Feng punched the bell again. A thread of death strength spread in every direction. He also sensed his own death strength. A strong wind started blowing. Feng continued punching the bell and sensing the strange and mysterious sound waves. He didn't realize, but slowly, a strong death wind had started blowing. The crowd started feeling colder and colder. They slowly sensed the death Tao power building higher and higher. The bell rang 6 times. The death chi started whistling. The air was filled with more and more death energy. The death Tao power surrounded people and started penetrating into their souls. Some people started becoming gray as the death chi corroded their bodies. They felt colder and colder as their very life was attacked. It was a funeral bell. The Tao strength wasn't evil like Geely's Tao, and it wasn't explosive like Ji Chang's Tao, but it was slow and sly. When the bell rang for the 7th time, the terrifying death wind became as sharp as blades. People's faces turned deathly pale. Many people had the impression that they were dying. Dawn! The bell rang for the 8th time. Some people instantly died. Some others groaned with pain and collapsed softly. They had hesitated to leave, but now it was too late. Some people were petrified and staring at Feng. He had already made the bell ring 8 times. Death chi flew throughout Feng's body and penetrated into his soul. Feng sensed that the death strength was corroding his body. However, he looked determined and steady. He took a step forwards again. Many of those remaining jumped away when they saw that. How scary would the night strike be? Dawn! The funeral bell rang again. A wave of death strength rolled out above the stage. Some people collapsed, dead. Some other people fell down on their knees and felt weak, furious at Feng. What an insane guy! Death strength. Feng calmly sensed the death strength. He sensed the death chi flowing throughout his body, but in the end, it turned into vitality. He was walking on the path of life and death, not just death. His life was his death was his life, death made him alive, life made him dead. Dawn! The bell rang a 10th time. A tornado of death strength appeared. Ji Chang released terrifying amounts of destructive Tao to protect himself and managed to destroy some death strength, but some threads of still managed to pierce through his skin. His face turned gray. Feng's robe and hair were fluttering violently. He struck the bell again and the sound waves moved towards Ji Chang. "Piss off," said Feng in a voice of the devil. His death chi penetrated into Ji Chang's body again, who became even grayer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1953, Competition for the Path. Chapter 1953, Competition for the Path. It was as if the bell had turned into an indestructible funeral bell. It kept resonating and death strength kept rolling out. People kept jumping off the pillars in terror. They hadn't thought that Feng would make the bell ring 10 times, the death tornado was deadly. Ji Chang released even more destructive Tao strength to counter it. He had to act quickly, the death strength was corroding his body. At the same time, he also released his dazzling cyan dragon totems. He looked like a dragon king at that moment. "Empty words," said Ji Chang after he heard Feng. Feng closed his eyes. He was in the hurricane of death energy. The Tao intent gave him the impression that he was dead, as if he had lost his life and worldly affairs had nothing to do with him anymore. However, there were still threads of indestructible vitality in his body, like candles protecting his life. Some people rise, some people die. My path is about death, but how could I die? Death is my path, thought Feng. Everyone was staring at Lin Feng. He raised his hand again, people's hearts were pounding furiously. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng explosively again. It was the 12th time the bell rang. The air groaned with the weight of ages. Death energy crashed out like ocean waves, and crashed onto Ji Chang's body. He had the impression he was going to die, and immediately left the celestial imperial pillar, his face deathly pale. Ji Chang had had to leave or he would have died. He didn't want to gamble with his life, but what a humiliation. He had tried to make Lin Feng get down off the pillar and failed, but Lin Feng had managed to force him off. He had failed utterly. The path of life and death is difficult. It's difficult for people to control life and death strength. But since it's my path, how could it kill me? Otherwise, what would be the purpose of Tao strength anyway? Lin Feng murmured to himself. He released even more death Tao determination and struck the bell again. This time the air was howling with the end of times. An infinity of death lights illuminated the atmosphere and especially the 100 pillars. However, there was nobody there anymore. Everybody who could had left. They were all staring at Lin Feng. 13 time. Was he trying to commit suicide? Wondered the crowd. Lin Feng was already completely gray and motionless. He looked like a cadaver. Is he dead? The crowd was astonished and staring at Lin Feng. I've heard that some people sometimes died on the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list while asking for their path. I wouldn't have thought I'd see it with my own eyes today. Poor guy. Some people sighed. Lin Feng had managed to knock the bell 12 times, that was already astonishing, showing great talent. His understanding of the Tao was incredible. But the bell could kill him with his own Tao. However, at that moment, life strength rose up in the air. And then more and more life strength appeared and started rotating before turning into a strong wind. Green lights of life chi started twinkling all around Lin Feng. It was replacing the death strength. The crowd frowned. Lin Feng wasn't dead? He had knocked the bell 13 times and he hadn't died? He had even made everybody else leave the celestial imperial pillars. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, glowing with life. The thick death chi was all turning into life chi. It kept rotating and penetrating into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng returned to his pillar. Everybody remained silent. The others hesitantly went back onto their pillars. Their hearts were pounding as they stared at Lin Feng. His Tao power was incredible. He wasn't weaker than those in the top 10, he might even be stronger. He could definitely pose a threat to the cultivators who were in the top 10. The eyes of the members of the great imperial palace were glittering. Lin Feng had made the bell ring 13 times, it was an incredible achievement. Ran Tianxing moved forward and asked those remaining, does anybody else want to try? They all remained silent. Nobody could do better than Gili, Ji Chang, and especially Lin Feng. He had made the bell ring 13 times. In the Golden Imperial ranking list, there were 20 gaps to fill, for all those who had died. It was shocking. This time, the Pathfinder Day had been cruel. But those who hadn't died had the impression they had learned a lot. Their Tao had become much better, especially Lin Feng. He felt like he understood death Tao much better. He also realized it could be even more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The strong cultivators of the great imperial palace flashed over to the bell and took it away. Then, Ran Tianxing said, among those who haven't died, the last 50 cultivators of the list can't ask for their path. Many people sighed. More than 20 people had died, and coupled with the 50 people who had failed, it meant that 70 people couldn't ask for their path. The crowd was humbled. Even some people who understood Tao strength had missed their opportunity. Brother Dong Lai, you're in charge now, said Ran Tianxing to Pei Dong Lai. Pei Dong Lai nodded and said to the list members, the Pathfinder Day is about finding one's own path, about studying Tao strength. Now, if you force a cultivator off his pillar, the cultivator and all those under him will be downgraded consequently. And if you don't manage to force anyone else off, then you'll stay at the end of the list. Now, the last one can ask for their path, said Pei Don Lai, pointing at the 26th cultivator. That person jumped down in front of the others. If he didn't manage to force anyone off, he would stay 26th in the list. Lin Feng and the others remained at the top of the pillars. The emperor released his qi, which surrounded the whole stage. What a powerful intent! He must be from ancient university. Boom! Suddenly, the crowd saw a figure getting attacked. The man groaned icily as golden lights appeared and both fighters' energies collided. Destroy! Shouted the one who had been attacked. Instantly, the energies broke apart. The man who had attacked was stupefied. He glanced at the others, including Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng's Tao intent was incredible, his cultivation level was low. He couldn't leave the celestial imperial pillar, otherwise he would lose. The man jumped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the sensation kings were attacking him. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His cultivation level was too low, right? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes became gray and filled with death strength. Death swords emerged from his eyes and pierced through the attacker. He also stamped the man's soul. Instantly, the destructive energies broke apart. Die! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. Death energies condensed in his eyes. Death lights moved towards his opponent, and their energies collided. At the same time, Lin Feng also released a death sword. The man's face changed drastically and he retreated quickly. Grey death qi pierced through his body and ate away at his life. Lin Feng raised his hands and an ocean of death strength surged out. The cultivator released king fighters with a crash of imperial will, but they immediately disappeared in the face of the death energies. The death intent in Lin Feng's eyes was terrifying. The attacker's face turned gray, death swords kept impaling his head. He closed his eyes, his face started rotting, and he collapsed. Those who provoke me must die. Lin Feng said icily. He was also warning other people that if they provoked him, he'd kill them. When the crowd saw that, they were astonished and shook violently. That guy was strong and insane. He had just killed the 26th cultivator. Lin Feng! Shouted someone in the distance. Those people from the attacker's clan, and they were all furious, they wanted to kill him. However, Lin Feng was anything but worried. He still looked like a death god. This was a perpetual competition. Ji Chang had pissed Lin Feng off and he had forced him off the celestial imperial pillar. It was even worse if weaklings provoked him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1954, Chu Chun shows strength. Chapter 1954, Chu Chun shows strength. The crowd was astonished by Lin Feng's strength. He was amazingly strong for his level. The successive challengers didn't dare provoke Lin Feng anymore. The purpose of the competition was to find one's path. Cultivators didn't want to die. A dozen people challenged cultivators, and none of them dared challenge Lin Feng. Even if they managed to rank 11th or 12th, they'd have the occasion to find their path. Pei Don Lai looked at Lin Feng, who was 13th at that moment. It's your turn now, Pei Don Lai said to Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng nodded and jumped forwards. He glanced at the others as he asked, "Do I have to win to find my path?" During this round, you can only challenge the 11th and 12th cultivators or above. Of course, even if you don't end up in the top 10, you'll have the opportunity to continue competing, replied Pei Don Lai calmly. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng understood that only people who were under him in the ranking list could challenge him, so if he ranked first, everybody would be able to challenge him. He didn't want that. He needed to find a stable position in the ranking list to continue progressing. It wasn't an easy choice. "Xia Yu," said Lin Feng. Xia Yu was the 8th cultivator. He controlled evil corrosion Dao, Lin Feng controlled death Dao. Destroying Xia Yu's Dao could be easier for him. However, Lin Feng didn't really understand how strong the 9th and 10th cultivators, respectively Jin Xingzi and Wang Zhong, were. Even if he managed to rise up to the 8th position, it wouldn't mean that the 9th and 10th cultivators were weaker than him. From the beginning, the top 10 hadn't changed too much, and it seemed that they tried to keep it that way. After a short time, they would start challenging each other, too. Lin Feng had to end up in the top 10 first, and for that he needed to kick someone out of the top 10, and Lin Feng didn't care who it was. Xia Yu frowned and looked at Lin Feng's eyes, which were filled with death strength. His expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng dared choose him? Suddenly, death energies emerged from Lin Feng's eyes and penetrated into Xia Yu's brain. In return, Xia Yu released evil corrosive strength, a seemingly endless amount of which surged towards Lin Feng. However, millions of death culpo lights appeared around Lin Feng and blotted out the sky, destroying the corrosive strength at the same time. "I'll show you what it feels like to be dead," sneered Xia Yu icily. He shouted furiously, the color of the sky changing again. Everything around Lin Feng became pitch black. "Your Dao is not too bad," said Lin Feng, moving forwards. He released another death sword towards Xia Yu. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the air rumbled like opening graves as ancient imprints filled the air, shooting in Xia Yu's direction, drawing down the power of the earth and sky and clearing up the air. The decaying weight of an ocean of death energy gurgled and moved towards Xia Yu, nearly freezing him in place when he saw it coming. He made some hand seals, condensing his corrosive intent before it turned into a rain and the threads of corrosive evil energy collided with Lin Feng's death energy. "Get down!" An infinity of death intent washed over and ate away at Xia Yu's body. Lin Feng also released a Nihility death sword. It looked even more terrifying than it used to be. Ancient imprints appeared in the ocean of death energies and flowed along with it. When Xia Yu saw the ocean of death energy, he was dumbfounded. He was going to be swallowed if he didn't do anything. Xia Yu jumped away frantically. The crowd was stupefied at the sight. Lin Feng immediately jumped onto his pillar. He was now 8th. "Piece of trash," groaned Jin Xingzi. All the others below Lin Feng were downgraded one position, not just Jin Xingzi. The new 13th cultivator looked at the cultivators who were in the top 10 and sighed, "I don't care about the ranking list, I care about Dao." He chose to fight against Ding Chang. A terrifying wind made of destructive Dao rolled towards him. The ground shook violently. Ying Chang's eyes looked like dazzling stars. Explosions kept spreading in the air. The challenger retreated, as Ying Chang continued making hand seals. The wind made of destructive Dao was terrifying. "Piss off!" A terrifying wave of energy crashed onto that cultivator's body, blood splashed, and he landed far in the distance, his face deathly pale. "You taught me a good lesson," sighed the man. He was still 13th. After that, it was the turn of the 12th cultivator, Chu Chunxiu. People's eyes were twinkling in anticipation. Chu Chunxiu was mysterious. They had all waited impatiently for this day. Who would he challenge? Suddenly, Chu Chunxiu looked at Yin Gutian, 7th in the ranking list, from the Yin clan. Yin Gutian's eyes were silver. Chu Chunxiu wanted to force him down in the ranking list. The crowd stared at the two of them. Chu Chunxiu rarely showed how strong he was, so nobody really knew how strong he was. His chi was now King Chi. Things would probably change for him on today. "Chu Chunxiu, are you sure?" said Yin Gutian. Dazzling silver lights started emerging from his eyes, and silver lights glittered. Chu Chunxiu took a step forwards and then started moving towards Yin Gutian. His eyes turned into two black holes. Arg! Chu Chunxiu looked like a king. Ingu Tian shuddered with fear as his soul shook. He had the sensation he was losing control over his soul and body. His willpower started flowing out of his body. There was an explosion as a terrifying sword made of ancient imperial intent moved towards him with overwhelming pressure. His will started breaking apart and he started bleeding. His face turned deathly pale. Arg! There was another explosion, and Ingu Tian had the sensation he was losing it, his soul was tearing apart. He wanted to leave his body with his soul, the sky turned silver. He tried to retreat, and finally jumped off the pillar. Everybody was staring at Chu Chunxiu, their hearts pounding excitedly. Chu Chunxiu was terrifyingly strong. Ingu Tian was the 7th cultivator in the ranking list, and he had just suffered a crushing defeat. Ingu Tian couldn't believe it. He had never been that scared. He was afraid of Chu Chunxiu now. Chu Chunxiu rolled up his sleeves and jumped up onto his pillar. Ingu Tian was staring at him, his face stiff. Chu Chunxiu was so strong, thought Lin Feng with a sigh. He had the premonition many things were going to change during this event. Chu Chunxiu was always discreet, but he was as strong as an ancient emperor, and had King Qi. He was going to become a hero and rise today. Ying Chang and Ji Chang were shocked too. They could barely understand that he had just risen up to the 7th position. What would their position be at the end of the event? Lin Feng was also downgraded to the 9th rank. Xiaoyu, Jin Xingzi, and Wang Zhong were now under him in the list. Jin Xingzi and Wang Zhong were now 11th and 12th. Wang Zhong and Jin Xingzi looked at the cultivators who were above them in the list and took a deep breath. They were all extremely strong, and now that Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu had risen up in the list, would anyone below them challenge them? Especially Chu Chunxiu, nobody would dare challenge him. At this moment, the top 10 were Ying Chen, Ji Chang, Gili, the Buddhist warrior, Shi Feng, Shuai Feng, Chu Chunxiu, Ingu Tian, Lin Feng, and Xiaoyu, but they were all terrifyingly strong. Jin Xingzi and Wang Zhong felt the pressure. Finally, Wang Zhong took a step forwards. He had to challenge someone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1955, The Top 10. Chapter 1955, The Top 10. Wang Zhong looked at the 10 cultivators. He didn't even consider challenging the cultivators of the top 5. Ying Chang and Ji Chang were too strong, both were champions. Gili was too evil and knew the Ghost Sutra. The stone man, Shi Feng, was incredibly strong. Shuai Feng was from the Snow Clan and Wang Zhong knew he couldn't defeat him. Chu Chunxiu was also too strong. So he could only choose among 3 people, Ingu Tian, Lin Feng, and Xiaoyu. The audience was astonished at all this and kept gasping with amazement. These people were the strongest cultivators of the holy city among the people of the Huangqi layer, true geniuses. If they offended any of them, they'd die. Lin Feng had defeated Xiaoyu, so he didn't want to challenge Lin Feng for now. He didn't have many choices. He looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked back at him icily, turning furious. Wang Zhong wanted to fight against him? Lin Feng had already defeated him today. What is this supposed to mean? Said Xiaoyu icily. Wang Zhong chopped out with his palm, and many armors appeared in the sky, all of them dazzling. Evil corrosion! Shouted Xiaoyu furiously. A furious dragon made of corrosive evil strength flew towards Wang Zhong, and the air above him turned into a black hole. 10,000 armors lights! Shouted Wang Zhong extremely loudly. The armors twinkled and turned into a curtain which blotted out the sky. The dragon made of corrosive evil strength turned into many threads of energies and moved towards him. Destroy! Shouted Wang Zhong icily. The armors became even more dazzling and the corrosive evil strength completely disappeared. Die! Wang Zhong waved his hands, the armors moved towards Xiaoyu. One of the armors turned into a gigantic axe containing a terrifying earth strength. At the same time, the armors became even more dazzling, and the space around them started to distort. Is that Dao strength? Lin Feng was standing on the pillar next to Xiaoyu's pillar, his eyes twinkling. He watched Wang Zhong's attacks carefully. Wang Zhong was from the noble Feng Tian clan. They were defense adepts. It was a very particular clan, a bit like the World Clan, as they controlled a special kind of strength. The World Clan controlled world strength, and the noble Feng Tian clan controlled armor strength. Lin Feng had never seen armor strength before or armor techniques. How powerful! Xiaoyu was in danger. He was going to be defeated quickly, even if his corrosive strength was powerful. The battle was cruel and intense. Armor strength and corrosive evil strength kept colliding. Wang Zhong was gaining the advantage step by step, getting closer and closer to Xiaoyu. Finally, his 10,000 armors exploded and Xiaoyu was driven away. He was forced to give up his 10th position. Jin Xingzi moved down to the 12th pillar. How humiliating! He kept looking at Yinggu Tian icily. The Huang Jin clan and the Yin clan were rivals, one clan controlling gold energy, the other one silver energy, so naturally Jin Xingzi and Yinggu Tian were rivals. Jin Xingzi then jumped towards Yinggu Tian's pillar. Yinggu Tian was furious. Chu Chunxiu had already humiliated him, so he had to regain his reputation. He couldn't lose against Jin Xingzi. Dazzling golden lights collided with the dazzling silver lights. The Huang Jin clan controlled gold Dao, everything they touched could turn into gold, and their energies were destructive. Yinggu Tian's Dao was very similar to Jin Xingzi's Dao. Their battle was even more intense than Wang Zhong and Xiaoyu's battle. Jin Xingzi ended up at the top of the pillar fighting against Yinggu Tian. One of Yinggu Tian's arms became golden and exploded. Jin Xingzi suffered too. Half of his body had become silver and the silver strength was eating away at his body. Gold intent and silver intent were both dangerous. Jin Xingzi, leave, go and learn about cultivation, spat Yinggu Tian. His eyes were silver and dazzling. It seemed he could turn anyone to silver if they looked at him. Even though Chu Chunxiu oppressed Yinggu Tian is really strong. The Yin clan and the Huang Jin clan are rivals. Yinggu Tian was ranked better than Jin Xingzi, the great imperial palace was right. Yinggu Tian is stronger than Jin Xingzi, was the admiring consensus of the audience. I would have never thought I'd be out of the top 10, Jin Xingzi sighed. He looked sad and disappointed. He initially wanted to try and rise up, but in the end, he ended up in the 12th position. On the path of cultivation, if you don't progress quickly enough, you fall behind, and then at some point you can never catch up, thought the crowd, sighing with empathy for Jin Xingzi. He was strong, but the others were stronger than him. Chu Chunxiu had been in the holy city for a short time, but he could already defeat Yinggu Tian. Many people believed he had the potential to end up in the top 5. Lin Feng used to be a nobody, and then he had become famous because he had fought against Ji Chang on the day of his champion ceremony. Lin Feng was the only medium-level emperor in the top 10 at that moment. He was definitely talented. Jin Xingzi was 12th and injured now. He couldn't possibly defeat anyone else in the top 10. Xiaoyu had fallen behind in the ranking because he had been defeated, but he still had an opportunity to rise back up. But the crowd didn't think he would manage to rise again. Lin Feng and Wang Zhong were 9th and 10th respectively, it would be very difficult to defeat them. Yinggu Tian was also stronger than he was. Xiaoyu couldn't defeat Chu Chunxiu and the others, that was certain. Finally, Xiaoyu decided to fight against Yinggu Tian, who was 8th in the ranking. Yinggu Tian's left arm had been broken after it was turned to gold. When Xiaoyu chose to fight against Yinggu Tian, the audience sighed. He didn't deserve to be in the top 10, challenging someone injured proved he was a coward, he wasn't determined enough. And the most ridiculous part was that even against the wounded Gu Tian, Xiaoyu lost. Now he was 11th and wouldn't be able to reach the top 10. The top 10 was already fixed. The temporary ranking was Ying Cheng, Ji Cheng, Gili, the Buddhist warrior, Shi Yinfeng, Shui Shinfeng, Xu Chunxiu, Gu Tian, Lin Feng, and Wang Zhong. Jin Xingzi and Xiaoyu had been defeated and weren't in the top 10. Everybody looked at the golden ranking list. Those 10 geniuses were incredible. What would the final ranking look like? Gu Tian was injured. He was probably going to be 8th, 9th, or 10th. Lin Feng was really strong, but his cultivation level was lower than everybody else. He couldn't defeat Shui Shinfeng or the Stone Man. He was probably going to end up in 8th, 9th, or 10th position, too. Xu Chunxiu was incredibly strong. He was definitely going to end up in the top 10. At least, that's what the crowd thought. All those fighters were enigmatic and unfathomable, though. None of them had used their full strength yet. The following battles would be more serious. At that moment, Pei Donglai studied the 10 cultivators. Back then, he was also in the top 10. He remembered his Pathfinder day, but now, it was a new generation. These people were also incredible. Now I'm going to call people from the top 10, you'll have the opportunity to fight thrice. If you give up once, it means you agree to give up a position. If you give up 3 times, your position won't change anymore, Pei Donglai said slowly. He looked at Wang Zhong and said, Wang Zhong, will you fight against Gili? Wang Zhong frowned, then Pei Donglai continued, if you do and defeat him, you'll replace him, if you lose, you'll still be in the top 10. If you give up, I'll give you 2 more opportunities. People's eyes twinkled. The rules were cruel. If Wang Zhong accepted to fight and lost, he'd rank 10th. If he didn't fight, he'd have the opportunity to fight against someone under Gili in the ranking list. If you don't fight this time, you won't have the opportunity to fight someone higher than Gili in the ranking list, Pei Donglai said calmly. Wang Zhong didn't know what to think. Gili was 3rd in the rankings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1956, Celestial Stage Deployment Spell. Chapter 1956, Celestial Stage Deployment Spell. I give up, said Wang Zhong finally. Gili was the 3rd cultivator, and extremely strong. Nobody had managed to dethrone him from the 3rd position. Wang Zhong was aware that there was a huge cultivation level difference between them. Alright, your second chance is Xu Chunxiu, will you fight against him? Asked Pei Donglai. Wang Zhong was petrified and pulled a long face. Xu Chunxiu was currently the 7th cultivator, everybody had just been stunned by his strength. Pei Donglai is sly. That's tough for Wang Zhong, muttered the audience. Wang Zhong sighed. It seemed that he would only be able to rank 8th, 9th, or 10th. But it didn't matter anymore, being in the top 10 was already great after all. Of course, if he managed to rank 8th or 9th, it'd be better than 10th. He refused to fight again. Alright, last opportunity, Lin Feng, Pei Donglai said calmly. Wang Zhong took a deep breath and nodded. He looked at Lin Feng, who was the 9th cultivator. If he managed to win against Lin Feng, maybe he would have the opportunity to rank 8th later on? Lin Feng's eyes glittered. He glanced at Pei Donglai and jumped off his pillar, landing in the center of the battle stage. Wang Zhong also landed in front of him. Noble Feng Tian clan, Wang Zhong, I am walking on the path of armor defense. I control armor strength. I can create armors and attack with them, Wang Zhong said to Lin Feng politely. Path of life and death. I control life and death strength, replied Lin Feng calmly. Many armors appeared around Wang Zhong. They were dazzling, and they were twinkling marks on them. Lin Feng studied the mysterious strength of the noble Feng Tian clan. We'll see if my life, or death, is in your hands, said Wang Zhong evenly. He waved his hands, and the armors flickered and moved towards Lin Feng. They turned into light beams as sharp as swords and moved deceptively fast. Lin Feng flashed forwards, his life and death pattern appearing and transforming. Dazzling lights appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. At the same time, he struck out with both hands, earth and demon cosmic energies condensed and turned into a shattering deployment spell. The marks it contained were perfect. Deployment spell. 2 deployment spells appeared under Lin Feng's feet, their marks intertwining. The life and death pattern and his deployment spell condensed. Those watching were astonished. Lin Feng was really an expert at casting deployment spells. He could condense deployment spells within a few seconds, and he used his godly awareness to transform them. Deployment spellcasters were legendary, their power deep and potentially explosive. Even though Lin Feng couldn't cast deployment spells instantly, he had been practicing for many years, and he had also studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. With his physical strength and shattering deployment spell, the armors broke instantly. Wang Zhong didn't stop moving, though. More armor lights moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed that the armors contained the strength of different weapons such as blades, swords, axes, halberds, maces, or staves. It felt like those weapons wanted to strike out of the armors. "Go!" ordered Wang Zhong, waving his hands. The armors shot through the air in Lin Feng's direction and transformed into genuine weapons. The number of weapons blotted out the sky. Lin Feng grunted icily, stamping down his deployment spell. The air rumbled as a gigantic ancient imprint appeared and slammed down. All the weapons vanished when they collided with the ancient imprint. At the same time, the life and death pattern became even more terrifying as it arrived in front of Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong was startled, and a golden armor appeared around him. He started walking slowly towards Lin Feng, his armor floating around him. "His defense is incredible," thought the crowd when they saw that. Wang Zhong was, after all, an expert at defense. Lin Feng still looked calm and unruffled as he also started towards Wang Zhong. His death energy turned into a river and flowed towards Wang Zhong, and his eyes were also filled with death intent. Wang Zhong felt as if that death intent was going to pierce through his eyes. Wang Zhong waved his hand, and another armor appeared and transformed. Golden lights appeared in front of him and prevented the river made of death energy from reaching him. Lin Feng continued moving forwards, and each time he made a step, his shattering lights transformed. Dazzling Devamara Kulpa strength started rotating around Lin Feng's body and began to condense. What a powerful qi! Lin Feng definitely belongs in the top 10, that's incredible. He understands Dao strength, but he's also an incredible fighter, thought the crowd. Wang Zhong was bathing in golden lights. Lin Feng was surrounded by demon lights and looked like an ancient demon god. Lin Feng's deployment spell kept transforming. Waves of multiple energies pulsed all around him. He's condensing force. Wang Zhong is also condensing force. If he releases his armor, it's going to explode. The watchers deduced. The 2 cultivators were slowly walking towards each other, their demon and golden lights already colliding. Energies kept flaring, and the watchers couldn't even open their eyes anymore because of the lights. How explosive will my attack be if my celestial stage deployment spell and my shattering deployment spell fuse together? Whispered Lin Feng. He condensed his demon Kulpa strength, which then fused together with his shattering deployment marks. It clearly became more explosive. The lights illuminated the whole area and emitted whistling sounds as they cut the air. It was like a celestial stage had appeared in front of Lin Feng. It had 9 levels, and each level had more terrifying demon lights than the previous one. Such beautiful deployment lights. The watchers gasped when they saw the soaring lights. The celestial stage deployment spell was one of the 3,000 deployment spells. Lin Feng only understood a few of them. The celestial stage deployment spell was a good deployment spell because it helped him improve his fighting and understanding abilities. It was excellent at helping attacks fuse together. Each of the 9 levels of the Celestial Stage deployment spell was more explosive than the previous one. When Wang Zhong saw that, he shouted furiously. He waved his hands, armor light sang and shot towards Lin Feng. There were beautiful lights everywhere around both of them. However, within those resplendent and beautiful lights there were also demon lights. They looked like dazzling yet terrifying stars, brilliant points of destruction. But there were so many lights that the crowd couldn't see them clearly. They could only hear the rumbling and whistling sounds. Explosions thundered out, and Wang Zhong's armor shattered. The destructive lights pierced through his armor, reached him and smashed him away. He coughed out blood and crashed onto a pillar, heavily wounded. I won't need the life and death deployment spell in the air, mused Lin Feng. He recalled his life and death strength, and his life and death pattern dispersed. Wang Zhong's face was deathly pale as he stared at Lin Feng. They were there to exchange views on the Dao, and in the end, he hadn't even seen Lin Feng's life and death path. He could only rank 10th. You want to continue fighting? Lin Feng asked Wang Zhong. No need. You're too strong. You'll probably continue rising, sighed Wang Zhong. His dual deployment spells were just too terrifying and explosive. Maybe the Ji Chang's destructive Dao, Ying Chang's chaotic sky Dao, or the Stone Man's stone transformation Dao could destroy Lin Feng's Dao, but Wang Zhong couldn't. Wang Zhong and Lin Feng went back to their pillars. Wang Zhong's name on the imperial ranking list lit up. It wouldn't change anymore. He was the 10th cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1957, Disdainful. Chapter 1957, Disdainful. Lin Feng won against Wang Zhong, which means he'll rank 9th in the worst case. He can still rise up. The audience observed. Pei Donglai looked at Lin Feng, who looked rather pensive. 3 opportunities, he could propose Ying Chang, Ji Chang, and Gili. If Lin Feng lost or refused to fight 3 times, he'd rank 9th. Lin Feng had to be careful. I hope you can defeat Yin Gutian, thought Pei Donglai. If Lin Feng defeated Yin Gutian, the Yin clan would take care of him. No matter who the winner would be, it was going to be interesting. Lin Feng, your first opportunity, Yin Gutian. You can accept or refuse. Same rules, said Pei Donglai. The crowd was startled. That choice was strange. Yin Gutian was just above Lin Feng in the ranking. That way, if he accepted, he'd have to continue fighting, but if he didn't, he'd be stuck in the 9th position. Lin Feng looked at Pei Donglai strangely. He jumped back to the center of the battle stage. Yin Gutian also came out slowly. He looked at Lin Feng with his silver eyes, and silver lights appeared all around him at the same time. You're already injured. You can give up. I don't want to hurt you, Lin Feng said to Yin Gutian calmly. However, Yin Gutian merely looked at him icily. Empty words, said Yin Gutian grimly. More and more silver dazzling lights rose up in the air and condensed, shooting towards Lin Feng. Even before touching Lin Feng's skin, he could sense how intense and ice-cold they were. What's the point? Lin Feng asked indifferently. His life and death pattern appeared, and as he waved his hand, the pattern became gigantic and moved towards the silver lights. Die! Shouted Yin Gutian. His silver lights turned into silver spears and lunged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hands, golden lights appeared and intertwined. His empty space cosmic energies filled the air. Go! Lin Feng waved his hands again, and his golden pattern flickered. The silver spears collided with the golden pattern. Lights flashed, and looked like the spears had landed in another world. They just disappeared, as if they had been absorbed by Lin Feng's energy. A deployment spell again. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level is low, he's not weaker than most people in the top 10 thanks to his deployment spells. His deployment spell and Dao power are both incredibly powerful. The audience was delighted. Lin Feng had proved that he could use several sorts of deployment spells. And they were all very mysterious. He had an advanced knowledge of deployment spells. The silver lights and the life and death pattern kept colliding. The silver lights surrounded the life and death pattern. However, Lin Feng took a step forwards and his river of death energy started flowing out, spinning into abyssal whirlpools. Waves died on a million shores, and the whirlpools made of death energy spun towards Yingu Tian. Yingu Tian grunted calmly. He slapped out, his silver lights turning into a celestial curtain. The vortices made of death energy condensed and stopped moving. It was spectacular and beautiful to see. Suddenly, a strong wind full of empty space cosmic energies swept by. The cosmic energies condensed as a dazzling light appeared in Lin Feng's third eye. He's casting deployment spells with his mind. Someone in the audience blurted out. He was using the empty space cosmic energies of the earth and sky, and mentally turning them into deployment marks. It was unbelievable. According to legends, some legendary cultivators can cast deployment spells instantly using their mind. It seems that Lin Feng is walking on that path. Lin Feng wasn't able to use the cosmic energies of the earth and sky at one point, so he couldn't communicate with the cosmic energies of the earth and sky. So of course, he couldn't use them to cast deployment spells either. Then, he was cleansed by the cosmic energies of the earth and sky, so he also learned how to control them, and then he used his celestial evolution holy scriptures to improve them further. He couldn't mentally cast extremely complex deployment spells, but easy ones were not a problem at all. At the same time, golden lights shone everywhere. It was a simple empty space deployment spell connected to the golden lights. You can't defeat me. Just give up, stated Lin Feng, raising his fist. Dark lights appeared in his fist. He didn't fear Yingu Tian at all. Yingu Tian looked back at Lin Feng icily. Lin Feng was looking at him disdainfully. How humiliating. Yingu Tian disappeared, turning into a silver light beam shooting towards Lin Feng with a sonic boom. As he closed in on Lin Feng, the silver light started corroding Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng raised his hands. His river made of death energy reappeared and swept towards Yingu Tian with a crashing of the yellow springs. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped into his empty space deployment lights and disappeared, reappearing on Yingu Tian's left. His river made of death energy moaned the last breaths of the drowned and rolled towards Yingu Tian. Lin Feng didn't stop moving, and continued casting deployment spells as he flashed away. The watchers saw the river made of death energy sweep towards and over Yingu Tian, and he disappeared inside it. Those watching were astonished. Lin Feng could cast deployment spells that easily? Each time Lin Feng fought, they discovered something new about him. Yingu Tian was in the top 10 of the imperial ranking list. He wasn't weak, but the river made of death energy had also surrounded the silver lights. Lin Feng threw himself inside the death river. Dazzling lights illuminated the atmosphere again. It sounded like the earth and sky had been collapsing. The crowd heard rumbling and explosions, just before they saw Yingu Tian hurled out of the death river haplessly, to crash onto the battle stage. He managed to struggle up to his knees. He was soaked with blood. Lin Feng was in the air above him and looking down at him disdainfully. What an incredible physical strength! Yingu Tian was petrified. His cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's. Why didn't he have the advantage? Lin Feng's attacks were too brutal, and his physical strength was terrifying. What was the point? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Yingu Tian's Dao intent wasn't powerful enough. He couldn't pose a threat to Lin Feng. Ji Chang could still pose a threat to Lin Feng, though. Only a few people in the top 10 could pose a threat to Lin Feng, and they were at the top. Yingu Tian was in the top 10, but there was a huge difference between him and those at the top of the ranking list. Lin Feng could easily kill those at the bottom of the top 10. Those at the bottom of the top 10 were considered geniuses and extremely strong cultivators by ordinary people, but to Lin Feng, they weren't. Lin Feng went back to the 8th pillar, the pillar on which Yingu Tian was standing just before. Yingu Tian slowly stood up, feeling humiliated. He glanced back at the cultivators of the Yin clan. He remembered when Lin Feng was at the Yin clan, Yingu Tian had looked at Lin Feng in disdain. Now Lin Feng was looking at him disdainfully. To Lin Feng, Yingu Tian was a nobody, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1958, Chu Chunxiu vs. Geely. Chapter 1958, Chu Chunxiu vs. Geely. Lin Feng and Yingu Tian had gone back to their respective pillars. Pei Donglai looked at Yingu Tian and said, "You lost, but if Lin Feng continues rising, you may have the opportunity to fight against the people who will stand between you and him." Yingu Tian remained silent. He had nothing to say. He had lost against Chu Chunxiu, and now he had lost against Lin Feng. He was furious. Even if Lin Feng continued rising, would Yingu Tian be able to fight against those between him and Lin Feng? He was in the 9th position at that moment. It seemed he wouldn't rise anymore. This time, he hadn't risen in the ranking list. It was just the opposite, he was falling behind. At that moment, the members of the Yin clan looked at the ranking list. Yin Rui looked furious. Before the beginning of the event, he had recommended Yingu Tian to Ren Tianxing, to help him enter the great imperial palace. Now that Yingu Tian had failed miserably, Ren Tianxing had nothing good to think about Yingu Tian. Yin Yu clenched her small fists. Her face was a bit pale. Now that Lin Feng had defeated Yingu Tian, she would never be able to marry Lin Wusheng. Grandpa, Lin Feng is extremely talented and strong. He's only a medium-level emperor and he already understands Dao strength. He also controls deployment spells at a very high level. He'll definitely become a champion someday, Yin Yu whispered to Yin Rui. Yin Rui looked back at her icily. He's talented, he made a great show of his talents, but now everybody knows how strong he really is. That's not so good. We'll see how far he can go. Pei Donglai looked over at Chu Chunxiu, everyone watching closely. Chu Chunxiu was extremely strong, but the crowd really wanted to know how strong he could really be. What challenge would Pei Donglai propose? If Pei Donglai asked Chu Chunxiu if he wanted to fight against Ding Cheng or Ji Chang, would Chu Chunxiu refuse? If Chu Chunxiu fought against them and lost, maybe the ranking list wouldn't change anymore. Pei Donglai looked at the list and at Chu Chunxiu again before saying, "I think you'll be happy. My first proposition is Geely. Will you fight against him?" Third cultivator on the imperial ranking list, Geely. The crowd frowned. If Chu Chunxiu accepted, the battle would be amazing. Chu Chunxiu's robe fluttered, he jumped forwards without hesitation. The crowd was very excited. Chu Chunxiu had accepted the challenge. Geely was terrifyingly strong. He had astonished everyone when knocking the great imperial bell, killing many people. An evil wind started blowing. Geely jumped off his pillar. He looked extremely light and frail, like a ghost. "I've heard that you had studied two mysterious sets of ancient scriptures, the sky-absorbing scriptures and the celestial evolution holy scriptures. I've heard that the Chu clan in the vast celestial ancient city considers you as the second king of the Chu clan. I wonder how strong you are." "I hope you won't disappoint me," whispered Geely. His face was still as pale as a ghost, and his sibilant voice sounded evil. The type of cultivation a person practiced influenced their personality, and since he had studied the Ghost Sutra, he had become evil. "You'll see," said Chu Chunxiu, releasing sky-absorbing intent. The terrifying sky-absorbing strength condensed and turned into a strong wind. The people on the pillars sighed. Chu Chunxiu's Dao intent was already far more powerful than Yingu Tian's. They definitely couldn't be mentioned on equal terms. Sky-absorbing Dao, the Chu clan raised you with ancient imperial intent. I wonder how many emperors' wills you've absorbed, mused Geely icily. A ghost started wailing, and more of them appeared in the sky and moved towards Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu suddenly saw ghosts in his mind. Dao intent competition. The crowd frowned. They had seen Geely knock the great imperial bell, they had sensed his Dao. His ghosts could appear in people's minds suddenly, and destroy people's souls instantly. Geely and Chu Chunxiu's battle already looked dangerous. As the crowd had expected, Chu Chunxiu was already fighting inside his head. His third eye started flashing. A dazzling light beam appeared, he felt dizzy. He released intent, which dashed to the skies. A terrifying ancient imperial vitality intent moved towards Geely, unavoidably fast. Chu Chunxiu then shouted, "One should return as good as one receives." The two cultivators remained motionless in the sky. A pitch-black cloud emerged from Geely's body. Ghosts kept appearing, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. When the audience saw the ghosts, they shuddered with dread. At that moment, a silhouette appeared near Chu Chunxiu. The silhouette was 3 zhang tall and looked like a terrifying king spirit, thick sky-absorbing Dao intent around it. It could absorb anything. Ancient king spirit, formed using intent. That's his Dao. The audience shook and had to resist the urge to prostrate themselves. Lin Feng watched carefully. The battle wasn't explosive, but he knew that those two people were infinitely stronger than Yin Gutian. Is Chu Chunxiu really talented though? He has the sky-absorbing scriptures and the celestial evolution holy scriptures, and he's been raised using willpower, but those are resources. Lang Yi and Duga the winner have access to great resources, too. They can't fully exploit their king bodies yet, but they'll become stronger with time. But Chu Chunxiu progressed faster than Lang Yi, who has a world king body, and Duga the winner, who has a godly imprint king body. Does he have a mysterious body type? Wondered Lin Feng. Chu Chunxiu had progressed really quickly. Maybe he really was that talented. He had progressed even faster than Lin Feng. Lin Feng was impressed. A silhouette also appeared in Geely's mind and emerged from his body. It was a terrifying Yaksa Ghost King, his chi awe-inspiring. He was holding a terrifying scepter as he ran forwards. Chu Chunxiu's ancient king and the Yaksa Ghost King collided, and the earth and sky shook at their meeting. Sky-absorbing strength pulsed out, but the ghost chi didn't disappear. How strong! The crowd was just too stunned after each attack. They would never forget this battle of spirits. Amid rumbles and explosions, the Yaksa Ghost King's body cracked. Chu Chunxiu's ancient king also exploded. He had lost his lower body. However, he opened his mouth and absorbed air, including the chi of the Ghost King. The ancient king continued towards Geely, starting to absorb Geely's willpower. Geely's face somehow turned even paler as he shouted furiously. Lights flew back to his head and he ran away. "Come back!" shouted Chu Chunxiu icily. His ancient king slowly stopped and disappeared. Chu Chunxiu was furious. He looked like the ancient king he had just released, appearing even taller and more imposing than before. Chu Chunxiu had won the battle. He had defeated the third cultivator, Geely. "You didn't disappoint me," said Geely icily. "I hope that you continue progressing at that pace, otherwise, I will kill you." Geely moved to the fourth pillar. The Buddhist warrior also moved down. Chu Chunxiu was now the third cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1959, Incredible Battle for the Imperial Ranking List. Chapter 1959, Incredible Battle for the Imperial Ranking List. The crowd sighed. What an incredible battle! They weren't disappointed in either fighter. The battles were beautiful. And Chu Chunxiu was now the third cultivator. Now, the top 10 of the Imperial Ranking List was Ying Chang, Ji Chang, Chu Chunxiu, Geely, the Buddhist warrior, Shi Yin Feng, Shuixin Feng, Lin Feng, Yin Gutian, Wang Zhong. Lin Feng had won twice. Wang Zhong couldn't progress anymore because he had lost. Gu Tian had been defeated, but couldn't challenge anyone for the time being, unless Lin Feng continued rising in the list. He couldn't challenge people who were above Lin Feng in the ranking list, and the same applied to Geely. If Chu Chunshou didn't rise in the list, then Geely wouldn't be able to challenge Ji Chang and Ing Chang. After that, it was Shuai Feng's turn. There were fewer and fewer people to challenge at that level. Pei Donglai looked at Shuai Feng and said, "Do you accept to fight against Ji Chang?" Shuai Feng frowned. Ji Chang? If he lost, he wouldn't be able to continue rising. He would be stuck in his current position, and other people would have the opportunity to challenge him. But if he refused, the Snow Clan would be furious, even if he became a champion someday. He had to fight. Shuai Feng jumped out and released ice and frost chi, snowflakes appearing all around him as the temperature plummeted. Many people in the audience started shivering as a layer of ice appeared on their hair. Ji Chang also jumped out. He was surrounded by destructive intent. When the snowflakes fell onto him, they were destroyed. A snowy silhouette appeared behind Shuai Feng, looking like an ancient king of the Snow Clan. The air grew even colder. In response, 9 cyan dragon totems appeared behind Ji Chang, increasing in size quickly. King Qi kept emerging from Ji Chang's body, and his eyes were filled with destructive strength threatening to collapse the earth and sky. Ji Chang jumped forwards, the cyan dragon pulling a royal wagon behind him. Shuai Feng didn't flinch. He continued running forwards, releasing ice-cold energies which blotted out the sky, turning everything into an icy world. Suddenly, many Shuai Feng silhouettes appeared everywhere as ice chi surrounded Ji Chang. It looked like he had ended up in an icy cage, but his king chi remained and didn't break. Dazzling cyan dragon lights glittered all around him. Nothing could get close to him. Shuai Feng waved his hands, Ji Chang raised his, the frozen air cracked in protest as more destructive energy appeared. Many snow blades appeared around Shen Feng and shot towards Ji Chang. Shuai Feng also threw himself at Ji Chang. Ji Chang's Dao is better than Shuai Feng. Shuai Feng is going to lose, thought Lin Feng. He had said destructive Dao was crappy at the Ji clan, but of course it was just an exaggeration. He just wanted to humiliate them. He knew it was extremely powerful. Unless a cultivator had a better understanding of Dao power than Ji Chang, it would be difficult to defeat him. There were some Dao powers which destructive Dao couldn't destroy that easily, however, such as Jin Mang's light Dao or Aoshu's aggressive Dao. Ji Chang and Shuai Feng were getting closer and closer to each other and started fighting in close combat. Shuai Feng knew many spells, but Ji Chang's destructive Dao could destroy almost anything. He looked motionless and indestructible, like a mountain. Ji Chang was abruptly surrounded by a layer of ice. The watchers all frowned, wondering what was going on. Shuai Feng's eyes, they noticed that Shuai Feng's eyes had changed, turning into ice. Shuai Feng moved forwards and a terrifying kind of strength crashed onto Ji Chang's body. Everything started freezing around him. The crowd was astonished. What was going to happen? The ice around Ji Chang's body condensed and he turned into a frozen statue. However, the 9 cyan dragon totems struggled and suddenly, destructive strength exploded out. Crackling sounds rose, and the statue shattered. The dragons merged into one and flew towards Shuai Feng, explosions destroying the ice floating in the air. Multiple Shuai Feng silhouettes appeared again, but the dragon destroyed them. Crackling sounds spread through the freezing air, and the dragon started freezing for a moment, before breaking that ice, too. The dragon roared and a silhouette emerged from his mouth, the furious Ji Chang. He instantly punched out towards Shuai Feng's head. Shuai Feng's soul was shaking violently before he was smashed away, hard. He landed on the stage, his white hair all messed up. Ji Chang went back to the second pillar. Shuai Feng's soul was injured, and he had to rest for a few seconds before he went back to the 7th pillar. More of the 10 were stuck in their current positions. Lin Feng and Yin Gutian could still rise. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled thoughtfully. Chu Chunxiu and Gili's battle had been terrifying. Chu Chunxiu could absorb people's willpower with his ancient king. Gili could also release a Yaksa ghost king. Now a silhouette had emerged out of Ji Chang's body and injured Shuai Feng's soul. Shuai Feng couldn't even fight anymore, he had to heal. Understanding, soul, Dao. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and turned into two clones. The crowd was startled to see that Lin Feng knew a cloning technique. His actual body was seated cross-legged and his clone was studying something else. Pei Donglai looked at Shi Yun Feng, the sixth cultivator. The pressure was getting worse. The 5 cultivators above Shi Yun Feng in the ranking list were terrifying and extremely strong. There were 2 champions, but Chu Chunxiu and Gili were terrifying too. And there was the Buddhist warrior as well. Shi Yun Feng, you wanna fight against Ding Chen? Asked Pei Donglai. Shi Yun Feng's eyes twinkled and said, let me fight against the Buddhist warrior. If I win, I'll be able to continue competing. If I lose, I won't be able to rise anymore. Alright, I'll do as you wish, nodded Pei Donglai. This was his second opportunity. Maybe after this battle, he wouldn't rise anymore. Shi Yun Feng and the Buddhist warrior's battle didn't disappoint the crowd. The Buddhist warrior was from ancient university and the Canaan Buddhist clan. His attacks were mighty, as he understood the holy Buddhist Tao. He could release Buddhist illusions which empowered him, making him much stronger. Shi Yun Feng was also a terrifying cultivator. He knew stone spells, both offensive and defensive, and could also bury his opponents, while being strong enough to break their bones. In the end, even the Buddhist warrior's defense was broken by Shi Yun Feng's attacks. The battle lasted for an hour before it ended, the Buddhist warrior winning in the end. Shi Yun Feng didn't look disappointed at all, he'd had a lot of fun, even though he wouldn't be able to rise anymore. Only Lin Feng and Yin Gutian seemed like they could rise. However, people believed that Yin Gutian couldn't progress anymore. He couldn't compete with Shi Yun Feng and the Buddhist warrior. They also thought that Lin Feng wouldn't rise anymore. He probably couldn't defeat Shuai Feng. The crowd thought that the cultivators' positions were all fixed now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1960, soon going to become a great emperor. Chapter 1960, soon going to become a great emperor. 3 people's positions are already fixed for sure. Shi Yun Feng, Shuai Feng, Lin Feng, Yin Gutian and Wang Zhong should stay in the second half of the top 10. Ying Chang, Ji Chang, Chu Chunxiu, Gili and the Buddhist warrior will probably stay in the top 5. The only one who could rise is Chu Chunxiu, then Shi Yun Feng would rank 5th, was the general opinion of the audience. They all thought the Buddhist warrior couldn't defeat Gili no matter what. Chu Chunxiu might be able to defeat Ji Chang or Ying Chang. Buddhist warrior, it's your turn, said Pei Donglai. The Buddhist warrior could choose his opponent since he was in the top 5. Gili, said the Buddhist warrior, clenching his fists. He sounded calm and composed. As the crowd had expected, Chu Chunxiu had defeated Gili, so he was probably harder to defeat. Gili was the best choice. If the Buddhist warrior managed to defeat him, then he'd be able to try again. If he lost, then he wouldn't be able to, but it didn't matter because he wouldn't be able to defeat Chu Chunxiu, Ying Chang, or Ji Chang anyway. Gili had been in 3rd position for many years. The top 3 cultivators weren't easy to dethrone. Therefore, the Buddhist warrior chose Gili. The Buddhist warrior Do Zhansang is from a Buddhist clan. He knows Buddhist attacks. Gili knows the Ghost Sutra and controls ghost spells. Their cultivation types are completely antagonist. The audience was expecting a good show. The 2 fighters were already on the battle stage. A loud wailing spread out as ghosts appeared, while brilliant lights rose to illuminate all. If the great imperial palace's people hadn't used a special kind of power to stop those energies from spilling over, the two fighters' energies would have invaded a much wider territory. A strange shrieking spread out, black lights invaded the atmosphere and blotted out the sky, deadly and ice-cold. It was as if hell had appeared. Lin Feng's clone was watching the battle and sensed their Dao strength. But Lin Feng perfectly understood that he couldn't assess their strength by just watching. He had to fight to understand someone properly. Lin Feng's real body was still seated on the pillar, his eyes closed and qi emerging from his third eye. He was condensing life and death intent. He remembered a few battles. Chu Chunxiu had summoned a proud-looking 3-zhangtal ancient king, creating that ancient king using the will he had absorbed from past victims. Of course, he also had to use his soul strength. Gili and Ji Chang were different from Chu Chunxiu, but they had similar kinds of strength. Lin Feng was walking on the path of life and death, his soul was growing stronger and stronger. He could also create an ancient king using his soul strength if he wanted. At that moment, in Lin Feng's mind, there were many dazzling lights that kept transforming. Gradually, a gigantic demon appeared in Lin Feng's mind, a demon king. It was the demon he had seen back then in the bronze mirror. He looked proud, aggressive, and brutal. He was robed in darkness, a prince of darkness. "That's the form," whispered the demon. He stretched out his hand and a gigantic death sword appeared. "Gigantic black sword, gigantic death sword," murmured the demon king. It was his former sword spirit. "Something is missing in my left hand," thought Lin Feng. He stretched out his hand and condensed a black flame, which turned into a demon lotus. He could condense a demon lotus with death fire. Lin Feng had studied the celestial evolution holy scriptures, and was much more creative. Of course, this was only the first step. He didn't know if he could summon this demon to help him battle. Do Zhansang and Gili continued battling like madmen. Gili used his ghost spells, his attacks very powerful. Ghosts kept wailing and clawing at everything, demonic and evil. At the same time, he used Dao intent and his soul strength to corrode his enemy's soul. At this moment, the two cultivators stopped moving, but a demonic ghost moved towards Do Zhansang. Do Zhansang was seated cross-legged in the air, like a Buddha. Millions of Buddhas appeared around him. Golden energies moved towards Gili, but first collided with the demonic ghosts. Buddha's halo illuminate all things and is purifying. Buddha's lights filled the air and the black lights slowly dispersed. People raised their heads and looked at the Buddhas in awe. Do Zhansang was a really terrifying warrior. It was even getting dangerous for Gili. Was he going to fall in the rankings? Gili released more qi. He wanted to destroy Buddha's halo, but he couldn't, and in the end, he was bombarded by the Buddha's halo. Gili, third cultivator on the imperial ranking list, had lost twice. He was now fifth. Everybody was astonished, stunned, nobody could believe it. Do Zhansang had won twice. He had defeated both Shi Yunfeng and Gili. The audience was astonished. Now, Do Zhansang was fourth, and in the top three, there were Ying Chang, Ji Chang, and Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu, don't fight for now, let Ji Chang fight first. What do you think? Pei Don Lai asked everyone. Ying Chang and Ji Chang were champions, ranked first and second. They had to fight first. But he needed to ask Chu Chunxiu, too. No problem, said Ji Chang. He had wanted to fight against Ying Chang for a very long time. They were both champions, it would be the battle of the champions. Chu Chunxiu nodded. He had won against Gili, he was now third. If Ji Chang and Ying Chang fought first, it was even better for him. At that moment, everybody looked at the two of them. In the whole city, there were only two champions, one controlled chaotic sky Dao and the other one controlled destructive Dao. Both champions jumped onto the stage. 9 cyan dragon totems appeared behind Ji Chang, cyan lights glittered about him. He looked like a king. A spectacular map appeared behind Ing Chang, an image of several countries with mountains and rivers and their altars to the gods of earth and grain, filling heaven and earth. The sky there looked wild and chaotic. Ji Chang and Ing Chang moved at the same time, terrifying explosions starting instantly as they closed in on one another. Chi swirled chaotically around them. Cracking and shattering explosion sounds filled the air as destructive energies and chaotic sky energies kept colliding. A white vortex appeared between them, the atmosphere became oppressive. If anyone went between them, they'd die instantly. The earth and sky shook violently. Both of them moved faster and faster. Dragons roared, and the map of several countries and their altars to the gods of earth and grain turned into a proper space, the air churning wildly there. Their battle was amazing, and everybody was staring at the two fighters. Finally, in the end, the atmosphere calmed down again. The remaining chi flowed in the air. The battle was finally over. In the end, Ji Chang lost. I lost against you in the end, Ji Chang sighed. Ing Chang was surrounded by a terrifying chi which kept rising to the skies. The audience's hearts were pounding. In the end, Ing Chang smiled at Ji Chang and said, "You're going to rank first soon." When Ji Chang heard Ing Chang, he wasn't happy at all, he was astonished. But then when he saw Ing Chang's expression, he smiled and said, "I hope you'll soon become a great emperor." Soon. Ing Chang sighed. Finally, he was going to become a great emperor, he had been waiting for so long. When I become a great emperor, we'll fight again. Ji Chang smiled. I'll wait for you. Ing Chang nodded. They looked like friends, not like people who had just fought furiously. They both went back to their pillars. Ing Chang was still the first, Ji Chang the second. Maybe things wouldn't change that much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1961, Fighting Against the Genius of the Snow Clan. Chapter 1961, Fighting Against the Genius of the Snow Clan. On the dazzling golden imperial ranking list, the order was now as such: Ing Chang, Ji Chang, Shu Chunxiu, Dozhan Sang, Gili, Shi Yin Feng, Shuishan Feng, Lin Feng, Yin Gutian, Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, Shuishan Feng, Shi Yin Feng and Ji Chang couldn't rise in the rankings anymore. If someone defeated them, then they could surpass them. And regarding Ing Chang, he was the first one, he didn't need to ask for his path, he just had to wait. Therefore, those 5 people's positions were already fixed. Shu Chunxiu, Dozhan Sang, Gili, Lin Feng, and Yin Gutian could still rise in the rankings. Gili and Yin Gutian had already lost battles. If Lin Feng didn't rise, Yin Gutian would remain stuck. Only Shu Chunxiu, Dozhan Sang, and Lin Feng could ask for their path for the time being. Pei Donglai looked at Lin Feng, his eyes twinkling. You want to ask for your path again? Lin Feng's clone nodded at Pei Donglai. Your position doesn't matter anymore. I don't want you to suffer a crushing defeat, so you can fight against Shuishan Feng, said Pei Donglai calmly. Shuishan Feng was just above Lin Feng in the rankings, the 6th cultivator. Shuishan Feng was pissed off, because he had fought against Ji Chang in the first round, and there were many people between him and Ji Chang. But he had chosen to fight against Ji Chang and now he couldn't rise in the ranking list anymore. Even worse, people who were under him could still challenge him. If he lost again, it would be a real humiliation. Shuishan Feng looked at Pei Donglai in icy fury. Pei Donglai had just said to Lin Feng that he didn't want him to suffer too much of a crushing defeat, so he was proposing he fight against Shuishan Feng. That was a humiliation too. He was saying that Shuishan Feng was the weakest person Lin Feng could fight against. Alright, agreed Lin Feng. His real body still had his eyes closed. Pei Donglai frowned. If you don't want to fight, just say it. What is that supposed to mean? Please wait, said Lin Feng's clone. Shuishan Feng groaned coldly and demanded, will you fight or not? Shin Feng, don't be merciful, said someone in the crowd at that moment. It was Shui Fan. Shui Feng's eyes glittered. He had noticed Meng Qing in the crowd, and glanced at her icily. "Wake up!" shouted Shui Feng icily. He released cold energies which instantly surrounded Lin Feng's real body. Lin Feng's real body opened his eyes and clenched his fists, emitting crackling sounds. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Shui Feng icily. Shui Feng didn't bother looking back at Lin Feng. He just headed towards the battle stage while releasing more freezing energy. Lin Feng also walked towards the battle stage, his eyes grim and cold. An ordinary clone couldn't do much. However, Shui Feng was acting recklessly. Lin Feng studied his snowy white face icily. Shui Feng looked arrogant. "Deployment spells are one thing, strength is another thing," Shui Feng said to Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes looked like they contained whole icy worlds. "Deployment spells are a type of strength. You don't understand deployment spells, so how can you talk about them?" said Lin Feng flippantly, even disdainfully. He even looked amused. He was making fun of Shui Feng. There were many proud and arrogant people in the cultivation world. Maybe every genius was a bit arrogant and proud, but it was also dependent on whom they faced. For example, those who were at the bottom of the imperial ranking list despised ordinary emperors and were still considered real geniuses. Of course, some people were genuinely proud and arrogant, no matter whom they faced. Lin Feng was proud and arrogant when he faced proud and arrogant people. He was proud because he had started from nothing and now he was stronger than those people. "We'll see how useful your deployment spells are when it comes to real cultivation," sneered Shui Feng. Then, he waved his hands and snowflakes started falling from the sky. He stretched his hand out and an icy world moved towards Lin Feng, bringing a wave of bone-chilling cold with it. Lin Feng released his godly awareness through his eyes, and his body flickered. Deployment lights started intertwining. He waved his hands and a curtain of lights appeared, containing shattering energies which rose to the skies. He waved his hands, a purple tank appeared. It contained many sorts of cosmic energies, and smashed into and destroyed the ice world. However, Shui Feng had landed in front of Lin Feng at that moment. He was extremely fast and didn't want to give Lin Feng time to cast a deployment spell. Shui Feng didn't believe in deployment spells. For him, cultivation was about punching and striking directly with energies. The purple tank started freezing. The space around Shui Feng was solidifying as he stared at Lin Feng with his snowy white eyes. Lin Feng felt like he was falling into a world of ice. We work hard to provide these translations and hope you can support our team by reading PMG at the source, totally.insanetroventilation.com. Lin Feng looked back at him grimly, ignoring the sensation his soul was going to freeze. He knew perfectly well what Shui Feng wanted to do. He wanted to oppress Lin Feng as fast as possible to prevent him from using a deployment spell. Shui Feng was convinced that he could oppress Lin Feng quickly with direct strength since Lin Feng's cultivation level was lower than his. Death lights illuminated the atmosphere and pierced through his brain. Suddenly, Shui Feng had the feeling millions of swords were moving to impale him. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released some mysterious strength. It wasn't of any known type. Its chi wasn't powerful, either. Shui Feng put his hands in front of him and razor-sharp snowflakes moved towards Lin Feng again, surrounded him with a layer of ice. However, Lin Feng released demon culpa strength and tore through the ice. At the same time, he punched out with his fists, ancient imprints appearing and shooting out. Millions of ancient imprints appeared in front of Shui Feng. His ice was destroyed by the world of the living imprints, shocking him. He continued moving his hands and more snow appeared, like the onset of an ice age. Golden lights suddenly appeared everywhere and started evolving rapidly. Lin Feng ran forwards, a world of the living imprint appearing in a rumble of power. Shui Feng was driven backwards as the golden deployment spell slowly starting taking shape. He pulled a long face. "You're a bit too arrogant," said Lin Feng coldly. Shui Feng grunted icily as he retreated, and rebutted, "Do you think your opinion matters?" Shui Feng turned into a shadow in the snow, and the world turned into an ice world. You're not the only one who understands illusions. Lin Feng smiled icily. He turned into 3 clones, who turned into 9, who turned into 10,000. They jumped onto the deployment spell and disappeared one after another before a Lin Feng appeared behind Xueshen Feng. He waved his hands and millions of Death Kulpa swords filled the air, and at the same time a river made of death energy appeared. His power rapidly wore away Xueshen Feng's illusion. Lin Feng's real body used the deployment spell to disappear. It was impossible to see him. There. When Lin Feng saw that Xueshen Feng was attacking his clone, he blocked him with Qi and ran towards him. A Death Nihility sword shot towards Xueshen Feng. When Xueshen Feng saw him, snowy white ice and frost energies emerged from his eyes and collided with Lin Feng's death lights. The Death Kulpa lights destroyed the illusions. Lin Feng's clones drew closer and closer to Xueshen Feng, but all of them froze. A silhouette in white clothes appeared behind Xueshen Feng. There were more and more snowflakes on Lin Feng's body, and the ice chi kept penetrating into his body. At the same time, his death strength kept penetrating into Xueshen Feng's body, and Shen Feng was slowly turning gray. 2 deployment spells appeared, and Lin Feng's demonic ice flared. He looked at Xueshen Feng in a disdainful way and released enough World of the Living imprints to fill the sky. Die! Said Xueshen Feng, punching out. An ice world appeared, and the 2 fighters' energies collided. However, at that moment, the gurgle of ancient waters surged, and the death river drove down on Xueshen Feng, and he disappeared inside. How is this possible? Xueshen Feng's face stiffened. Clones could also release strength. He waved his hands and forced his power out, a curtain of ice energy appearing to protect him. However, a terrifying amount of strength was moving towards him. Xueshen Feng's face stiffened even more. One of Lin Feng's clones was attacking, the one who had released the river made of death energy. On the other side, Lin Feng was casting 2 deployment spells and releasing World of the Living imprints. The crowd was stunned at this display. Xuefan and the other strong cultivators of the Snow Clan were all astonished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1962, Chu Chunxiu vs. Ji Chang. Chapter 1962, Chu Chunxiu vs. Ji Chang. Xueshen Feng was astonished. He continued making hand seals. He released more ice energies into the form of an ice armor. Terrifying ancient imprints kept bombarding the armor, which started cracking. Xueshen Feng was hammered brutally, and his armor broke apart. The energies pounded his physical body. He coughed up blood and his face became even paler. A strong wind started blowing as Lin Feng arrived in front of Xueshen Feng. He looked proud and aloof as he said calmly, "You are ignorant and miserable." Lin Feng went back to the pillars. This time, he jumped onto Xueshen Feng's pillar, the 7th one. The members of the Snow Clan and Xueshen Feng's cheeks felt as if they were burning. What a humiliation! Lin Feng had just humiliated the Snow Clan. Pei Donglai looked at Yin Gutian and said, "Lin Feng is now 7th. You have the opportunity to continue now. Do you want to fight?" Of course, Yin Gutian nodded. Pei Donglai looked at Xueshen Feng, "Do you need to rest, or do you want to fight now?" Xueshen Feng's eyes were ice cold as he looked at Yin Gutian. What if he lost 3 times in a row? "Come," said Xueshen Feng in a low voice. Yin Gutian looked at him in an even colder way with his silver eyes. Yin Gutian jumped onto the battle stage and they started fighting. Xueshen Feng looked even more insane than when he was fighting against Lin Feng. It was a big battle. The members of the Yin clan were worried about Yin Gutian. Xueshen Feng was furious. Finally, Yin Gutian lost as Xueshen Feng froze him inside solid ice. "Be merciful," shouted Yin Rui loudly when he saw that Xueshen Feng didn't seem to want to stop. Feng looked at him and grunted coldly. He slapped the ice statue, which flew away helplessly. Rui took a deep breath with relief but was quickly furious again. Feng had defeated Feng, and Feng had released his anger on Tian. Now, Tian couldn't rise in the imperial ranking list anymore. Feng. Rui glared at Feng in icy hate. After that battle, the 8th, 9th and 10th cultivators were already determined. Feng was 8th, Tian 9th, and Wangzhong 10th. Now, everybody had a different opinion of Feng. He controlled mysterious and strange ancient imprints, and he was an expert at casting deployment spells. He had even defeated Feng. The 6th cultivator was the Stone Man. He had lost against the Buddhist warrior, so he couldn't rise anymore. But if Feng defeated him, so Feng could still fall behind in the rankings. Feng and the Stone Man haven't fought against one another. I wonder if they're similarly strong. But Feng fought against Dozhan Sang. Their battle was amazing. He must be much stronger than Feng. Feng can't defeat him. And then those above him, Gili and Dozhan Sang, are even stronger, so Feng can't defeat them either, was the eventual consensus of the audience. Feng couldn't rank better than 7th. Chu Chunxiu and Feng were the two cultivators who stood out the most, especially Chu Chunxiu. He was incredibly in the top 3. Of course, Dozhan Sang could still fight against Chu Chunxiu. They had both risen in the ranking list thanks to Gili, as both of them had defeated him. Gili had been defeated by Chu Chunxiu and Dozhan Sang, so he would have the opportunity to fight against Ji Chang only if Chu Chunxiu and Dozhan Sang both defeated Ji Chang and made him fall behind. Pei Donlai looked at both Dozhan Sang and Chu Chunxiu. Finally, he looked at Chu Chunxiu and said, Dozhan Sang can fight first. If Chu Chunxiu fights against Ji Chang first, against whom could Dozhan Sang fight? What do you think, Chu Chunxiu, Dozhan Sang? They both nodded. They had no objection. Ji Chang, champion, against Chu Chunxiu. People's eyes were twinkling eagerly. They couldn't wait to watch this battle. Chu Chunxiu was astonishing. Would he manage to dethrone the second champion? Ji Chang and Chu Chunxiu jumped forwards. They floated in the air above the battle stage and stared at one another, both releasing a terrifying chi. They both looked like ancient kings. We work hard to provide these translations and hope you can support our team by reading PMG at the source, totallyinsnetromnlation.com. A dazzling cyan dragon appeared behind Ji Chang. Chu Chunxiu released intent through his third eye, and his chi surged out. He really looked like a king. Champion University is famous for its great skills and techniques. He looks like someone who could have studied at both universities. His chi, vitality, and determination are all incredible. He looks like a champion and ancient king. Someone blurted out excitedly. A dragon roared. A cyan dragon appeared in Ji Chang's hand and shot towards Chu Chunxiu. However, Chu Chunxiu punched out, shaking earth and sky, and the cyan dragon was immediately destroyed. Ji Chang continued forwards, releasing destructive Dao. It surrounded Chu Chunxiu, and at the same time, Ji Chang also stared at him. He was trying to understand him and destroy his intent. Do you think you can destroy an ancient king's will? Asked Chu Chunxiu. He looked extremely conceited. He released ancient king vitality and intent in domineering waves. A sky-absorbing strength emerged, and his intent started absorbing Ji Chang's Dao intent. He can also absorb Dao determination? The crowd was awed. Even the other cultivators of the top 10 were astonished. It was hard to know who would emerge victorious. Behind Chu Chunxiu, an ancient king appeared, proud and arrogant, and then many other ancient kings also appeared. Chu Chunxiu was suddenly surrounded by many ancient kings. Die! Shouted Chu Chunxiu explosively as he flashed forwards. The ancient kings followed him and threw themselves at Ji Chang. His vitality intent bombarded Ji Chang's soul. Ji Chang shouted furiously. His cyan dragons dashed to the skies. He waved his hands and released even more destructive Tao to bombard the ancient kings. However, at that moment, Chu Chunxiu stretched out his hands, and his terrifying sky-absorbing strength turned into a vortex. He was trying to absorb Ji Chang's destructive Tao. At the same time, Ji Chang's vitality and will were shaking violently, and his muscles kept twitching. What a beast! At that moment, clouds were rolling in the sky. Some old men looked at Chu Chunxiu, appraising his strength. He was a true cultivator. Congratulations! Ying Cheng is going to become a great emperor, and Chu Chunxiu is going to surpass him, too. Above the clouds, there was a gigantic chessboard. On each of its sides was an old man. One of the old men was talking to the others. He sounded envious. The Celestial Godly University was truly lucky. It's a flourishing period. The competition for the imperial ranking list hasn't been this intense for 100 years at least, said the old man of the Celestial Godly University, smiling happily. It seems that the Chu clan has put all their hopes on Chu Chunxiu. However, I still have doubts. Did the Chu clan really manage to find so many ancient kings' wills to feed Chu Chunxiu, or did the old dude leave some vestiges? Chu Chunxiu and the old dude are really similar. I wonder if Chu Chunxiu will be like the insane King Chu. Will he go insane because of cultivation, and then get controlled by the Moon Palace? The battle was astonishing and intense. However, the old men sounded calm and detached. Two incredible cultivators had emerged in the history of the Chu clan. One of them was King Chu, who had founded the Chu clan. He had been a terrifying cultivator. Then, the Chu clan had fallen and another insane cultivator had emerged and brought the Chu clan back to life. Unfortunately, he had died young because of the sky-absorbing ancient holy scriptures. The sky-absorbing ancient holy scriptures were terrifyingly powerful, and everybody wanted to kill the insane cultivator of the Chu clan because his sky-absorbing skills and techniques were just too powerful. But Chu Chunxiu was more discreet than the insane cultivator of the Chu clan. He rarely drew people's attention. He could have, his elders would have protected him, but remaining discreet was still better. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1963, Lin Feng is the last one. Chapter 1963, Lin Feng is the last one. The strong cultivators of the great imperial palace were watching the battle carefully. They were astonished. Their hearts kept pounding. They were nervous too. Chu Chunxiu was really extremely strong. He could already oppress Ji Chang. At that moment, Chu Chunxiu looked like an ancient king. He was surrounded by vitality and determination. Each time he made a step, he looked like he was in symbiosis with the earth and the sky. A terrifying sky-absorbing strength crashed onto Ji Chang. Each wave of sky-absorbing strength was more powerful than the previous one. Great mountains and rivers destroying punch. Chu Chunxiu stretched out his hand. A hand which blotted out the sky appeared. The combined force of the ancient kings was terrifyingly strong. Ji Chang raised his head, and cyan dragons kept rising to the skies. He released an incredible amount of destructive Tao, which could also destroy mountains and rivers. However, Chu Chunxiu continued moving towards him. The ancient king intent was getting more and more intense. Ji Chang was surrounded by a vortex and losing control. He couldn't control his Tao intent anymore. His Tao intent was being absorbed by the sky-absorbing strength. Die! Shouted Chu Chunxiu explosively. The ancient kings continued flying towards Ji Chang. At the same time, Chu Chunxiu stretched out his hands, and the space around them crackled. He was getting closer and closer to Ji Chang. At that moment, Ji Chang was under great pressure. The sky-absorbing strength was just too terrifying. He felt like he was drowning in it. Chu Chunxiu's vitality and imperial intent was explosive. Ji Chang found himself astonished. Chu Chunxiu was fighting with an indomitable will, defying the gods. He looked like an ancient god, an ancient king. Ji Chang had been proclaimed a champion, but Chu Chunxiu already looked like one, a champion without a crown, who might be able to defeat the champions, but when Chu Chunxiu fought against Geely, he hid his strength. He was waiting to battle against a champion. People babbled when they sensed Chu Chunxiu's astonishing strength and energies. At this moment, Chu Chunxiu seemed even stronger than Ji Chang. Even though Ji Chang was really strong, the crowd was convinced Chu Chunxiu was going to win the battle. Their battle was a whirlwind. Ji Chang had resisted against Chu Chunxiu for so long already, but he seemed more and more tired. Chu Chunxiu seemed much stronger than Ji Chang. Of course, it was just a misperception. He looked more majestic and stronger because he looked like a king. In the end, Ji Chang lost. He was perplexed. Why had he lost? Surprisingly, he had been defeated. How humiliating. Even the strong cultivators of Champion University were disappointed. Ji Chang was a champion and from Champion University after all, and he had lost against Chu Chunxiu from the Celestial Godly University. Of course, Ji Chang wasn't a weakling. Ji Chang was really incredibly strong, but that was the sad truth of the cultivation world. Even at the same cultivation level, cultivators were not equally strong. Phew, after a long time, Ji Chang took a deep breath, finally understanding that he had lost. He felt even more determined. And actually, he was even excited and happy. He didn't feel so lonely, he wasn't the only extremely strong cultivator. Chu Chunxiu jumped onto the second pillar and Ji Chang onto the third. Can you continue fighting? Pei Donlai asked Ji Chang calmly. I can, replied Ji Chang. Dou Zhanseng jumped into the arena. They had already agreed, after Ji Chang and Chu Chunxiu's battle, it was his turn to fight against Ji Chang. If Chu Chunxiu hadn't won the battle, Dou Zhanseng wouldn't have needed to fight. Ji Chang jumped down onto the battle stage again. Dou Zhanseng was extremely strong, many people from the universities were excited and couldn't wait to see the battle. People from ancient university all hoped a hero would emerge in their establishment. He was much stronger than 2 years before, and he had managed to defeat Geely, but at that moment, the Buddhist warrior looked detached from worldly affairs, surrounded by holy lights. He looked incredibly strong. However, Ji Chang released his explosive destructive Tao. He wanted to destroy the Buddhist warrior's enlightened halo. The battle was intense, but in the end, Ji Chang won. However, the crowd was still amazed by Dou Zhanseng's strength. He would also become a champion soon. Ying Chang, Ji Chang, Chu Chunxiu, and Dou Zhanseng, 4 champions, 1 generation, exclaimed members of the audience as the two fighters went back to their pillars. The imperial ranking list had changed again. At that moment, it was Ying Chang, Chu Chunxiu, Ji Chang, Dou Zhanseng, Geely, Shi Yinfeng, Lin Feng, Shui Xinfeng, Yin Gutian, and Wang Zhang. Because Dou Zhanseng hadn't defeated Ji Chang, he was still 4th. Geely couldn't continue fighting either. His rank was fixed. There were only 2 more possible changes. The first one was if Chu Chunxiu defeated Ying Chang. And the second one was all about Lin Feng. Lin Feng had lost no battles at all. Each time, Pei Donglai only gave Lin Feng the option to fight against the cultivator who was just above him in the ranking list, so Lin Feng could still rise in the ranking list. Of course, he needed to be strong enough. There was no weakling at the top of the ranking list. Chu Chunxiu, do you want to continue fighting? Asked Pei Donglai to Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu looked at Ying Chang. Ying Chang was seated cross-legged. He was soon going to become a great emperor. Since he's going to become a great emperor soon, I'm not going to fight against him, said Chu Chunxiu calmly. Ying Chang was soon going to become a great emperor. After that, he would be removed from the imperial ranking list and Chu Chunxiu would rank first, so he didn't need to fight against him. Chu Chunxiu didn't mind. Lin Feng was now the last one who could still fight. Suddenly, everybody was looking at Lin Feng. They were wondering what his rank would be in the end. We work hard to provide these translations and hope you can support our team by reading PMG at the source, totally.insanetroventilation.com. Pei Donglai looked at Lin Feng, his eyes glittering. Maybe if he made Lin Feng fight against people who were at the top of the ranking list, he would give up, but Geely is fifth and lost twice, he knows the Ghost Sutra, he's furious. If Lin Feng fights against him, Geely won't be merciful at all and will use his full strength, thought Pei Donglai. Lin Feng was really strong, he had defeated Shuishan Feng. Maybe Shi Yun Feng, who was just above Lin Feng, could defeat him, but he wasn't angry enough. Geely was angry enough. That was the best opponent for Lin Feng. Pei Donglai looked thoughtful. If he asked Lin Feng if he wanted to fight against Geely, he probably wouldn't refuse, because he was only 2 ranks higher than him. And Shi Yun Feng was 6th anyway, there wasn't much difference between 6th and 7th. Lin Feng, you're the last one. I don't want you to fight against someone who's too strong. Geely must be weaker than you, so do you want to fight against him? Asked Pei Donglai calmly. Geely looked even more furious. Lost twice? Weaker than Lin Feng? Geely was about to burst from anger. Everybody knew that Geely was extremely strong. However, he had fought against Chu Chunxiu and Dozhan Sang, and they were both stronger than him. It didn't mean that he wasn't strong, though. Nobody knew why Pei Donglai was humiliating and infuriating Geely. Lin Feng glanced at Pei Donglai. He understood perfectly what Pei Donglai was trying to do. Geely released an ice-cold chi and spat, "Are you ready?" Lin Feng knew that he had to be careful. Because of what Pei Donglai had said, Geely would be merciless. "I am," Lin Feng nodded. "Die!" shouted Geely furiously. Instantly, Lin Feng appeared in an illusion of the netherworld. He was surrounded by blood and flames, and terrifying ghosts wanted to tear him apart with their claws. Lin Feng released his world of the living imprints. They contained no chi, however, they immediately destroyed the ghosts. He was strong, but he was a cultivation level weaker than his opponent. He could only use world of the living imprints to fight. "Here," said Geely icily. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Many ghosts continued rushing over to him. It was Geely's Tao, a mysterious divine ghostly Tao intent. In the air, an infinity of death swords appeared and whistled as they shot through the air. At the same time, Geely and Lin Feng stared one another in the eyes, trying to destroy one another's intent. A ghost king appeared in Lin Feng's brain, wanting to destroy his soul. Lin Feng usually used such a method to defeat his opponents, but now Geely was using it against him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1964, Bye-bye Geely. Chapter 1964, Bye-bye Geely. Ghost Kings kept attacking Lin Feng's mind. They were all holding blades or scepters. Geely's Tao intent could attack people's souls. However, at that moment, in Lin Feng's mind, a demon king appeared, aggressive and with terrifying chi, like an ancient king. He was holding a gigantic sword, with which he immediately started cutting apart the ghost kings. A terrifying deathblade strength kept emerging from the black sword and destroying the ghost kings. Whistling sounds resonated in Lin Feng's mind as he cut down another ghost king with his death sword, and the ghost king vanished. Arg, more ghost kings rushed over to Lin Feng. However, the demon king raised his gigantic sword and raced forwards to meet them. Death sword energies filled the air. Lin Feng's death Tao was truly fearsome. In the outside world, Geely looked furious as he stared at Lin Feng. However, more death energy was emerging. It glittered, and then the Demon King penetrated into his mind. Gili was shocked as he started fighting in his thoughts. The Demon King's death sword was terrifying. It could cut apart his Ghost Kings in one strike. Even his Ghost Dao was being oppressed. It felt like he couldn't escape from death. Gili's choice to fight against Lin Feng using soul attacks wasn't a good choice, after all. The Demon King was a slayer. Gili kept groaning with pain as he turned into a ghost. Lin Feng shot towards him. Sharp claws appeared and descended from the sky. Black shadows ripped towards Lin Feng in blurs of darkness. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. His death sword streaked across the sky as he punched out, releasing more world of the living imprints. The earth and the sky kept shaking violently, thunder from the depths rumbled all about. Gili disappeared, but Lin Feng continued running and jumping, marks appearing and intertwining as they transformed. The pitch-black shadows continued moving towards Lin Feng, slicing the air on their way. Lin Feng grunted grimly, standing there like an indestructible mountain. He raised both hands and a purple river tank emitted whistling sounds and oppressed the earth and the sky. At the same time, dazzling swords streaked across the sky and collided with the claws, emitting metallic sounds. Threads of chi penetrated into Lin Feng's body. He suddenly felt ice cold. "Die!" snarled Lin Feng icily. At the same time, the deployment lights under his feet were flared with light. His gigantic life and death pattern blotted out the sky. The life and death strength was becoming denser and denser. "He's almost done carving a great deployment spell," some people blurted out. They were astonished and staring at Lin Feng. He was so fast at casting deployment spells, and his deployment spells were so powerful. Gili's ghost attacks were sly and dangerous, but his Dao strength was less powerful than Lin Feng's, and Lin Feng's Demon King was still attacking his soul. Gili had the sensation he was going to die. Gili noticed that he didn't have the advantage. Suddenly, ghosts started wailing furiously. The earth and the sky as well as Lin Feng's godly awareness were shaking violently. At that moment, Lin Feng realized that his soul was shaking and that many demonic demons were rushing over towards him, wanting to devour his soul. At that moment, Lin Feng closed his eyes and perceived everything clearly. Suddenly, he was surrounded by blinding lights as a bodhisattva appeared, golden and indestructible. Anything that was evil disappeared around it. Akalanatha Curse. Dozhan Sang was astonished and staring at Lin Feng, his golden eyes wide and shining. The Akalanatha Curse was an incredible curse that could oppress evil. Lin Feng isn't a Buddhist and he knows the Akalanatha Curse. Dozhan Sang's eyes kept shining. Lin Feng's Akalanatha body emitted crackled and hummed. At the same time, terrifying evil energies rolled in waves towards Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. His Nihility death sword streaked across the sky, carrying some demon curse strength along with it. Even though he could not curse Gili to death, he could at least make his soul shake violently and easily injure him. Lin Feng flashed away. His life and death deployment spell turned into a gigantic death picture and enveloped Gili. Lin Feng continued moving forwards and releasing world of the living imprints. Everything was exploding around them. Gili initially wanted to injure Lin Feng, but he was failing miserably. Lin Feng's world of the living imprints blasted apart Gili's gigantic ghost claws. Two ghosts still penetrated into Lin Feng's mind, trying to stop him and failing. Lin Feng released various cosmic energies of earth, death, demon, fire, cursing, and many others, which he condensed into his fist as he suddenly punched out. Even though Lin Feng could now use the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky, it was just the beginning, so they weren't extremely powerful yet. If his body and his actual cultivation level had progressed at the same pace, Lin Feng would have been much, much stronger. He could have made the cosmic energies of his own world and those of the outside world fuse together. But he was fighting against someone whose cultivation level was higher than his, and Lin Feng couldn't use pure strength such as cosmic energy to defeat him. The claws of Geely's ghosts crackled as he rose up in the air. Death intent kept penetrating into his body. His body was already filled with death chi. "Come down!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. He stretched out his hands, earth strength crashed down onto Geely. A cage appeared around him as Lin Feng rose up in the air. Geely shouted furiously. He attacked the cage, which exploded, trying to run away, but when he looked at Lin Feng's eyes, more death Dao intent penetrated into his brain. An endless number of death sword energies moved towards him. At that moment, Geely was certain he was going to die. It was a horrible feeling. Arg! A fearsome ghost king shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a step backwards, while at the same time, Geely was trying to run away. Lin Feng looked at him, a thread of Dao intent moving into his third eye. Lin Feng looked at Geely and asked indifferently, "Do we need to continue fighting?" Geely's face was black from death strength. He was humiliated that he had lost once again. Initially, he was the third cultivator on the list, and now he had lost against Chu Chunxiu, Do Zhansang, and even Lin Feng. "No need. You won't see me for 3 years," said Geely. He rolled up his sleeves and abruptly left, vanishing like a ghost over the horizon. The crowd looked at Lin Feng strangely. He had defeated Geely, he was now the 5th cultivator on the imperial ranking list. Even Pei Donglai was astonished. He initially wanted Geely to crush Lin Feng, he hadn't thought Lin Feng would win. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1965, Buddha and Demon Battle. Chapter 1965, Buddha and Demon Battle. Lin Feng had defeated Geely. The dazzling imperial ranking list changed once again. Lin Feng had now replaced Geely. He was now the 5th cultivator on the list. The top 5 was now Ying Chang, Chu Chunxiu, Ji Chang, Do Zhansang, and Lin Feng. At the beginning of the event, the top 5 were Ying Chang, Ji Chang, Geely, Do Zhansang, and Shi Feng. Ying Chang and Do Zhansang's positions hadn't changed. Ji Chang had fallen 1 position. Geely and Shi Feng had been kicked out of the top 10. The 2 cultivators who had surprised the crowd the most were Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng. In the sky above the clouds, one of the old men on the chessboard looked happy. It was funny to see an old man's eyes twinkle like those of a child. He's only 5th. Ji Chan lost against Celestial Godly University. Are you happy about that? The old man of the ancient university was furious because ancestor Shi Tian looked happy. Lin Feng is 5th, but what is his cultivation level? If Lin Feng had the same level as those above him in the list, you think he'd only be 5th in the ranking list? Said ancestor Shi Tian smiled. That little boy could be a great emperor in 10 years, in which case he won't be able to participate in the Pathfinder Day of the imperial ranking list. I hope he won't become strong too fast, so that you can all be amazed. Most people could participate in the Pathfinder Day of the imperial ranking list twice. A first time when they were strong enough, such as at the beginning of the high Huang Qi layer, and a second time at the top of the Huang Qi layer. For example, people like Ho Ching Lin and Jin Mang hadn't ranked that well their first time, but 10 years later, they had ranked much better. Of course, if those geniuses became great emperors within 10 years, they wouldn't be able to participate in the event again. Ancestor Shi Tian thought that Lin Feng would probably break through to the Di Qi layer and become a great emperor within 10 years. Ji Chang and Ying Chang had been at the top of the Huang Qi layer for a long time already, but breaking through to the Di Qi layer wasn't easy. Cultivators needed to find an opportunity to do so. The other old men smiled at ancestor Shi Tian and rolled their eyes. Ji Chang had lost against Chu Chunxiu and ancestor Shi Tian was still smiling, as if he had forgotten about that. We don't know what the situation will be like in 10 years. Maybe other geniuses will rise and will defeat the current geniuses, said the old man of Four Seasons University coolly. He was furious, there was no cultivator from Four Seasons University in the top 5. 10 years from now, he hoped they'd have a cultivator in the top 3. We'll see, replied ancestor Sher Tian, narrowing his eyes and gazing into the distance. Could that little boy continue rising in the ranking list? He was excited. Lin Feng was a medium-level emperor and he had already achieved such great things. Everybody gazed into the distance. The real winners of this event were Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu. Chu Chunxiu's cultivation speed was astonishing, and his sky-absorbing Dao incredible. He could absorb people's vitality and willpower. His attacks were powerful and his powers mysterious. Lin Feng's understanding of Dao strength was astonishing, too. He was also the only one who had managed to make the bell ring 13 times, astonishing everybody. At the same cultivation level, he could have defeated everybody else, and his battle against Geely was the proof. Everybody looked at Lin Feng again. How incredible, he had surprisingly defeated Geely, and was now the 5th cultivator on the imperial ranking list. And he was only a medium-level emperor. It was an incredible achievement. His chi and cosmic energies were far more powerful than his cultivation level. People didn't understand him. The Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list is finally over, everyone was thinking. The event had been incredible. They had seen the strongest geniuses of the Holy City, and they were all extraordinary. The crowd didn't want the event to end, they enjoyed it too much. Can I choose my opponent myself now? Lin Feng asked Pei Donglai indifferently. Lin Feng understood what Pei Donglai had tried to do. He had tried to infuriate Geely to make him fight even harder, hoping Geely would kill Lin Feng. He still wants to ask for his path? The audience was delighted. Pei Donglai had chosen all of Lin Feng's opponents. Lin Feng had accepted and won each time. He could still continue fighting. Pei Donglai was astonished and looked at him icily. From behind him, Ren Tianxing shouted, "Donglai, let him choose his opponent." All right, Pei Donglai obeyed. His silhouette flickered and he withdrew to the top of the flight of stairs. Lin Feng looked at Do Zhansang and said, "Do Zhansang, you're from a Buddhist clan and you understand Buddhism. I would like to exchange views on cultivation with you." "Your Excellency, you know the Akalanatha curse, it seems like we Buddhist brothers," said Do Zhansang calmly. He slowly walked forwards to stand before Lin Feng motionlessly. "I wouldn't dare call myself a Buddhist. I'm just interested in Buddhism." "To me, you are a great Buddhist master," Lin Feng replied calmly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and stared at Do Zhansang, who looked at him curiously and asked, "What are you doing?" "I would like you to teach me how to obtain nirvana," said Lin Feng evenly. The Buddhist warrior was surprised, but nodded. He also sat down cross-legged. His body became dazzling and golden, like a solemn image of Buddha. Many illusions appeared in the sky, and started chanting Buddhist mantras. "Master, you are a Buddhist cultivator, I'm a demon cultivator," Lin Feng said calmly. Demon lights appeared behind him, and gradually a gigantic silhouette appeared. That person was holding a gigantic sword in his right hand and a destructive hell lotus in his left, surrounded by death chi that could bury the sky. He looked proud and awe-inspiring, able to crush the planet with his feet. Do Zhansang looked solemn and respectful, his golden body dazzling. His lips started moving, chanting mantras in a clear, melodious, pure, deep, and far-reaching Brahma voice which resonated all around them. Suddenly, many bodhisattvas surrounded Lin Feng's demon, and he started hallucinating. The Buddhist energies were purifying Lin Feng's demon energies with crackling holy power. Life strength suddenly emerged from the demon. At the same time, black lights fought back against the golden light. An inky black demon territory appeared around Lin Feng, and an evil chi started surrounding the Buddhist energies. The demon energies were regaining ground. Shattering sounds spread as the energies met, a mysterious strength rising up. The source of the 9 netherworlds appeared around the demon slowly. 9 netherworlds? The watchers were astonished. They raised their heads and looked at the 9 netherworlds water. The whole sky turned dark. Two kinds of strength kept colliding in the air. The audience also started hearing demonic songs. 9 netherworlds demonic song. When the old men in the sky heard the melody, they were astonished. Lin Feng could surprisingly sing the 9 netherworlds demonic song. What an incredible guy! Ancestor Shirtian looked delighted and whispered, "What an incredible guy, haha." The other old men looked stunned. Even people who had a cultivation level as high as theirs didn't have easy access to such powers. It was one of the demon songs created by the Netherworld Demon Emperor back in the days, and this Lin Feng knew it. That boy practices demon cultivation and is walking on the path of life and death. He'll definitely become a terrifying demon cultivator in the future. Dozhan Sang was amazed at all this, and released even more golden Buddhist energies. A Buddha's halo illuminated the surroundings with awesome power. Some Buddha's halo ancient imprints appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1966, 4th on the Imperial Ranking List? Chapter 1966, 4th on the Imperial Ranking List? The Buddha's halo illuminated everything. It was dazzling as it purified the demon strength. When the Buddhist energies reached Lin Feng, a new destructive strength manifested, like millions of blades were attacking Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng remained calm. Demon intent rose to the skies. The sky was growing, was darker and darker, pressing in on the golden light. The 9 netherworlds song kept resonating in the air. People could actually see the sound waves. Some threads of dark energies appeared on Dozhan Sang's golden body. Dozhan Sang's eyes were dazzling. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "An evil demon can surprisingly resist against a Buddha, but isn't it like a Haruka?" Lin Feng replied to Dozhan Sang slowly. Dozhan Sang looked stunned. Haruka? The cultivation world is about strength. Buddhist and demon energies are just two different types of strength, Lin Feng said calmly. Dozhan Sang was surprised. He had mixed feelings, but he tried not to think about those things. He had to remain perseverant. His Buddha's halo became even more dazzling. Buddhism is about life. Diabolism is about life too. The line between Buddhism and Satanism is just a thin one. You can create your strength using both types of strength, said Lin Feng. He continued singing the 9 netherworld song. The minds of the audience were rapidly getting muddled by the song. Whether you are a Buddhist or a Satanist, in the end, when you die, you'll become a skeleton and you'll turn to powder. I am a demon cultivator, but I am perseverant and determined. Even Buddhists can't influence me, said Lin Feng. His voice resonated in Dozhan Sang's head. For Lin Feng, it didn't matter whether he was a Buddhist or a demon cultivator. In the end, his purpose was the same. They were just different paths to the same place. The goal of Buddhist warriors is to fight, said Dozhan Sang. His golden lights condensed and a Buddha emerged from his body, slowly moving towards Lin Feng, exuding enormous strength. Buddhist ways of obtaining nirvana are really complex, thought Lin Feng. He sensed the Buddha's halo, and death wheels appeared in those Buddhist lights. The demon song kept oppressing it and the atmosphere was still becoming darker. People are alive, even Buddhism is about reincarnation. People can't escape from death, whispered Lin Feng. An endless number of demons appeared in the sky, and started fighting against all those Buddhist light beams. His demons looked like demon kings. Dozhan Sang looked at the demons in the sky, and finally, he couldn't keep calm anymore. Lin Feng's understanding of strength was just too astonishing. The demon kings kept getting bigger and bigger, and the source of the 9 netherworlds kept flowing out and destroying the demon lights. You're a demon cultivator, I'll show you what a demon god should look like, said Dozhan Sang slowly. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and started whispering things under his breath. Lin Feng saw a demon god move towards him. The demon king was holding a steel fork which contained explosive demon energies. Bodhisattvas could also be like demon kings. Eh? The crowd was stunned. Surprisingly, Dozhan Sang, who was a Buddhist warrior, could also release Yaksa kings like Gili. And that Yaksa king looked like the real thing, an ancient demon god. Everything is about your perceptions and motives. Buddhists are similar to diabolists, whispered Lin Feng. The Yaksa king released demon chi in awful waves. Lin Feng just closed his eyes, remaining perseverant and determined. The Yaksa king appeared in front of him while Lin Feng remained motionless. Thunder rumbled out, and the Yaksa king disappeared. Dozhan Sung was dumbfounded. How do you know? Asked Dozhan Sung to Lin Feng. I've been to hell. I've read many books. Among those books, I read a book about Buddhist and demon cultivation. There were many skills which contained demon spells for Buddhist cultivators. There was a mysterious ghost spell in it too. I've always thought that there was no difference between demon and Buddhist cultivation. If you want to read that book, I can show it to you, said Lin Feng to Dozhan Sang. You would? Dozhan Sung frowned. Why wouldn't I? Lin Feng smiled. Dazzling lights twinkled in his third eye and some memories moved towards Dozhan Sang's third eye. The book slowly appeared in Dozhan Sang's memories. Then, he whispered, I feel ashamed, I was protecting myself. As Lin Feng had started transmitting the book to Dozhan Sang had protected himself, suspecting Lin Feng harbored bad intentions. People are like that, I'm not offended, replied Lin Feng with a calm smile. Initially, it was a great battle, I wouldn't have thought such a thing would happen, laughed Dozhan Sang. Everybody was astonished as they watched the two of them. We came here to ask for our path. Cultivation is about competing, but we compete to find our path. Who cares about the imperial ranking list? Said Lin Feng. He suddenly sounded like an enlightened person. Dozhan Sung stood up and sighed. I feel inferior, he said, and then he simply left. His Buddhist lights disappeared, and only demon intent remained. Lin Feng, when you have time, come to the Canaan Buddhist clan. Dozhan Sung called back loudly. The audience was stunned at this strange ending. Was the event finally over? The crowd looked at Lin Feng, who was still seated cross-legged. They were speechless. Lin Feng had defeated Gili, and now he had made Dozhan Sang feel ashamed of being inferior to the extent that he had left. Lin Feng didn't even glance at the audience. His demon king was still behind him, sensing the energies of the earth and the sky. His demon strength turned into life strength. Demon Kulpa strength also appeared in a dazzling display. Demon Kulpa. Those watching were astonished. Lin Feng's demon lights were growing denser and denser. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and smiled. He stood up slowly and took a deep breath. Once again, the Devamara Kulpa strength was coming to cleanse his body. He was going to become stronger again, and getting closer and closer to becoming a high-level emperor. The Devamara Kulpa strength descended from the sky and bombarded him. His body was flaring with light. The crowd was amazed as they watched him receiving the Devamara Kulpa strength with his physical body. He wasn't even using cosmic energies to resist. His physical strength was terrifying. The waves of Devamara Kulpa strength kept bombarding his physical body, and his soul kept shaking. His soul was becoming stronger, more stable. The reason why Lin Feng could resist was because his soul was extremely strong, a very important thing when being cleansed by Devamara Kulpa strength. The old men in the sky were moved. Ancestor Shi Tian looked delighted. He was extremely happy, and couldn't wait for Lin Feng to become a high-level emperor. The other old men kept staring at him and then at Lin Feng. If Lin Feng became a higher rank, he would become even more enigmatic and unfathomable. As a medium-level emperor, he could already rank 4th. He had made Geely and Do Zhansung leave in shame. They understood that Lin Feng's comprehension abilities were astonishing. In a world where people were extremely conceited, everybody just wanted to be strong. Fourth in the imperial ranking list, medium-level emperor. Ancestor Shi Tian looked like a happy kid. Humph. The old man of ancient university grunted icily. Do Zhansung is quite strong. He felt ashamed of being inferior. He will definitely become a champion someday, proclaimed Ancestor Shi Tian, smiling at the old man from ancient university. The old man ground his teeth and tried to punch Ancestor Shi Tian. But it was the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List, and Celestial Godly University and Champion University were the real champions of the event. The first and second cultivator of the Imperial Ranking List were from the Celestial Godly University. Ying Cheng had been first for ages, and now Chu Chunxiu was rising. And even though Ji Chang, who was from Champion University, had been defeated by Chu Chunxiu, Lin Feng was rising, so they were happy. Now he was the fourth cultivator in the list. In the future, Lin Feng would maybe rank first or second. It's finally over, sighed the crowd. The event had been incredible. Dao. At that moment, all the strong cultivators released Dao. They all felt more determined than ever. The two most astonishing cultivators of the event were definitely Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu. Even though Ying Chang had fought only once, he had amazed everybody. His map of several countries and their altars to the gods of earth and grain was incredible, and had caused chaos everywhere. It was as if he could destroy the 10,000 things of creation. And even though Ji Chang was now the third cultivator, people had no doubt about his strength. He was incredible. In the future, Lin Feng would possibly become a new champion. As the crowd was sighing, Lin Feng looked at Ji Chang with his death eyes. He said evenly, "Ji Chang, come here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1967, Explosive Battle. Chapter 1967, Explosive Battle. Ji Chang, come here. Suddenly, everybody went silent. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to continue asking for his path? He wanted to fight against champion Ji Chang? Lin Feng was the one who had fought the most battles. At the beginning of the event, he was 20th something, and now he was already 4th. And now he still wanted to fight against Ji Chang? Good little boy. Ancestor Shi Tian was stupefied and happy. That young man still wanted to continue fighting. He wanted to finish the battle they had begun a year before. Ji Chang was surrounded by lights as he jumped forwards, and the crackling of air being destroyed rang out. He started releasing incredible amounts of destructive strength and threw himself at Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had fought against him on the day of his champion ceremony, a terrible humiliation. Initially, he was supposed to be the hero of that day, but because of Lin Feng, all people remembered was their battle. But he couldn't get his revenge within the university didn't allow it. However, now, Lin Feng was challenging him in front of everyone, so now Ji Chang was finally going to be able to regain face. Cyan lights pulsed, and a 100-meter-long thread of cyan energies appeared. Some shadows appeared and more thunder rumbled out. Lin Feng could already sense the destructive energies. Lin Feng jumped forwards unflinchingly as he started casting a deployment spell. However, Ji Chang stretched out his hand. Thunder shook as he destroyed the deployment spell which hadn't finished condensing. Lights continued flowing towards Lin Feng. "Die," said Lin Feng icily. He released death intent towards Ji Chang, and an Annihility sword appeared. A cyan dragon emerged from Ji Chang's body and protected his soul. At the same time, his destructive Dao destroyed Lin Feng's strength. Death intent corroded Ji Chang's body and destructive Dao intent did the same to Lin Feng's body. The energies were very intense, and sufficed to pressure both of them. Die! Ji Chang jumped forwards and raised his fist. His dragons roared, and a beam of light shot towards Lin Feng. Earth! Lin Feng released Earth cosmic energy which protected his body. He released cursing cosmic energies to corrode Ji Chang's body, and started singing his 9 netherworlds demonic song. Ji Chang's body turned black. Lin Feng flashed forwards, empty space deployment marks appearing under his feet. He started moving invisibly fast while releasing wind strength. He also released enough World of the Living imprints to blot out the sky, immediately destroying Ji Chang's technique. The imprints pounded down towards Ji Chang. Arg! 9 cyan dragons attacked the imprints, everything exploding above them. Lin Feng and Ji Chang were surrounded by a very sharp chi. A nihility sword turned into an infinity of death swords slicing through the air. At the same time, destructive Tao crashed onto Lin Feng's body. His blood started boiling and his soul was shaking. Life and death lights rotated around him and shot towards Ji Chang to stab at him. At the same time, Lin Feng moved like an arrow and released Demon Culpa strength at Ji Chang's hand. The air shrieked at the energies tearing through it. You want to die? Shouted Ji Chang explosively. He released even more destructive Tao with a crack of thunder. Lin Feng's muscles twitched. His blood was boiling. The two fighters kept attacking one another. A terrifying strength penetrated into Lin Feng's arms. Ji Chang grunted coldly. It was a difficult battle. Ji Chang shouted furiously. A terrifying dragon emerged from his mouth and shot towards Lin Feng, trying to devour him. You'll die. Lin Feng looked at Ji Chang with his death eyes. He released Death Intent, a Nihility Sword, Cursing Strength, and 9 Netherworlds Demon Lights, and all those energies crashed onto Ji Chang. At the same time, more lights emerged from Lin Feng's third eye, turning into a palace. Millions of sharp swords drove towards Ji Chang serpent-quick. Lights flared in Ji Chang's eyes and rose to the skies, and his destructive Tao intent filled the air. Lin Feng was driven backwards. At the same time, he released World of the Living imprints towards Ji Chang and hammered him, continuing his withdrawal. It was dangerous to fight in close combat against someone like Ji Chang. At that moment, Lin Feng had the impression that many of his bones were broken. His arms felt paralyzed. Ji Chang was a champion and controlled a powerful Tao intent, his attacks truly explosive. The audience sighed when they saw that he could still fight. Lin Feng's physical strength was really incredible. Lin Feng stretched out his hands, a river made of death energy flowed towards Ji Chang, even as he kept moving. He also released all sorts of cosmic energies to bombard Ji Chang unceasingly. At the same time, he kept releasing Nihility swords. He didn't want to give Ji Chang a second of a breather. Ji Chang made some hand seals and released his own ancient imprints. Dazzling cyan lights glittered, and cyan dragons kept attacking Lin Feng. Tao transformation. Lin Feng stared at the dragons. He saw demon dragons moving towards him. The earth and the sky were shaking. The dragons roared furiously. Many illusion lights appeared. Lin Feng waved his hands and demon death dragons coalesced and winged towards the cyan dragons. Dragons collided loudly, and exploded. Lin Feng moved forwards again, the earth and the sky shaking with the force of the exploding dragons all around. Ji Chang felt the pressure, while the audience was stupefied at the display. They hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng could compete with Ji Chang. Lin Feng looked both aggressive and crazy. 9 dragons rotated around Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved forwards and released even more death swords relentlessly. Ji Chang was a champion, how could he flinch before Lin Feng? He also started moving forwards. The ground exploded all around them. They were moving so fast that embers appeared under their feet. Their chi started colliding in all directions. People's hearts were pounding violently. Lightning! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. Lightning appeared everywhere and plunged towards Ji Chang. Ji Chang grunted icily. He looked at the sky and raised his hands. He destroyed some bolts, but Lin Feng continued releasing more lightning cosmic energies. Fire! Flames appeared everywhere and converged on Ji Chang. Ji Chang frowned. Lin Feng's cosmic energies didn't pose much of a threat to him, but he couldn't ignore them either. His physical strength wasn't like Lin Feng's. Lin Feng could resist high-level emperor's physical attacks. Desolate. Curse. Death. Lin Feng released all sorts of cosmic energies at Ji Chang, who could only look at him icily. Cyan dragons reappeared around him and wrapped him up. However, Lin Feng just grunted and released demon Culpa strength to attack him. Ji Chang was losing patience, and attacked Lin Feng with cosmic energies. The two fighters were getting closer and closer. Ji Chang took a deep breath. Lights glittered. This time, he had to really hammer Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew cosmic energies, so what? He just had to protect himself and attack him at the same time. Ji Chang shouted explosively, and Lin Feng's soul shook. It felt like both fighters could explode any time. Death swords appeared everywhere and drove through Ji Chang's head. Both fighters kept attacking one another. They couldn't be careless, or they could die any time. However, the death swords weren't that easy to destroy. This time, they even contained cursing demon strength and all sorts of cosmic energies which penetrated into Ji Chang's skull. He couldn't destroy them that easily, they seemed almost indestructible. An ancient king appeared behind Ji Chang and charged Lin Feng. At the same time, a demon emerged from Lin Feng's third eye. The demon king was holding a lotus and a gigantic death sword containing 9 netherworlds intent. It also attacked Ji Chang. Boom! Ji Chang's ancient king broke apart. People's hearts pounded at the sight. The demon king looked fearless as it attacked Ji Chang's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1968, Cyan Dragon Secret Technique. Chapter 1968, Cyan Dragon Secret Technique. Ji Chang released cyan dragons to protect his soul. They roared in a thundering rage and attacked Lin Feng's demon king. The demon king slowly cracked. Ji Chang was extremely strong, and such people couldn't be killed that easily, unlike ordinary emperors. They had incredible spells and techniques to protect themselves. They could use their soul, their godly awareness, and their Tao intent. Lin Feng's demon god was made of Tao strength and soul strength. It crashed onto Ji Chang's head. Its gigantic death sword was made of death Tao intent. The cyan dragon kept roaring furiously. If his cyan dragon was destroyed, his soul would be destroyed. Piss off! Shouted Ji Chang furiously. The cyan dragon roared furiously, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. Break! Lin Feng couldn't give Ji Chang any time. Ji Chang's destructive Tao could destroy his deployment spells, so he didn't waste time casting them. Explosions kept going off, and cosmic energies were everywhere, tearing at the air. The cyan dragon turned into 9 and moved in 9 directions around Lin Feng. At the same time, Ji Chang stretched his hand out and a terrifying cyan dragon moved towards Lin Feng's head. Die! Lin Feng raised his hand, and Death Culpa swords cut apart everything. Cosmic energies twinkled and rotated. World of the living imprints kept emerging from his hands, and the earth and the sky kept shaking. Lin Feng ran forwards and shouted, "You will lose." His voice contained demon cursing strength and resonated in Ji Chang's head. He couldn't flinch. Lin Feng moved like the wind with an indomitable will. Ji Chang's eyes were glowing madly. He didn't retreat, instead jumping forwards and turned into a cyan dragon. His chi was astonishing, threatening to bring down the sky. Lin Feng stretched his hand out and empty spacelights condensed. Ji Chang's attack arrived at the same time, and thunder boomed as his destructive strength crashed down. Lin Feng's deployment marks were destroyed before the destructive energies continued moving towards Lin Feng, but the qi wasn't as powerful as a moment before. Die! At that moment, Lin Feng shouted furiously and released desolate cursing sound strength. Immortal energy pulsed out. The Demon King assaulted Ji Chang's Cyan Dragon. Cosmic strength emerged from Lin Feng's left hand, World of the Living Imprints emerged from his right hand. Ji Chang and Lin Feng's cosmic energies collided. However, the World of the Living Imprints appeared again. Ji Chang couldn't destroy them. He raised his fist as Cyan Dragons roared. The World of the Living Imprints crashed onto Ji Chang's body like endless hammers, destroying some of his Cyan Dragons. Ji Chang was sent crashing into a pillar, coughing up blood. He just closed his eyes, firmed his resolve, and Cyan Dragons emerged and struck out again. Lin Feng was driven backwards, as well, his arms all sore. He was staring at Ji Chang. The champion was indeed really strong. You lost, said Lin Feng, smiling proudly. The crowd shivered in disbelief. Lost? Ji Chang had lost against Ding Chang and Chu Chunxiu. Had he lost against Lin Feng now? The champion, 3 defeats? What a humiliation, just like Geely. Lin Feng knows too many things: soul attacks, skills, techniques, spells, ancient imprints, all sorts of cosmic energies. He's relentless and brave. Fighting against Lin Feng is a nightmare. The crowd chattered as they watched Lin Feng. Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng were truly incredible. Chu Chunxiu's strength had amazed everybody, but he was a high-level emperor after all. Lin Feng was just a medium-level emperor. There was a huge difference between medium-level emperors and high-level emperors. And Ji Chang was also a champion, so he was even stronger than those people. The battle is not over, said Pei Donglai indifferently. He asked Ji Chang, do you think you lost? Lin Feng was startled and looked at Pei Donglai. Ji Chang released a terrifying strength at that moment. Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng flashed forwards. Ji Chang opened his eyes and shouted furiously. A terrifying Cyan dragon appeared and dashed to the skies. Ji Chang's body was surrounded by brilliant cyan lights. The Cyan dragon turned into a column of light. Arg, the dragon roared in a thundering rage. Lin Feng's soul shook violently. The Demon King in Ji Chang's mind was propelled away and slowly disappeared. Ji Chang's qi suddenly became much more powerful. The Cyan Dragon mysterious technique of the Ji clan. The crowd frowned. Surprisingly, Ji Chang was using the mysterious technique of the Ji clan. He initially had the strength of a high-level emperor, but with that technique, he could have the strength of a great emperor. According to legends, when you use the Cyan Dragon mysterious technique, you have to pay the price for it. You need to recover for a very long time. Ji Chang wasn't far from becoming a great emperor, but he's going insane now. He doesn't want to lose. The crowd was astonished. His qi stopped becoming stronger. He looked like a real king, arrogant and proud. He didn't care about his injuries anymore. Lin Feng looked over at Pei Donglai. Pei Donglai knew that Ji Chang had a mysterious technique, which was why he had said the battle wasn't over. He's insane. Ji Chang didn't use his mysterious technique against Ding Chang or Chu Chunxiu, but he doesn't want to lose a third time, especially against Lin Feng. Everyone sighed. If he fought against Ding Chang and Chu Chunxiu again, they wouldn't be able to win. His qi was already the qi of the D qi layer. Ji Chang flickered and suddenly disappeared. A king emerged from his body and attacked Lin Feng's soul. He wanted to get his revenge for all the attacks Lin Feng had just carried out. Collapse! He roared out. Lin Feng suddenly had the sensation his body was going to explode and his bones were going to be crushed. If he hadn't had an incredible physical strength, he would have died. Lin Feng was frozen. Ji Chang had the strength of a great emperor at this moment. When Ji Chang saw that Lin Feng resisted his attack, he looked even more furious. The ancient king moved towards Lin Feng's third eye. Die! Death Chi exploded out, and Ji Chang grunted icily. There was another explosion, and Lin Feng was hurled away. Ancestor Shi Tian frowned and the old man next to him chortled, which of the two students of Champion University do you prefer? Shut up, said Ancestor Shi Tian, continuing to watch. Ji Chang was a real bastard, and truly sly. What a little person. Many people from the Yin clan and the Pei clan finally had cause to smile. Finally, Lin Feng was going to shut up, he would stop being arrogant. Finally, Ji Chang was truly furious. Lin Feng looked at him icily and said, "You surprisingly used a mysterious technique during such an event. You better not blame me." Ji Chang jumped forwards and a terrifying strength surrounded Lin Feng. At the same time, the ancient king forced Lin Feng's demon away and attacked him. Death strength appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1969, Ridiculous. Chapter 1969, Ridiculous. The battle in Lin Feng's mind was insane. Ji Chang's ancient king was fighting against his ancient demon and Lin Feng was using his godly awareness palace to protect his soul. "The Sky Palace, what's the date tonight?" asked a mysterious voice. The godly awareness palace flared up and blocked the ancient king. The demon king jumped, raising his left hand. He wanted to kill Ji Chang's ancient king, flying towards it and raised his gigantic death sword. The ancient king roared furiously and raised his hands. Their fists collided and they both dispersed at the same time. Outside, Ji Chang and Lin Feng were both bleeding and their faces had turned deathly pale. The ancient king and the demon king had made them use up lots of soul strength. They were both getting tired. Ji Chang roared with rage, cyan dragon lights dashed to the skies. Lin Feng released a terrifying amount of life chi. Ji Chang ran forwards, everything cracking and breaking down around him. Lin Feng's bones felt like they were going to explode. Lin Feng took a deep breath, smiling crazily. "Humph. He's going to die," said Pei Dongqing, smiling icily. Lin Feng wanted his younger brother to steal Pei Dongqing's woman. He was going to die now. Lin Feng, Meng Qing and many other people were astonished. Many people were shouting now. Lin Feng had to admit his defeat. It was better than dying. "Ji Chang, you're a high-level emperor and you dare use your mysterious and ancient technique against me? Do you deserve being called a champion? Do you deserve the champion crown?" said Lin Feng in a demonic voice. He was trying to destroy Ji Chang's willpower. A tree appeared indistinctly behind him. Heavenly Grace Godly Tree. Many people were astonished when they recognized the godly wood. Cosmic strength was rotating around it. He's a medium-level emperor and he's already been to Godlywood Valley and a tree has acknowledged him? Those watching were astonished. Lin Feng was truly an incredible genius. Very quickly, a white lotus appeared indistinctly. And then a beautiful blue Uptala lotus appeared under Lin Feng's feet. "You're using the godly wood and a blue Uptala lotus, that's not your own strength," said Pei Donglai icily. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Lin Feng back explosively. He looked at Pei Donglai coldly and said, "On the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, the great Imperial Palace's people are in charge. However, you've constantly been trying to disadvantage me. Do you think I'm stupid? Ji Chang's mysterious technique is not his own strength, it's a cyan dragon's strength. You're ridiculous. If the managers of the event are like you, then it would be the same without you, or even better." The crowd sighed with empathy. Indeed, Ji Chang's mysterious technique wasn't his own power, and without it, he would have definitely lost. He was borrowing the strength of an ancient cyan dragon. Lin Feng's tree and lotus were similar, he could borrow strength from them. Pei Donglai pulled a long face. He was a disciple of the great Imperial Palace and they were in charge of the event. And now someone dared insult them. Even if you use an external source of strength, it won't change anything, said Ji Chang icily. He raised his arms, which looked like illusionary dragons. Lin Feng ignored him. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly condensed all sorts of cosmic energies: wind, fire, lightning, cursing. The air was completely distorted around him. An endless amount of cosmic energies condensed in Lin Feng's hands. Light beams streaked across the sky. The energies turned into a black lotus, looking more and more real. That's... The crowd was astounded. What kind of Tao intent was that? The heavenly grace godly would allowed Lin Feng to use all sorts of cosmic energies. And this Tao intent allowed him to condense all sorts of cosmic energies. When the crowd looked at Lin Feng's black lotus, they all shuddered. Ji Chang stopped in astonishment. That black lotus was dangerous. He remained silent for a few seconds, but then he raised his great imperial chi once more. Ji Chang is getting ready to fight, thought the crowd. They sensed that Ji Chang was getting ready. He was condensing his energies and the air became even thicker. Lin Feng and Ji Chang's energies started colliding. They both looked like ancient kings. After a long time, they finally started advancing forwards. The crowd was shaking. The two fighters drew closer and closer to one another. A gigantic cyan dragon flew towards Lin Feng's black lotus. The black lotus grew to a gigantic size. The eruption of light blinded the crowd as waves of energies rumbled out. They couldn't see Lin Feng and Ji Chang anymore, they had disappeared in the energies. Wild discharges ripped out in every direction. "Get down!" shouted Pei Don Lai. Everyone jumped off the celestial imperial pillars as a destructive force swept over them. Their hearts were pounding at the close call. Those guys went too far. Ji Chang and Lin Feng were both from Champion University and they were risking their lives. Death chi pulsed and surged on the stage. Everything had dispersed. The crowd saw Ji Chang and Lin Feng again. They were seated cross-legged and had changed their clothes already, but their hair was still messy, and they were still bleeding. Ji Chang put a pellet in his mouth, Lin Feng released life chi. The godly wood tree appeared indistinctly. "They're both badly injured," observed the crowd in astonishment. They were both severely injured. How to rank them on the imperial ranking list? Many people looked at Pei Don Lai. The members of the Great Imperial Palace were in charge of the imperial ranking list. Lin Feng had the advantage, then Ji Chang used his mysterious technique. Now they're both badly injured. "Lin Feng should rank third," said Ho Chang Lin calmly. Some people nodded. Ji Chang used his mysterious technique, but Lin Feng used his ancient tree and lotus. It helped him a lot. "Ji Chang won," retorted some people from the Ji clan. "Indeed," said Pei Dong Lai, nodded agreement. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, you borrowed too much strength. You're fourth. Are you okay with that?" Lin Feng released more life chi, opening his eyes and looking at Pei Don Lai. "If I say I'm not okay with that, will you rank me third?" "I won't," replied Pei Don Lai indifferently. "Then why do you need to talk shit?" Lin Feng said serenely. Pei Don Lai's face stiffened. Pei Don Lai groaned icily. "You're lucky, I'm telling you. Besides, the event is over, so now Yin Rue is going to announce Yin Yu's wedding. Last time, you asked if your younger brother could get married to her. Well, so sorry about that." The members of the Yin clan looked furious, especially Yin Rue. He was the one who was supposed to announce Yin Yu's wedding and Pei Don Lai had spoken up first. Now they couldn't say anything anymore. However, Lin Feng just looked unmoved. He looked at Pei Don Lai and smiled mockingly. "The members of the Great Imperial Palace are in charge of managing this event. It's been many years. You have power in the holy city, that's just symbolic. However, if you mess around with the imperial ranking list, people won't care about it anymore," said Lin Feng in a disdainful way. I don't care whether I'm third or fourth on your stupid list. I know how strong I am. You can remove my name from your list if you want. We'll see if people will still care about it. You need such a list to have power. The people on it don't need to be on it. If you want, you can even put my name at the bottom of the list. I don't give a shit, said Lin Feng, pointing at Pei Don Lai. He was making fun of Pei Don Lai. Would Pei Don Lai put Lin Feng's name at the bottom of the list? They just controlled the list, so it was useless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1970, End of the Pathfinder Day. Chapter 1970, End of the Pathfinder Day. Pei Don Lai looked at Lin Feng icily. The imperial ranking list gave them power in the holy city. Lin Feng was right. It was a symbol. Of course, he couldn't put Lin Feng's name at the bottom of the list. They needed a list, but cultivators didn't need one. It's impossible to say who won this battle. However, Lin Feng is a medium-level emperor. And he was fair in his battle against Ji Chang. He's third for now. They can fight again another day and we'll determine the winner then, said Ren Tianxing at that moment. Lin Feng's name appeared in the third position. The crowd looked at the imperial ranking list and everyone took a deep breath. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had risen up to the third position. Nobody had anticipated that. Now, he was as dazzling as Chu Chunxiu. Pei Don Lai looked at the list and remained silent. Lin Feng looked at Yin Rue, noticing that Yin Rue looked angry. If he had a choice, he would have killed Lin Feng without hesitation. Lin Feng looked at Yin Yu. Poor girl. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Pei Dongqing icily. He wanted to kill him. Pei Dongqing looked furious. Would Lin Feng dare kill him? You're third in the imperial ranking list. The event is over, said Pei Don Lai calmly. Everybody was sad. They didn't want the event to finish. Finally, it was over. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Back then, you reached the top of the list when you had the strength of the top of the Huangqi layer. Lin Feng slowly stood up. He looked at Pei Don Lai, the members of the Yin clan, and the crowd. He flitted over next to Meng Qing and said, "Let's go back to university." Wu Shan looked at Lin Feng and Yin Yu, but in the end he followed Lin Feng. They went back to the university. The top 10 of the imperial ranking list was now Ying Chang, Xu Chunxiu, Lin Feng, Ji Chang, Dozhan Sang, Dili, Shi Yinfeng, Shuai Feng, Yin Gutian, and Wang Zhong. There had been huge changes. Yin Rue slowly rose up into the air and said to Yin Gutian, "Gutian, go back to the clan and practice cultivation." "I understand," said Yin Gutian, nodding stiffly. The two young people of the Yin clan couldn't join the great imperial palace. The event had been tragic for Yin Gutian. "Brother Pei," said Yin Rue to a strong cultivator of the Pei clan with a smile. The strong cultivator of the Pei clan said, "Brother Yin Rue, I'll personally come to the Yin clan to propose a marriage alliance." The Pei clan and the Yin clan were big clans in the holy city. They had to be polite and friendly. "I see." Yin Rue nodded and didn't say much. Their two big clans were going to become allies. Lin Feng was extremely strong, but in the end, Yin Rue had to choose power over strength. The most furious clan wasn't the Pei clan or the Yin clan on this day, however. It was the Ji clan. Ji Chang, champion. A year ago, everybody admired him, and then Lin Feng had ruined his champion ceremony. Now, a year had passed, and on the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, Ji Chang had lost 3 times. He had lost against Ying Chang, which didn't matter because Ying Chang was extremely strong. But then he had lost against Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng. How humiliating. However, the Ji clan had no choice but to admit that Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng were extremely strong, especially Lin Feng. He only had the strength of a medium-level emperor, but he was already such an incredible cultivator. And now they could only wait for Ji Chang to recover from having used the mysterious technique. I hope that Ji Chang won't give up, sighed the leader of the Ji clan. Ji Chang could only rely on his own self now. The crowd started dispersing. Maybe that all those geniuses would be at the top of the region of the Dark Night someday. Of course, nobody could anticipate and predict the future. Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng were now famous in the Holy City, like Ying Chang and Ji Chang. Many powerful clans knew their names now, especially since they had defeated Ji Chang the champion. Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng had the potential to become champions, if they didn't die. Everybody went back to their clan holds. The Yin clan, the Pei clan, and the Ji clan tried to think of ways to get rid of Lin Feng. They all hated him, especially the Ji clan. In a palace in the Ji clan, many people looked glum. "Tell me what you think," the leader of the Ji clan asked them. "Lin Feng had that guy Blind Woyo. He caused trouble in our clan. He killed Ji Jiang, and now he beat Ji Chang. He must die," said a strong cultivator slowly. Everybody nodded agreement. The Ji clan had many enemies, but usually they didn't care about them too much. Even though Lin Feng was just one person, he was very talented and the Ji clan couldn't forget about him. The leader of the Ji clan was also convinced that Lin Feng would pose a threat to them sooner or later. Even though we don't know where he's from, we know he doesn't have a powerful background. He is backed up by some clans in the vast celestial ancient city. We'll have to be careful of them. But our biggest problem is Champion University. "I have a few suggestions," spoke up a middle-aged man. Many people looked at him. "Tell us," ordered the leader of the Ji clan. "Lin Feng's existence isn't a problem to us. It's even a good thing for Ji Chang. Lin Feng is talented, he will continue rising. Ji Chang will feel even more determined and motivated. He is a champion, he is very motivated and talented," began that person slowly. The leader of the Ji clan and the others nodded. Ji Chang was definitely very determined. Champions were always determined. He wasn't as talented as Lin Feng, but he was determined and nothing was impossible. Good. However, we can always oppress him when we have opportunities. Just don't kill him, that way Champion University won't be able to say anything. "We'll see how Lin Feng will react," said the leader of the Ji clan. Everybody nodded consent. If Lin Feng was constantly oppressed, he wouldn't be able to rise and Ji Chang might manage to surpass him again at some point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1971, Preventing the Wedding from Happening. Chapter 1971, Preventing the Wedding from Happening. After the event, the holy city became much less lively. The geniuses started meditating in seclusion again. Many people felt even more motivated after the event. Many cultivators who didn't understand Tao strength had now observed people using Tao strength and felt even more determined. It was the same after each Pathfinder day. The geniuses wanted to become even stronger. They couldn't stop thinking about cultivation. It had been 100 years since people had seen such an intense Pathfinder day. These geniuses were incredibly strong. Lin Feng had benefited a lot from the event. His understanding of things had deepened. He understood demon strength much better than before, and he had made a huge step on the path of life and death. He had also realized how important soul battles were. If a cultivator's soul wasn't powerful enough, then they couldn't protect themselves properly. Geely could kill people in the blink of an eye by attacking their souls, even cultivators of the top of the Huangqi layer. He was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged. He had been meditating for 7 days already and was recovering. There was a jade talisman in the air in front of him, his consciousness was inside it. Buddhism and diabolism are really similar. Geely can release a Yaksa Ghost King, Dozhan Seng can also release a different Yaksa King. Yaksa Kings could be demons from hell or wrathful versions of Buddhist divinities, murmured Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was visualizing 5 Buddha images: Akalanatha, Trailokayavijaya, Kwalividyaraja, Yamantaka, and Vajrayaksa. Lin Feng focused on Vajrayaksa, who was surrounded by dazzling lights and holding a Vajra, in addition to 5 cobalt weapons. He had bells, and the sound of his bells could enlighten the benighted and destroy evil strength. He had obtained the Wisdom King from Juzi. It was a precious treasure. Lin Feng was convinced that Wisdom King was very mysterious and excellent for protecting his soul. It was also useful to study some extremely powerful Buddhist techniques. Some days passed, and inside Lin Feng's spirit world, Lin Feng cleansed his Devamara body again. His physical strength kept increasing. He needed to be cleansed by Devamara Kalpa strength a few more times and improve his Devamara body, and he would attain the physical strength of a high-level emperor. Of course, Lin Feng's priority was to understand Tao strength. Lin Feng wanted to understand a second type of Tao strength, but it was too difficult. He opened his eyes, and another Lin Feng was next to him, one of his clones. The 2 cultivators became one again. His eyes twinkled coldly. Some time had passed since the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, and the Pei clan had already proposed a marriage alliance to the Pei clan. The next day, they were going to discuss the wedding. Actually, if it had only been about Yin and Pei Dongqing, the clans wouldn't have been open about it, as those 2 people weren't very strong. Nor were they important. It was still an incredible thing because 2 very powerful and ancient clans were going to become allies. Everybody understood that in the holy city. Lin Feng turned around. Lin Wushan was in the distance by the waterfall. Xiaoya was there too. Lin Wushan had also heard about the wedding. "Wushan!" shouted Lin Feng to his brother. Lin Wushan turned around and looked at Lin Feng, who was coming towards him. Lin Feng said, "Tomorrow, we'll go to the Pei clan to congratulate them." "Bro!" Lin Wushan looked stupefied. "Congratulate them?" Lin Feng laughed and slapped his brother's shoulder. "You found a girl who loves you, I'll help you. But you have to remember something: in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself. The only way to be respected by people is to be strong enough." "All right," nodded Lin Wushan, his eyes bloodshot. He understood that so well now. Lin Feng sighed. He remembered when his brother was a baby. Lin Feng could help his brother sometimes, but it would be best if he could rely on himself. Some things weren't easy in the cultivation world. The Pei clan in the Holy City was an ancient clan. It had existed for a very long time, and they had many strong cultivators. Their headquarters were in a mountain range. The mountain range was boundless. People felt tiny when standing at the foot of the mountains. From the various peaks, the scenery was spectacular, with many palaces and courtyards. The Pei clan was in the center of the mountain range. There were also many small worlds opening up there. It was impossible to see them all. Many people were going up the mountain. There was an illusionary gate high up in the mountains with gigantic words at the top, Pei clan. There were pillars on both sides of the way leading to the gate and mist floating up in the air. When Lin Feng arrived at that legendary palace, he picked the southern gate. When Lin Wushang and Lin Feng arrived, a guard of the Pei clan recognized Lin Feng. He had been at the Pathfinder event, so he had Lin Feng in there. Lin Feng. The guard frowned when he saw Lin Feng and Lin Wushang and said, "What are you doing here?" "We came to congratulate the Pei clan." "Aren't we welcome?" Lin Feng asked calmly. The guard's eyes glittered. He stared at Lin Feng and Lin Wushang. The first thing he thought when he saw them was that they had come to cause trouble. However, Lin Feng and Lin Wushang were alone. What could they do? "I see. Please," said the strong cultivator indifferently. Even if they knew that Lin Feng wasn't sincere, they were a big ancient clan, they had nothing to fear. Lin Feng walked through the gate and entered the Pei clan. There were many spectacular palaces, all of them beautiful and gigantic, enough to accommodate many dozens of people. Many people had already come to offer congratulations. There were many people from famous families such as the Ji clan, the Yuan clan, and of course the Yin clan. Lin Feng. At that moment, many people noticed Lin Feng. They were stupefied. Since the Pathfinder Day, everybody had been talking about Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu in the Holy City. Everybody knew there were tensions between Lin Feng and the Pei and the Yin clans. What was Lin Feng doing there? The banquet's purpose was to talk and plan the wedding. Lin Feng. Pei Dongcheng noticed Lin Feng and Lin Wushang and said mockingly, "You brought your little brother here to enjoy fine liquors? I didn't come to get drunk. I came here to bring presents," said Lin Feng smiling. He looked at an elder of the Pei clan and said, "My brother likes Yin and Yin likes him, I'll pay the full price to cancel the wedding." The crowd looked at Lin Feng strangely. Was he insane? He was talented and had a high position in Champion University, but he couldn't cancel the marriage alliance between the Pei clan and the Yin clan. "Unfortunately, even if you pay the full price, it won't work," said the elder of the Pei clan calmly. Lin Feng wanted to cancel the wedding? Was that even possible? Lin Feng ignored him and smiled, "I am talented thanks to some ancient holy scriptures. You all know that." When the crowd heard Lin Feng, many people suddenly stared at him. "You said that even if I pay the full price, it won't change anything. Well, what about the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures?" asked Lin Feng, smiling at the elder indifferently. The elder's heart started pounding. Lin Feng was willing to give them the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1972, End of the Wedding Agreement. Chapter 1972, End of the Wedding Agreement. The Pei clan members stared at Lin Feng. The Pei clan was a very powerful clan and had incredibly strong cultivators, but with the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, they would become even stronger. For a whole clan, having such scriptures was very tempting. The elders of the Pei clan all dreamt of having the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. A marriage alliance was good for two clans to become stronger. But with the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, they could become stronger on their own. The crowd remained silent. Evidently, the elders of the Pei clan were tempted. The old man looked at Lin Feng, remained silent for a few seconds and finally smiled coldly. "You're joking. I don't believe you would be ready to abandon the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. I have only one brother. If you accept, I'll give you the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. If you accept, you have to cancel the wedding," Lin Feng said quietly. "Don't try to fool us." The elder tried to come back to his senses. If Lin Feng really wanted to give up the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, why didn't he go straight to the Yin clan? Why did he come to the Pei clan? Even if the Pei clan agreed, took the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and cancelled the wedding, the Yin clan would hate Lin Feng even more. "Even if we cancel the wedding, your brother won't be able to marry Inu. I'll be fair to both parties," said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. The members of the Yin clan were stupefied. Did Lin Feng want to give them the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures too? The elder of the Pei clan remained silent for a few seconds. He didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. But then he smiled. "Give me the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures first." "Do you think the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures are a toy? Say it publicly. If I give you the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, you agree to cancel the wedding," replied Lin Feng calmly. The elder's eyes kept glittering. He perfectly knew well that if he accepted publicly, he'd offend the Yin clan, but for the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. After a few seconds, the elder of the Pei clan looked at Yin Rui and said, "Brother Yin Rui, if we obtain the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, we will give them to you as a sign of respect. Yin Rui was stupefied. Then, the elder of the Pei clan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Alright, if you agree to pay with the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, the Pei clan will cancel the wedding," agreed the elder of the Pei clan finally. The Yin clan would understand. And in any case, it wasn't a firm statement. If they didn't obtain the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, they wouldn't cancel the wedding. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're wise. For the well-being of your clan, you prefer canceling the wedding." The elder looked at Lin Feng, his eyes were gleaming and said, "What about the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures?" "I need to think," smiled Lin Feng. "You're trying to trick me?" said the elder of the Pei clan, releasing ice-cold energies. "Master, I haven't promised anything yet," said Lin Feng. All the members of the Pei clan pulled a long face. One of them jumped forwards and released purple energies towards Lin Feng. It was Pei Dong Lai. "I came here to congratulate the Pei clan. Is that how you treat your guests?" said Lin Feng mockingly. The elder of the Pei clan waved and said, "Dong Lai." Pei Dong Lai recalled his chi, but he was really furious. During the Pathfinder Day, he hadn't been able to do anything, and now Lin Feng had come to the Pei clan to cause trouble. "Brother Yin Rui, I'm sorry for all this. I will send people to the Yin clan to apologize," said the elder of the Pei clan to Yin Rui apologetically. "Let's continue planning the wedding. We can't be influenced by rude and useless young people," said Yin Rui icily. Lin Feng looked at Yin Rui and smiled. "Master Yin Rui, if you really want the wedding to happen, I'll secretly give the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to the Pei clan during the wedding." "You heard what the elder of the Pei clan just said, and you can imagine what the consequences would be," said Lin Feng. The faces of the members of the Pei clan and the Yin clan stiffened when they heard Lin Feng. The Pei clan had just admitted they were ready to cancel the wedding if Lin Feng gave them the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Their elder knew that Lin Feng was trying to trick him, but he had still said he would cancel the wedding if he obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. What a sly and evil bastard! "The Pei clan doesn't want to see you here," said the strong cultivator of the Pei clan. Pei Dong Lai was furious. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Alright, since the Pei clan expels guests, I'm off, see you." Then, Lin Feng turned around and walked back to the gate with Lin Wushang. People's faces changed drastically. "Master Yin Rui, think about what I said. If the Pei clan is willing to cancel the wedding for the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, the Yin clan could also go back on their words too when making you and Wushang marry. That wouldn't be impolite since the Pei clan isn't serious about the wedding. And in the future, I will give the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to Yin Yu and Wushang's children. They'll also go to the Yin clan, they'll come see you and the other elders. The Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures will keep being transmitted to everyone in the clan," said Lin Feng loudly. Yin Rui's heart was pounding. Now the Yin clan had an opportunity. "And as I said, if the wedding happens, I will give the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to the Pei clan on the day of the wedding. I will do it secretly. Master Yin Rui, you can gamble if you want as well. If I give them the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, will they cancel the wedding at the last minute? You can decide." Lin Feng slowly disappeared in the distance. The members of the Pei clan were all furious. Lin Feng had tricked them. If Yin Rui really wanted the wedding to happen, one possibility was that on the day of the wedding, the Pei clan would receive the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and would cancel it at the last minute. If Yin Rui cancelled the wedding, maybe some years later, Lin Feng and the Yin clan would be friends. Yin Yu would bring the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures back to the Yin clan quite often for everybody to study. But it seemed too simple, even stupid people would choose the second option. Just like Lin Feng had said, the Pei clan cared more about the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures and they had said it openly, so if the Yin clan cancelled the wedding, it wouldn't be rude. Lin Feng is smart. A few sentences and he can make things change, muttered some guests to one another. Some of them were laughing on the inside. All of this had nothing to do with them, but they found such situations amusing. And besides, many other ancient clans hoped the Pei clan and the Yin clan wouldn't become allies. Any clan would have done the same thing as the Pei clan, they all would have chosen the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Those people cared about profit more than anything. That's how Lin Feng had come up with his plan. Who could refuse ancient holy scriptures, especially the celestial evolution holy scriptures? The celestial evolution holy scriptures could help anyone become stronger and even more talented. Lin Feng had left, and now Yin Rui had to make a decision. Everybody looked at Yin Rui. He had mixed feelings and didn't know what to think. If Lin Feng really gave the celestial evolution holy scriptures to the Pei clan on the day of the wedding, would they refuse? Of course not. He knew it. So Lin Feng was threatening him by doing that. If you cancel the wedding, we can be friends, we become like a family. The future of the Yin clan was now in Yin Rui's hands. Brother Yin Rui, don't listen to that bastard, said the elder of the Pei clan when he saw that Yin Rui's eyes were glittering. Brother Pei, have you forgotten what you've just said? Said Yin Rui indifferently and raised his head. The face of the Pei clan's elder stiffened. Lin Feng is sly. Brother Yin Rui, you've seen it too. I did, and he will probably continue. You may even obtain the celestial evolution holy scriptures. I'm sorry, but I can't gamble putting my clan at stake. I'm off, said Yin Rui coldly. He bowed before the elders of the Pei clan and waved at the people of his own clan. They were leaving. The members of the Pei clan were stupefied. They had offended the Yin clan? But the Yin clan would have done the same thing. Anyone would have done that. Lin Feng. The elders of the Pei clan looked furious and released Qi. Brother Pei, see you. See you. The other guests also left. The members of the Pei clan felt really awkward. Very quickly, there was nobody left, but there were many tables still laden with alcohol and food everywhere. The members of the Pei clan were furious. The temperature dropped and the wind whistled, but it didn't matter anymore. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore. He had done all he could. If this plan failed, he'd find another way. He wouldn't hesitate to resort to even more cruel methods. What had happened on that day quickly spread across the region. In the Yin clan, a young woman was smiling widely at Lin Feng's actions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1973, D Qi Layer and Above. Chapter 1973, D Qi Layer and Above. Lin Feng went back to Champion University. He left a clone outside and he headed to the Celestial Mountain. Above the clouds, Ancestor Shi Tian opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Feng. Little boy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Feng smiled and bowed before him. Master, I came because I need you to help me resolve doubts. What doubts? Asked Ancestor Shi Tian smiling. What is Tao? Asked Lin Feng to Ancestor Shi Tian. Ancestor Shi Tian looked at Lin Feng and smiled. You have just started walking on the path of life and death and now you're asking me what Tao is. Don't you think it's too early? If I don't understand what Tao is, how could I achieve enlightenment? Asked Lin Feng slowly. Cultivators had to choose their own path, which was closely linked to their Tao. The path was the Tao. Lin Feng was walking on the path of life and death. He could release life and death strength quickly and easily. The path of reincarnation allowed cultivators to force people to reincarnate in the blink of an eye. Destructive Tao allowed a cultivator to destroy mountains and rivers. But they were all just at the beginning of their path. Tao is awareness, Tao is strength, Tao is rules, replied the smiling Ancestor Shi Tian. What are the limits of Tao? Asked Lin Feng. The limits of Tao. Ancestor Shirtian was startled and sighed. The limit of Tao is when you transcend worldliness. Some people say that it's the Anatara, or the paramount, if you prefer. And some people also say that being able to transcend worldliness is creation. Transcend worldliness. Lin Feng was stupefied. But how many people can transcend worldliness? How many people can break free from the kiliacosm of the great Tao? There are millions of ways of reaching enlightenment. There are some people who can control earth and heaven. I'm an ancestor, I'm a holy great emperor, but I'm far from being able to transcend worldliness, Ancestor Shirtian sighed. Lin Feng's question made him think about lots of things. Being able to transcend worldliness was any cultivator's dream. The limit of cultivation is the paramount, creation, Lin Feng repeated to himself. He still didn't understand, of course. Ancestor, how strong are cultivators who have broken free from the great Tao? Lin Feng asked the ancestor. People who can break free from the kiliacosm of the great Tao are not affected by the rules of the earth and sky anymore. In one glance, they can destroy a whole world. With the power of the mind, they can create billions of asuras and hells in the blink of an eye. They are possibly immortal too. Such people transcend worldliness and attain holiness. They become arhats, said Ancestor Shirtian. He had not managed to transcend worldliness and attain holiness. Such people were extraordinary and unique. Sages? Murmured Lin Feng. Sages, sage rulers, peerless kings, agreed Ancestor Shirtian. His eyes were twinkling, a light beam emerged from his eyes and pierced through the ground. Sage rulers, peerless kings. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. He had never heard of such people before. He had never met such cultivators either. People who could transcend worldliness and attain holiness? People who were not affected by the rules of the world? People who could break free from the kiliacosm? For such people, Tao was just another strength. What is the cultivation level of sage rulers? Murmured Lin Feng. Maybe, murmured Ancestor Shirtian. Suddenly, he stopped and smiled. If there are stronger cultivators than peerless kings, then they definitely control the gods and spiritual beings. If you want to know whether such people really exist, you'll have to go and search for the answer yourself. Ancestor, I have the feeling I will soon understand Tao's strength, but I can't touch it. How should I go about this? Asked Lin Feng. Forget about it, Tao models itself after nature. Today you can't, but someday, you'll suddenly understand something and you'll be able to touch it, replied Ancestor Shirtian with a knowing smile. Tao models itself after nature. Forget, murmured Lin Feng. Ancestor Shirtian nodded. Many cultivators of the Huang Qi layer start understanding Tao when they reach the top of the Huang Qi layer. But it's not something you can understand that easily, it's something that just happens. It's fate. Some people have an advantage, they have marks of the path, they can use them to understand Tao faster. But as usual, it's good to make steady progress incrementally. And if you can't touch it, it doesn't matter, forget about it, Tao models itself after nature, just accept that. I see, I wasn't trying to understand the right thing then, I have to be patient and seize the right opportunities. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng understood he had to experience life and death to understand life and death Tao. Tao wasn't a special spell, cultivators couldn't practice cultivation and meditate to study Tao. Lin Feng wondered when he would be able to understand that mysterious Tao. Is there anything I can help you with in terms of cultivation? Ancestor Shirtian asked. Lin Feng was very talented, so he was happy to help him. It was an honor for an ancestor to watch such an incredible young man grow up. He hoped that someday Lin Feng would be able to surpass him. Ancestor, my cultivation is complex, I understand many kinds of strength, but some of them are really powerful and giving them up would be a pity, but what should I do? Asked Lin Feng. You have to choose the things which allow you to be as strong as possible, which help you in battles, for example your ancient imprints technique. Choose what can help you during battles, for example your deployment spells. Choose things which you can't use now, but which have an incredible potential, like the 9 Netherworld's demonic song. Besides that, use the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to help you understand some side types of strength, and give up the rest forever. It is a pity, but they are already useless. Lin Feng nodded. It was difficult for him to assess his own situation, sometimes other people had more insight. Lin Feng hadn't thought Ancestor Shi Tian would understand him so well, though. Ancient imprints, deployment spells, 9 Netherworld's demonic song, Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Ancestor Shi Tian already knew almost everything Lin Feng knew. It's difficult when you're talented to make decisions, you have so many options. Talented people have access to so many skills, spells, techniques, and ancient scriptures, but as you become stronger, you realize you can't learn and master everything. If someday you realize a certain type of strength can be useful, it might not be too late, explained Ancestor Shi Tian. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that. He had many books, spells, techniques and powers. He had already chosen the best scriptures for himself, the indestructible Devamara scriptures, the 3 Lives scriptures, and the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. He also had the Godly Awareness Palace, and now had the Wisdom King scriptures, a perfect combination. He didn't need more scriptures for now. Anything else? Asked Ancestor Shi Tian. Lin Feng looked pensive for a few seconds and smiled. When I become a high-level emperor, I may have more questions. All right. Ancestor Shi Tian nodded. Lin Feng bowed and turned around. Do you want to take the exam to become a champion? A university champion? Ancestor Shi Tian asked him. When I reach the top of the Huang Qi layer, I won't need a crown to dissuade people. I will already be able to defeat anyone, Lin Feng replied calmly, without turning around. Ancestor Shi Tian laughed. Arrogant little boy. Ancestor Shi Tian liked him. Tao models itself after nature. When you achieve enlightenment, you break free from the great Tao. When you understand Tao intent, stop focusing on cosmic energies. Cosmic energies are just an intermediary step before Tao, they're not the foundation of Tao. Your blue Uptala lotus contains Tao intent, it can help you fuse all your cosmic energies together. You can try and forget about the nature of cosmic energies and you will see, maybe that way they will continue fusing together, Ancestor Shi Tian told him. Lin Feng suddenly stopped moving, then turned around and bowed again. Then, he left the celestial mountain. Ancestor Shi Tian watched Lin Feng leave and smiled in satisfaction. Old dude, how is my sense of judgment? Said Ancestor Shi Tian. A silhouette appeared next to him, forming into Ancestor Shi Tian. You think you have a good sense of judgment? Huffed Ancestor Shi Tian, twitching his mouth. He said, because of you, he almost got killed by Ji Chang's club. And now you dare tell me that? Bullshit, you need to go through hardships to become stronger. Now he became much stronger, retorted Ancestor Shi Tian. Then, he smiled and said, hey, by the way, do you think he'll ever reach that level? Ancestor Shi Tian's eyes glittered. It was his dream to transcend worldliness and attain holiness. If Champion University had such a cultivator, they'd become the best university and the rulers in the Dark Night region. I don't know. The Holy City has existed for so many years, we have seen so many geniuses, many champions, and the best they've achieved was becoming holy great emperors. At our level, it's difficult to become stronger. But I hope he will succeed. Sighed Ancestor Shi Tian. He hoped Lin Feng would manage to become a peerless cultivator. But there was hope. As a medium-level emperor, he had defeated a champion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1974, Path of the Great Imperial King. Chapter 1974, Path of the Great Imperial King. In Champion University, before the waterfall, Lin Feng was practicing cultivation. After having left the Celestial Mountain, he had done nothing but practice cultivation. He had stopped focusing on Tao, he focused on strength. "Brother!" called out someone at that moment. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw a young, slender, and elegant woman. It was Xiaoya. "Little girl," said Lin Feng. He stood up and gave Xiaoya a welcome hug. Xiaoya usually didn't disturb him. What was going on? "Brother, Ying Chang is going to become a great emperor. I want you to bring me to Great Emperor's Mountain," Xiaoya said to Lin Feng. Great Emperor's Mountain was a mysterious mountain in the holy city. Its summit reached the sky and it contained celestial qi. People liked to go there to study the strength of the earth and sky. Many strong cultivators went there when they sensed that they were about to break through to the Di-Chi layer. "Ying Chang is finally going to break through?" murmured Lin Feng. During the Pathfinder event, Ying Chang had sensed he was about to break through to the Di-Chi layer. Many days had passed and finally, he was going to break free from the Huang Qi layer. He was going to become a great emperor, a level many people dreamed of reaching someday in their life. Even in the holy city, great emperors were considered extremely strong cultivators. Even though they weren't considered extremely strong in some ancient clans, at the scale of the Dark Knight region, where there were many weak people, great emperors were considered incredible. Many great emperors decided to create their own sects and clans. Great Emperor Cheng and Cheng Di Mountain, and the leader of Sword Mountain, their leaders were all great emperors. The Di-Chi layer was divided into 3 levels. They were strong enough to create sects and clans. Then, there were the Celestial Emperors. They were great and respected scholars who could create ancient clans, travel the world free and unfettered, and had few enemies. And there were Holy Great Emperors. That cultivation level already had the word holy in it. Those people could travel anywhere in the continent of the 9 clouds, there was no place they couldn't go. They usually had an incredible social status, and they could create ancient holy clans. Most people in the world admired them. Most people didn't know what there was above the Di-Chi layer. Such people had managed to transcend worldliness and attain holiness. They had broken free from the great Tao. They were like gods in the world, totally legendary. Maybe the people who were at the head of shrines were people like that, peerless kings, people who had managed to transcend worldliness and attain holiness. Sage kings, holy kings, peerless kings. For many people, people who managed to become champions in the holy city had the potential to become such cultivators. There was hope for them. But to Lin Feng, such things were not important. The most important thing was to become as strong as possible. Someday, he'd rule over the world. Ying Chang, who was a champion, was going to become a great emperor now. "Alright, let's go to Great Emperor's Mountain," nodded Lin Feng. "Thank you, brother," said Xiaoya, jumping into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Even though you're still a little girl to me, you're a grown-up now. I will find a husband for you." "How dare you?" "I'm not talking to you anymore," said Xiaoya, beating his chest with her small fists. "Alright, I won't then, I'm too scared of you," replied Lin Feng, caressing her head. They left together. When students saw Lin Feng in Champion University, they looked at him with eyes full of admiration. That was Lin Feng, a medium-level emperor who had defeated Ji Chang the champion. He had become the 3rd cultivator of the imperial ranking list. He was a real genius, a superstar. "Brother Lin Feng," said some people, bowing before Lin Feng. They were from Tian Tai. Tian Tai was starting to surpass Ji Chang's club. The Stone Group and Ji Chang's club used to oppress Tian Tai, but those days were over. Ji Chang's club had lost some of their most outstanding cultivators, so now they really wanted to recruit more people. They were in a rush. Because of that, Yun Xingyan was also very busy. They had created new subgroups in Tian Tai, the core disciples managed them, and were in charge of the whole organization. Ho Ching Lin was still in charge of taking people abroad to practice and become stronger. Xingzhan was in charge of the training. Only Lin Feng did nothing. Each time Yun Qingyan saw him, she kept complaining. Of course, Lin Feng had already become a symbol in Tiantai. Tiantai couldn't be Tiantai without him. These days, Tiantai's people could walk within Champion University freely without having to worry. Great Emperor's Mountain was a gigantic mountain, its peak piercing through the clouds. It was located in a boundless mountain range. There was a terrifying ocean of qi at the top of the smaller mountains around Great Emperor's Mountain. Many people had gathered, having heard that Ing Chang was going to become a great emperor. It was a great opportunity to see someone become a great emperor. It was a rare thing to see, even in the holy city. Each time some became a great emperor, many people wanted to watch. At the top of Great Emperor's Mountain, a silhouette was seated cross-legged and looking at the sky. He was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky. Clouds were forming above him. It was a spectacular sight. Path of the Great Imperial King, Auspicious Heavens. Ing Chang had been there for 3 days, more and more people arriving from everywhere in the holy city. Even now, people kept arriving unceasingly. Lin Feng and Xiaoya also arrived and landed on the top of a mountain. They looked at the top of Great Emperor's Mountain, where Ing Chang waited. Becoming a great emperor is incredible, your soul and the earth and sky fuse together. The strength of the earth and sky cleanse your body. Great emperor's energies don't disperse for a very long time. The longer the energies remain, the more spectacular it is, and the more potential a person has, murmured Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. Ing Chang's path was different from Emperor Wu Tianjian's path. Ing Chang was walking on the path of a great imperial king. When the water comes, a channel is naturally formed, and when conditions are ripe, success is naturally achieved. That's how Ing Chang was going to level up. Ing Chang had sensed that he was going to break through to the Di Qi layer, so he had tried to consolidate his foundation. Lin Feng glanced around. Some people looked at him in a friendly way, or indifferently, and some others looked at him coldly. Lin Feng ignored everyone, though. He just remained normal and calmly watched Ing Chang. "You're Lin Feng," said an old man at that moment. That old man had white hair and eyebrows. He looked peaceful and kind, with the demeanor of a transcendent being. He also looked unfathomable and enigmatic. "Who are you, master?" Lin Feng replied to the old man. He had suspicions. "I'm a nobody, I live in the mountains," smiled the old man. He looked very warm and gentle. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "I saw you on Pathfinder Day. You're very talented." I was amazed. "You understand 10 sorts of abstruse energies, if I'm not mistaken?" "Indeed," nodded Lin Feng. He controlled 10 sorts of abstruse energies, he had never hidden it, so it wasn't a secret anymore. Not bad at all. For many people, it's very difficult to understand one kind of Dao strength, but you already understand a dual Dao strength. You can also make many sorts of strength fuse together. I can't wait to see how strong you'll be when you perfectly understand Dao, the old man smiled. Lin Feng laughed, but said nothing. He didn't know why the old man was telling him these things. My Dao and the Dao you want to achieve are similar. Do you want to sense it? Asked the old man smiling. Lin Feng had doubts, but nodded. If you offer your help, I'd better accept deferentially than decline courteously. All right, look at me, said the old man smiled. Lin Feng looked at the old man's eyes. For a few seconds, he had the sensation he had ended up in another world, like an illusion. Now try to fuse your cosmic energies, said the old man. Lin Feng nodded and stretched out his hands. He released cosmic energies and suddenly, Lin Feng was stupefied. It felt like he had made them fuse together, but at the same time it was as if something had prevented him from completely condensing them. You might have made a mistake in your learning, that's why this thing happens. Relax, I will show you something about your understanding, said a voice in the illusion. Lin Feng let his energies flow naturally. The old man's voice was warm, which helped him relax. A mysterious strength penetrated into his brain. Tao models itself after nature. Tao requires good luck. You cannot reach the goal in one step. Lin Feng remembered what ancestor Shi Tian had told him. Suddenly, his consciousness became extremely wide, and loud sounds spread out in his head. Lin Feng shouted explosively, "Piss off!" Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the old man icily. His eyes were filled with death chi. "Piss off," said Lin Feng to the old man. The old man just kept smiling. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya, who was lying on the ground, asleep. Lin Feng understood that old man had studied the dream of life ancient scriptures or something similar. He was an expert at creating illusions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1975, Trying to Assassinate Ying Chang. Chapter 1975, Trying to Assassinate Ying Chang. Little boy, don't be angry. I'm helping you, said the white-bearded old man, smiling in a gentle way. He looked a little bit evil though. Bastard, you're a great emperor and you're trying to attack my memories. Which clan are you from? Lin Feng took Xiaoya in his arms and moved back a few steps, staring at the old man. The old man was extremely dangerous. He could make people fall asleep, and had tried to attack him. He was probably from a group Lin Feng had offended. The old man's kind face suddenly changed. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng sensed oppressive energies and had cold sweats. It was as if his body were about to explode. He could barely move, so he couldn't escape. He's so strong, he must be a celestial emperor, thought Lin Feng in astonishment. The old man rolled up his sleeves and a terrifying strength smashed Lin Feng away. Lin Feng kept staring at him. You ignorant baby, don't think that because you are a bit talented, you can do whatever you wish. You're in the holy city here, and no matter how strong you are, you'll never be able to compete with ancient holy clans. In front of me, you are a tiny little insect, a nobody, an insignificant person, shouted the white-bearded old man furiously. He looked extremely angry. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled coldly. At least, I'm honest. Could you tell me who you are? I'm from the Ji clan, my name is Ji Qingsong, replied the old man icily. Ji Qingsong, repeated Lin Feng, before saying, the Ji clan doesn't dare kill me, so you're trying to affect my memories, and they sent a celestial emperor to oppress and humiliate me? How ridiculous. You will regret what you did today. Empty words, piss off, said Ji Qingsong. He rolled up his sleeves again. Lin Feng had the sensation of an explosive strength surrounded him again. He suddenly coughed up blood. He looked at Ji Qingsong icily and left with Xiaoya. Ji Qingsong was annoyed. He initially wanted to attack Lin Feng's memories, to see if he could get a grasp on the celestial evolution holy scriptures, but he hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so careful. Even in the great dream, Lin Feng had managed to remain vigilant and break free. He had failed even though he was so close to success. He had only been able to humiliate Lin Feng in the end. But it didn't matter, he had managed to extract many secrets from that little girl's memories. Lin Feng and Xiaoya landed on another peak. Lin Feng woke her up, and she looked at him in surprise. Bro, what's wrong with me? Nothing, we met a guy from the Ji clan and he made you fall asleep using an illusionary dream technique, smiled Lin Feng softly. A strong cultivator from the Ji clan, dream technique. Xiaoya was stupefied. She had just had a very strange dream. In her dream, someone had asked her who she was, what her relation with Lin Feng was. She had told them everything. What's the matter, Xiaoya? Asked Lin Feng after he saw that her expression had changed drastically. Nothing, bro. When we go back to university, I'll go back to the small world, Xiaoya smiled. Lin Feng had his doubts but nodded. The cloud of qi was becoming bigger and bigger in the sky, Ying Cheng was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky. Soul strength was rotating around him. His map of several countries and their altars to the gods of earth and grain appeared behind him. At the same time, waves of energies pulsed and surged all around him. The sky became chaotic, displaying Ying Cheng's Tao strength. He's going to become a great emperor. Many people's eyes twinkled. The sky became strange, dazzling lights appeared all around him. His chi was fusing together with the earth and sky. He broke through. Those watching were impressed. A new great emperor had appeared in the holy city. He had reached a legendary cultivation level. Many champions had incredible destinies. Many of them became powerful and influential in the continent of the Nine Clouds. They had their statues with their names in all the different academic institutions. And now one of them had just become a great emperor. For Ying Cheng, it was a huge step. At that moment, the scenery looked spectacular. Threads of energies emitted whistling sounds. The earth and sky kept shaking. At that moment, an explosive and majestic strength invaded the whole region. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. That's Ying Cheng's strength? Those watching were astonished. What kind of chi was that? Ying Cheng had become that strong? Xiaoya's beautiful eyes kept twinkling, they were wide open in awe. Ying Cheng's face changed drastically. He looked like an ancient god. Ying Cheng, escape! Shouted someone at that moment furiously. Many strong cultivators started racing towards Great Emperor's mountain. An illusionary dragon elephant appeared, the atmosphere seemed to be collapsing. There was a terrifying destructive energy enveloping Ying Cheng. Thunderous boom and ear-splitting crackling spread out. A dazzling light beam appeared around Ying Cheng. Ying Cheng was bathing in those lights from another world, stars twinkling all about him. However, at that moment, the world finally broke apart. Ying Cheng broke a talisman and turned into a light beam. He had broken his protection talisman. His new enemies were now much stronger. Without his chaotic sky talisman, he wouldn't have been able to do much. Explosions and crackling sounds kept spreading out. Great Emperor's mountain started exploding, as Ying Cheng appeared in an empty space. He had two treasures from the Ying clan. The first one was an item which protected his life automatically, and he was using the second one. A gigantic hand appeared in the sky, moving towards a strong cultivator of the Ying clan. The strong cultivator was attacked by a roaring dragon elephant. It had the strength of a holy great emperor. The difference between celestial emperors and holy great emperors was astonishing. Rumbling and explosion sounds spread out. The area kept exploding. The strong cultivators of the Ying clan were hurled away, their faces turned deathly pale. Ying Cheng had broken through and some people were trying to kill him. In the distance, a gigantic dazzling sun appeared and charged towards the mountain. "Who's that strong cultivator?" thought the crowd. After a short time, the atmosphere became calm again. "You dare attack the Ying clan like that? Aren't you afraid that some incredible people of my clan could come to your clan and destroy it completely?" spoke a terrifying voice at that moment. Many people shuddered with fear. "Don't forget what we said back then. If you offend my clan, I'll destroy yours," said another extremely loud voice. It was impossible to detect where the chi came from. He came back. The crowd was astonished. 20 years had passed, and he was now back and wanted to kill Ying Cheng. He had even become a holy great emperor. But the Ying clan had given Ying Cheng many things to protect himself. They had to be extremely vigilant. In the holy city, many people had heard about those things. They knew perfectly well who that cultivator was. His grandson had died because of Ying Cheng. The Ying clan had also killed many people of his clan. In return, they had also killed many people from the Ying clan. A strong cultivator of the Ying clan had chased him, and he had disappeared. Now, 20 years had passed and he still wanted to get his revenge. Back then, Ing Chun used to be a low-level emperor and had just joined the Celestial Godly University. Now he was a great emperor. Many people had forgotten about these matters. 20 years was a lot of time, and Ing Chang was so talented that becoming a celestial emperor wouldn't be an issue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1976, Threat. Chapter 1976, Threat. However, someone who had just become a great emperor couldn't fight against a holy great emperor. After breaking the talisman, Ing Chang ran away. Ing Chang would have died without his talisman. The chaotic sky strength slowly dispersed. The grandiose chi dispersed too. Back then, the Ing clan had managed to force the celestial emperor to escape. Now he had become a holy great emperor, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Lin Feng's eyes were gleaming. Someone was trying to kill Ing Chang? A strong cultivator from the medicine clan. Lin Feng was astonished. Tantai's tribe. Tantai had told him back then, when he was a kid, a terrifying cultivator had risen in his tribe and had gone to the Celestial Godly University to study. Ing Chang and that cultivator used to be considered as the most outstanding geniuses of the university. The young man had even defeated Ing Chang. At the beginning, they were good friends, but then Ing Chang had killed him with some strange method. That young man was Ling Tian, and many people believed Ing Chang had used sly methods to kill him. When Tantai had told Ling Tian about those things, he was furious. In the medicine clan, many people became strong slowly. Their grand talents matured slowly, but in the end they could be terrifyingly strong. Ling Tian, back then, was a bit like Chu Chunxiu. Xiaoya? Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Xiaoya, who was staring at the sky. I'm alright, said Xiaoya, coming back to her senses. Brother, let's go back. Alright, said Lin Feng, nodded. However, at that moment, a silhouette came up next to them. It was Ji Qing Song. Lin Feng frowned and his eyes glittered. Don't rush. I have good news for you, Ji Qing Song smiled. Then, he said to Lin Feng using telepathy, tell me, if the Ing clan knew about your relation to him, what would they do? Eh? Lin Feng looked at him icily. Relation to him? Ji Qing Song stared at Lin Feng and then at Xiaoya. Xiaoya looked extremely nervous. Ha, don't tell me you don't know Xiao Wu Tian? Said Ji Qing Song, still using telepathy. Lin Feng was startled. Xiao Wu Tian, Mr. Xiao? What does that have to do with Mr. Xiao? Lin Feng looked thoughtful. But suddenly, he remembered something. Medicine, the medicine clan, don't bring Xiaoya to the holy city. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed drastically. His heart started pounding. He looked at the sky. Mr. Xiao? You remember, it seems. Lin Feng, how would the Ying clan react if they knew that the little girl next to you is Xiao Wu Tian's granddaughter, Xiaoling Tian's biological little sister, can you guess? Said Ji Qing Song, still using telepathy. Lin Feng's face kept twitching. Ling Tian, Xiao Wu Tian's grandson. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya. He understood many things suddenly. His eyes twinkled and he said, you're a great emperor, you attacked a young woman using a dream technique, you're a despicable bastard. Little insolent bastard. Don't worry, continue insulting me. However, let me tell you one thing, right now, give me the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, otherwise, the Yin clan will know your little secret really soon. Even Champion University won't be able to protect you and that little girl. The tensions between the Ying clan and Xiao Wu Tian go beyond your imagination. Champion University can't get involved. Xiao Wu Tian's life is in peril, said Ji Qing Song icily. This was the perfect time for Xiao Wu Tian to show up. He could use him to threaten Lin Feng. You want the Ji clan to get involved in Xiao Wu Tian and the Ying clan's issues? Replied Lin Feng icily. I'm not from the Xiao clan, I just consider Xiaoya like my little sister. No matter what the Ying clan thinks, they won't dare attack me. However, if the Ying clan dares capture Xiaoya, I'll tell Xiao Wu Tian about you, Ji Qing Song. And then Xiao Wu Tian will get very, very angry at the Ji clan. Eh? Ji Qing Song's face stiffened. Lin Feng was threatening him? You don't care about that little girl's life? Said Ji Qing Song icily. You're a despicable bastard. Even if I accept a compromise, you won't stop and I will have nowhere to hide, so I have no other choice, said Lin Feng firmly. He couldn't submit, especially to such a despicable man. Are you sure? Said Ji Qing Song, coldly releasing cold chi. He looked at Xiaoya and said, if that girl ends up in the Ying clan's hands, it will be a nightmare. If the Ji clan gets involved, get ready to see all the young people of the Ji clan die in atrocious conditions. How many holy great emperors does the Ji clan have to protect them all? Even if you go back to the Ji clan, the situation might become dangerous for you. I'll tell Xiao Wu Tian to watch the Ji clan closely, retorted Lin Feng icily. Then, he turned around, took Xiaoya's hands and said, let's go. They left. Ji Qing Song stared at Lin Feng's back in an evil way. Back then, Xiao Wu Tian had killed many strong cultivators of the Ying clan. The Ying clan had turned into an inescapable net, and sent people to Xiao Wu Tian's tribe. After that, Xiao Wu Tian had stopped killing people from the Ying clan. To prevent a massacre, Xiao Wu Tian and the Ying clan had agreed to kill only people who were directly related by blood to Xiao Wu Tian or to Ying Chang. Xiao Wu Tian was terrifyingly strong, and his concealment techniques were incredible. Thanks to his concealment techniques, the Ying clan hadn't managed to corner him when he was a celestial emperor. In the end, they had still found him and injured him, so he had left the holy city. More than 20 years had passed. Xiao Wu Tian had now become a holy great emperor and come back. The first person he wanted to kill was Ying Chang. If the Ji clan got involved, Xiao Wu Tian would definitely slaughter them like he had done the Ying clan back then. Ji Qing Song had to be very careful. Xiaoya, did you know it was your grandfather? Lin Feng asked Xiaoya as they were flying. Her beautiful eyes glittered. She understood that Lin Feng knew. Brother, I didn't know he would come either, but I know that during the few days it took Ying Cheng to break through, my grandpa might come back because it was the best timing, replied Xiaoya in a gentle voice. She felt guilty. So many years had passed, she had had the premonition her grandfather would come back to the holy city, and now it had happened. Don't worry, little girl. Mr. Xiao has now become incredibly strong. The Ying clan can't do much against him, said Lin Feng, caressing her hair and smiling. When we arrive, I'll send you to the small world. If Ji Qing Song tells people about your secret, it could become dangerous for you. In the small world, nobody can find you. The Ying clan won't do anything to me directly either. All right, good, Xiaoya nodded. She knew it was important. If Ji Qing Song hadn't been there, nobody would have guessed who she was. She had already grown up. But now Ji Qing Song knew her secret and her grandfather had come back. She had to be very careful. In front of Lin Feng's boat, a cloud appeared and a silhouette solidified within it. Lin Feng was startled and stopped quickly. Grandfather! Murmured Xiaoya. The silhouette turned around, revealing an old man with many wrinkles. He still looked like an ordinary old man, he hadn't changed. Mr. Xiao. Lin Feng smiled at Mr. Xiao. The old man came over to the boat and pinched Xiaoya's cheeks. He smiled and said in a gentle way, my little Xiaoya, you're a grown-up now and you look so beautiful. Grandfather. Xiaoya answered happily, hugging her grandfather. She immediately started crying. Mr. Xiao smiled wryly. He caressed her hair and said, you're an adult now, don't cry like a little girl. Mr. Xiao looked at Lin Feng and smiled, little Lin Feng, you're a big boy too now. I hope keeping Xiaoya with you wasn't too troublesome. Mr. Xiao, without you, I would be dead. Xiaoya is like a sister to me, there's nothing troublesome about it, Lin Feng smiled. Mr. Xiao nodded. Back then, I had noticed you were really strong and had potential, but I would have never thought you'd become so strong so quickly. You're still in your 20s and you're already famous in the holy city, an extraordinary person. You remind me of my grandson. I hope that someday, you'll become a great king in the region and the continent. I will, stated Lin Feng, nodding and clenching his fists. He was very self-confident. It was necessary to become a peerless cultivator. But, Mr. Xiao, we have a problem. Ji Qingsong from the Ji clan inspected Xiaoya's memories using a dream technique and cheated her. He now knows who she is, and he also threatened me, said Lin Feng to Mr. Xiao. He had to be honest. Mr. Zhao's eyes glittered with ice-cold lights and he said, I know Ji Qingsong. He poses as a person of high morals. He has the demeanor of a transcendent being, but he's truly devious. He would dare to do anything. I'll go and kill him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1977, Plotting Against Ji Qingsong. Chapter 1977, Plotting Against Ji Qingsong. When Lin Feng heard Mr. Xiao, he was startled and said, Mr. Xiao, if you go and kill him openly, the Ji clan will be infuriated. It wouldn't be good for you. We need to do it secretly. Do you have any ideas? Mr. Xiao asked him. He wanted to get his revenge in killing Chang, but if he offended the Ji clan too, it would be even more difficult. Having to deal with the Yin clan was already difficult enough. Ji Qingsong threatened me. I will tell him we should meet alone, and at that moment, you'll have the opportunity to attack. You'll need to do it secretly and in one strike. That way, the Ji clan won't know it was you, said Lin Feng. Mr. Dao's eyes glittered. If we do that, the Ji clan will inspect your memories and find out about it. I'm just a medium-level emperor. The Ji clan wouldn't think I killed Ji Qingsong. That would be impossible. Smiled Lin Feng. Mr. Xiao nodded agreement. Besides, Lin Feng was also backed up by Champion University. If the Ji clan said that the cultivator's death had something to do with Lin Feng would ask the elders of Champion University for help. The Ji clan wasn't strong enough to pressure Champion University. Mr. Xiao, what do you intend to do in the future? Lin Feng asked Mr. Xiao. Don't worry about me, laughed Mr. Xiao. His chi changed, and he looked like an ordinary old man again. He also changed his face and smiled at Lin Feng. He was a consummately skilled cultivator. Let's find a place to land. Then, I'll make Ji Qingsong come and you can kill him secretly, said Lin Feng to Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao nodded. The three of them continued flying and arrived in a boundless place, somewhere people wouldn't notice them. Lin Feng, Mr. Xiao, and Xiaoya landed and someone appeared. If the Ji clan had seen that person, they would have recognized him, Ji Jiang. Ji Jiang and Ji Qingsong were related by blood. Ji Jiang hadn't changed. He looked colder though, his eyes had become darker. His chi was also colder. It was impossible to notice something was different. Lin Feng controlled him. The demon puppet technique of the ancient demon clan was complex. To control someone, one couldn't injure them, they had to be perfectly fit. His talent didn't change, either. It was much more efficient, but much more complex than Master Mi's technique back then, and Master Mi had only been able to control people who weren't too strong. Ji Qingsong spent some time at Great Emperor's Mountain and then headed back to the Ji clan. He was seated on a cloud and flew slowly. He kept thinking about his plots. Lin Feng was sly and bold. Surprisingly, he hadn't managed to influence the young man. Lin Feng had even threatened him back. Now, he was wondering how he could fool Lin Feng. Ji Qingsong really wanted the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. But he only knew two people in the Holy City who had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu. They were both incredible cultivators and were both on the imperial ranking list. It was impossible to attack them, especially since they were backed up by the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures in Champion University. But he was still trying to find a method. Even if he couldn't get the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, he wouldn't let Lin Feng off, especially now that he knew some of his secrets. As Ji Qingsong was thinking up a plot, he was also getting closer and closer to the Ji clan. At that moment, someone rose up in the air to greet him. Grandpa. Eh? Ji Qingsong was surprised when he saw Ji Jiang. He frowned and asked, Ji Jiang, what's wrong with you? You disappeared for such a long time. What happened when you went and chased Lin Feng with the others? Grandpa, Gao, and I are the only ones still alive. Lin Feng imprisoned us. He's really strong. Ji Jiang looked extremely sad. Ji Qingsong nodded and said, I know, I saw him during the Pathfinder Day. He's terrifyingly strong. How did you escape? He released me willingly, said Ji Jiang. Ji Qingsong was stupefied. Why would Lin Feng do that? Grandpa, thank you, he asked me who you were to me, I told him, and then he released me. He told me he wanted to meet you, he said he was ready to pay the price, but only once, said Ji Jiang slowly. Ji Qingsong's eyes twinkled and he said to Ji Jiang, did he tell you anything else? Only that. What's going on, Grandpa? Don't worry about it. He went back to Champion University so quickly and released you, . No, Lin Feng has a precious treasure, a kind of golden tower. I was imprisoned in that tower with Gao and some members of the Yuan clan. He's still not far from Great Emperor's Mountain, replied Ji Jiang. Did he ask you to lead the way? Asked Ji Qingsong. Grandpa, I don't want to go back. Ji Jiang started shaking. Good for nothing, I'm here, why would you be afraid? Said Ji Qingsong angrily. His eyes kept glittering, wondering if Lin Feng had plotted anything. And what was Lin Feng's exact relationship with Xiao Wutian? Maybe that they had been in touch the whole time and he wanted the old man to kill him. Ji Qingsong had many doubts. He had always been vigilant, especially at his cultivation level. He was a celestial emperor. Lin Feng said he was waiting for you and that even without me, you'd easily find him, Ji Jiang pressed. Ji Qingsong nodded and said, all right, go back to the clan and see the leader, he's been looking for you the whole time. Yes, sir. Ji Jiang nodded and left. Ji Qingsong took out a talisman and returned in the direction of Great Emperor's Mountain once again. When Ji Qingsong arrived at the mountain range, he noticed a mountain where Lin Feng was indeed there. Everybody else had left. Lin Feng, did you decide to ensure your safety by giving me the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures? Asked Ji Qingsong, frowning and staring at Lin Feng. I can't give you the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, but I can give you some other ancient scriptures which are about soul strength. Alright, show me the ancient scriptures first though, let me see if I need them, said Ji Qingsong narrowing his eyes. Watch carefully, said Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes gradually became pitch black. He started chanting and a mysterious strength emerged from his eyes. Flames suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a Yaksa king appeared, holding a gigantic steel fork. He looked imposing and awe-inspiring, like a bodhisattva who wanted to kill demons, with 3 heads and 6 arms. He could attack people's souls. You're just a medium-level emperor and the power of that skill is already explosive, observed Ji Qingsong. He remained silent for a few seconds as everything disappeared. That's something I learned from the Wisdom King's scriptures. You can learn how to visualize the 5 Wisdom Kings, they are very powerful Buddhist scriptures. You just saw one of the Wisdom Kings, Vajrayaksa. What do you think? Lin Feng asked evenly. Ji Qingsong smiled and said, "Great. Transmit the scriptures to me using your godly awareness." "Alright, I will transmit the scriptures to you using my godly awareness. But don't forget what I said, I won't do this twice," said Lin Feng coldly. "Of course, and I will keep your secret," said Ji Qingsong smiled. "Let's go somewhere else. The content is gigantic, the transfer will take time. Let's go into the valley," said Lin Feng, starting down the mountain. Ji Qingsong spoke up, "Wait. What else do you want?" Lin Feng asked coldly. "You see that talisman, my godly awareness is inside it. I've transmitted my godly awareness to my family. If I die, they will immediately know your secret," said Ji Qingsong, put another thread of godly awareness inside the talisman and smiled coldly. He had no choice, Lin Feng knew Mr. Xiao. He had to be vigilant. Lin Feng's face changed. Ji Qingsong noticed that and said, "Don't worry, I gave it to my family, I didn't tell anyone else. If I don't die, nobody will know about your secret. My son will be your secret. You're a great emperor and you need to play such little games with a little emperor?" said Lin Feng coldly. "I don't know your friends, I must be vigilant," rebutted Ji Qingsong shamelessly. "Just come with me," said Lin Feng, moving down into the valley. Ji Qingsong followed after Lin Feng. He was sure there was no danger now. At that moment, Ji Jiang was telling the members of the Ji clan what Lin Feng had told him. His silhouette flickered as he headed to Ji Qingsong's place. Ji Qingsong had bullied Lin Feng and Xiaoya, and threatened them and pried into Xiaoya's memories. Lin Feng was going to be merciless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1978, Great Battle. Chapter 1978, Great Battle. There were many valleys along Great Emperor's Mountain. Ji Qingsong and Lin Feng landed in one smoothly. "Is it good here?" asked Ji Qingsong. "This valley is so deep. Even if you need time to transmit the scriptures to me, I don't think anyone will find us." "Alright, open your godly awareness then," Lin Feng said after stopping. He turned around and looked at Ji Qingsong. Threads of godly awareness appeared and moved towards Ji Qingsong. Ji Qingsong's soul was extremely strong, Lin Feng couldn't attack him by surprise. He opened his godly awareness and actually received a book. It was an incredible book, representing extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. But Ji Qingsong didn't feel relaxed at all, he remained extremely vigilant. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. A cold wind started blowing. Many talismans appeared in Lin Feng's hands and suddenly exploded. He disappeared from there and reappeared high up in the air. He sealed the atmosphere higher up in the valley as someone else also came out. "Oh no!" Ji Qingsong's face changed drastically. Suddenly, he rose up in the air and turned into an illusion. However, he heard some dragon elephants and the rumbling of a stampede. Explosions started all around him. An illusionary dragon elephant appeared, and the earth and sky started shaking violently. Lin Feng left the valley without turning around. Even from very far away, he could hear extremely loud explosions of power. His heart was pounding. As Lin Feng had expected, many people heard the battle and rushed over. They couldn't see precisely what was going on, but when they saw the mountain shaking, they didn't dare get too close. Extremely strong cultivators were fighting. A destructive chi resonated for a long time before the energies dispersed. The mountains had exploded, and the entire landscape had changed. Nobody came out to be seen, but in the distance, a silhouette came out of a mountain and left. At the same time, in the Ji clan, something happened. Ji Qingsong's son, who was about to become a great emperor, had been killed. It was a tragedy. Who dared kill their people and on top of that in their territory? and people who were direct descendants of the lineage. And there had been no battle at all, as if he had been killed easily. An assassin had probably killed him when he didn't expect it. The members of the Ji clan didn't know what to think. According to Ji Qingsong's daughter-in-law, Ji Jiang had talked to her husband and then he had died. Some people had seen Ji Jiang, he had really come back, many people had even talked to him, and then he had disappeared again. But Ji Jiang didn't go and see the elders, he hadn't even gone to see his parents. It was as if something had been on the verge of coming out into the open. At that moment, the leader of the Ji clan and some other people were standing next to the body, and many other people were still arriving. Why would Ji Jiang want to kill him? Asked a strong cultivator of the Ji clan. They didn't understand, nobody understood. What was his goal? Ji Jiang disappeared while chasing Lin Feng, and then he reappeared out of nowhere and killed his own family? What the hell happened? Asked a strong cultivator, looking at the leader of the Ji clan. He was covered with cold sweat. The leader of the Ji clan frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Grandpa Qingsong's talisman is broken," said that person, swallowing anxiously. The leader of the Ji clan was astonished and suddenly looked furious. The situation was becoming extremely complex. Qingsong was a celestial emperor, he was as strong as me, who could kill me? And why would Ji Jiang come and kill his son? What is this sorcery? The leader of the Ji clan was astonished, his heart pounding violently. They had lost a celestial emperor, it was a terrible event for the Ji clan. Who was the last person to see Qingsong and where? "Let's check," said the leader of the Ji clan. He was furious. Ji Qingsong had died, he was a celestial emperor and he was now dead, then his son had been killed on their own territory by Ji Jiang. People in the Ying clan were furious, too. Ying Cheng had been chased by someone who wanted to kill him. One of their celestial emperors had even been killed. And now, in the Ji clan, Ji Qingsong had died, a celestial emperor, and his son had been killed on their own territory. The Ji clan learned that Ji Qingsong had been seen on Great Emperor's Mountain where Ying Cheng had broken through, and Lin Feng had talked to him for a while. He had last been seen not far from the gate of the Ji clan. He had accidentally bumped into Ji Jiang, many people had seen that. Then, Ji Jiang had come back to the clan, Ji Qingsong had left. Some people even talked to Ji Jiang. Everything pointed to one person, Lin Feng. He had talked to Lin Feng at Great Emperor's Mountain, and Ji Jiang, who had disappeared for a while, had reappeared. But could it be Lin Feng? Could Lin Feng kill a celestial emperor? If they accused Lin Feng, Champion University, and many other people from the holy city would make fun of them. What a pathetic excuse. However, how could they let Lin Feng off? Ji Qingsong and his son had died. What was going on? On the second day, it was said that two extremely strong cultivators had fought in the mountains near Great Emperor's Mountain. Maybe Ji Qingsong had died during that battle. Everybody knew that the killer wasn't Lin Feng, but who could it be? Lin Feng's only background was Champion University. They couldn't suspect Champion University. The Ying clan was furious and was looking for Xiao Wutian everywhere. The Ji clan was furious, and hated Lin Feng even more. Even though they couldn't prove that Lin Feng was causing all these troubles, they were convinced it had something to do with him. But if they couldn't prove it, they couldn't accuse Lin Feng. The leader of the Ji clan went to the Ying clan. In a palace, a strong cultivator of the Ying clan, Ying Fa, asked the leader of the Ji clan, "Brother Ji, why did you come here?" Because Xiao Wutian had returned, the Ying clan had many things to take care of. "Brother Ying, you really want to capture and kill Xiao Wutian, right?" asked the leader of the Ji clan with a smile. Ying Fa nodded and said, "Of course, when Xiao Wutian dies, I'll bury my hate with him." "Brother Ying, Xiao Wutian can disguise himself, he's an expert at it. And now he's a saint emperor, you won't easily kill him. Do you have any suggestions, Brother G? Asked Ing Fa. In the region, there is a clan who are experts at disguising themselves. You probably know this already, said the leader of the G clan. Ing Fa frowned. Of course he knew about them. But those people were from a shrine, getting help from them would be too difficult or expensive. Brother G, you understand that even though the Ying clan is an ancient holy clan, we are not that influential. He won't see us, said Ing Fa. That's why I came. If the G clan and the Ying clan asks him for help together, he will definitely consider our request, said the leader of the G clan. Ing Fa frowned, his eyes glittered, and he said to the leader of the G clan, you would offer your help? What do you need me to do? I want Lin Feng, said the leader of the G clan icily. Ing Fa was startled and said, Champion University is powerful. If the G clan or the Ying clan attacks Lin Feng, everybody will say we acted without justification, No, they will think we did something with good reason, especially since we're not alone. The Yuan clan and the Pei clan will also help us, the leader of the G clan told Ing Fa firmly. Ing Fa's heart sped up. For ancient holy clans to deal with Lin Feng? That was a bit scary, especially since the Ying clan was powerful. Ing Fa's eyes glittered sharply, and he smiled. A few ancient holy clans against Lin Feng? There must be another reason. I'm sure you want Lin Feng's Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1979, Destiny Vision. Chapter 1979, Destiny Vision. The leader of the G clan replied to Ing Fa, Lin Feng is the G clan's worst enemy. He may have plotted against one of our celestial emperors. We must capture him. But of course, if we can obtain the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, then everything would be even better. Ing Fa smiled inside. The leader of the G clan was acting ridiculous. If Lin Feng didn't have the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, the leader of the G clan wouldn't ask the Yuan clan, the Pei clan, and his Ying clan for help to counter Champion University. If several ancient holy clans joined hands, it was enough to shake the whole city. You're definitely interested in the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. I don't think the Yuan clan and the Pei clan will offer their help unless you give them the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. If so, the Ying clan must obtain them too. Said Ing Fa. His eyes were twinkling. Brother Ing, the Ying clan's biggest problem is Xiao Wu Tian. Is getting help to deal with him not enough? Asked the leader of the G clan unhappily. However, Ing Fa just grunted coldly. If the G clan and the Yuan clan obtained the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, they would become extremely strong, and that wouldn't be good for the balance of power. They would be able to surpass the Ying clan. Brother G, if you didn't need help to deal with Lin Feng, you wouldn't be offering your help. If you were alone, you'd need the Destiny Vision to help you deal with him and make sure he's at fault, Ing Fa smiled coldly. The leader of the G clan frowned unhappily. Ing Fa stood up and spoke firmly, the Ying clan can protect Ying Chang. Xiao Wu Tian won't dare come here to kill people, otherwise, we'll go to his tribe and kill his people. He's not such a big problem. Otherwise, we would ask Destiny Vision for help ourselves. Since you want to cooperate, you must pay the price. If you get the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, we must get them too. Otherwise, I'm not interested in a partnership. They were both old enough not to get cheated. The leader of the G clan remained silent in his seat. After a few minutes, he said, all right, we'll share the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures with you if we get them. But if we get other things, you can't ask us to share everything with you. Ing Fa slowly turned around and smiled. Brother G, you can be generous. Good, that's a deal. Go back to the G clan and get ready. Ing Fa was just interested in the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. He didn't think that Lin Feng had anything else he could want. Lin Feng didn't know that Ing Fa and the leader of the G clan were talking about him. He had killed Ji Changsong, but without a good excuse, the Ji clan couldn't do much. He was a medium-level emperor, how could he have dealt with a celestial emperor? But Lin Feng underestimated their determination. They were an ancient holy clan, after all. This was especially true after having seen how strong Chu Chunxiu and Lin Feng were during the Pathfinder Day. Many people were convinced that Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu had the celestial evolution holy scriptures and that it was the reason why they were so talented. Lin Feng, Meng Chang, and Xiaoya were standing in the sky of the holy city. Lin Wushang and Yin Yu were there, too. The Yin clan had decided to cancel the wedding, and after that, they didn't go against Lin Wushang and Yin Yu's wills anymore. Lin Feng was right, everything he had, he would give to his younger brother, Yin Yu, and Lin Wushang's children would get everything Lin Feng had, and even though Lin Wushang wasn't from an ancient holy clan, he had an incredible brother. He might create a sect or a clan, and he would become famous. He just needed time. Since Yin Yu was in love with Lin Wushang, Yin Rui had decided to bet on Lin Feng's future. "Wushang, are you sure?" asked Lin Feng to Lin Wushang. "I am, brother. You've been traveling alone. I can't always stay with you, otherwise, I'll never become strong enough." "I'm sure I want to leave," said Lin Wushang. Lin Feng looked solemn and grave. Even though he hoped Lin Wushang would become strong relying on his own self, he was also worried, it was his brother, after all. Traveling alone in the dark night region at 20 years old was something difficult and dangerous. "Please be careful and send me news sometimes," said Lin Feng. He accepted Lin Wushang's choice, smiling and saying, "And take good care of little Yu." "I will," said Wushang holding Yin Yu's hand. He smiled and said, "Bro, please spend more time with Mom and Dad. I'm not going to tell them goodbye, otherwise, they'll be too sad and won't let me leave." "Alright, go," smiled Lin Feng. "Indeed." Lin Wushang nodded. He looked at Xiaoya and Meng Qing. "Sister Meng Qing, Sister Xiaoya, take care. I'll come back to see you. Bastard, if anything happens to you, I'll be really pissed off," said Xiaoya. Her eyes were red, she wanted to cry. She had almost raised him and now he was leaving, off to travel with Yin Yu. "Sister Xiaoya, we'll meet again," smiled Wushang. "We're off." He turned around and left with Yin Yu, waving to them with his back turned. The couple then slowly disappeared in the distance. Lin Feng just sighed. Meng Qing was holding his hand. She murmured, "Wushang is a grown-up now. You can't protect him forever, it wouldn't be healthy." "I know," Lin Feng replied, smiling at her. Lin Wushang was Lin Feng's brother, but they belonged to two different generations, and Lin Wushang couldn't evolve in the same environment as Lin Feng. The cultivators they fought and the places they went were different, not at the same level as Lin Wushang. He hoped his brother would stay safe. "Brother, I miss Wushang already," Xiaoya cried. Lin Feng sighed. He knew how Xiaoya felt about Wushang, almost like a mother. "Don't worry, he'll come back," said Lin Feng, caressing her cheek. The three of them turned around and left. Lin Feng spent lots of time with Mr. Xiao and Xiaoya. He didn't go back to Champion University. Mr. Xiao had become a Saint Emperor, and could teach many things to Lin Feng. The holy city was gigantic, it wouldn't be easy to find them, especially now that Mr. Xiao had already put on a mask. Even the cultivators of the Ying clan wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, Lin Feng didn't realize that danger abounded all around. An old man wearing white clothes arrived in the Ying clan. He still looked full of vitality and vigor, not old at all. He looked enigmatic and extremely strong. The Ying clan, the Yuan clan, the Pei clan, and the Ji clan had gathered. There were many strong cultivators there, all who had come to greet the old man. He had an extraordinary social status. "Brother we're first going to give a welcome dinner in your honor," Ing Fei said politely. "No need, let's focus on the most important things and not waste time," said He Xiao straightforwardly shaking his head. Ing Fei nodded and replied, we've told you about the situation already, brother He, what do you think? He Xiao looked at the leader of the Ji clan, who was called Ji Yuan, and said calmly, bring me to the place where Ji Qing Song died. I'll use my destiny vision to investigate. All right, said Ji Yuan nodded. The group of people rose up into the air and traveled to Great Emperor's Mountain. Many of its slopes had been blown apart. It was the place where Ji Qing Song had been killed. Ji Yuan and the others were in the sky and said to He Xiao, brother He, Ji Qing Song died here. All right, He Xiao nodded. He rose high up in the air as it turned dark, even an illusion of twinkling stars appeared. What a mysterious strength! Everybody started hallucinating. At that moment, He Xiao's eyes turned into two shining orbs, then two gigantic dazzling stars appeared in the sky like eyes, and he scanned the mountain range. Destiny technique, destiny vision. The people present were shaken. Cultivators from shrines were abnormally strong and talented. The old man inspected the mountain range with his destiny vision. Many stars appeared everywhere. Everything was reflected in their minds. They saw Ying Chang when he broke through to the Di Qi layer. They also saw Lin Feng and Ji Qing Song talking. Stop! Shouted Ji Yuan explosively when Lin Feng and Ji Qing Song were talking. They had seen everything, Lin Feng and Ji Qing Song's conversation, the valley, Lin Feng had left, an old man had come and then mountains had exploded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1980, Protected by the University. Chapter 1980, Protected by the University. As expected, it was Lin Feng, said the members of the Ji clan icily. They had seen everything thanks to the destiny vision. As expected, Lin Feng had plotted against Ji Qing Song to kill him. So Lin Feng had definitely killed Ji Qing Song's son, too. He had made Ji Jiang kill him. Ji Jiang was being controlled by Lin Feng. Ji Yuan was furious. It had been a very, very long time since someone had dared do that to the Ji clan. And Lin Feng had done that alone. He kept humiliating them and now he had started killing some of their people. Who was that strong cultivator? Is he from Champion University? Asked Ji Yuan icily. Mountains had exploded, they hadn't seen the fighter clearly. At that moment, Ying Fei's eyes were sharp and he looked furious, lightning exploded in his eyes and he swore, dragon elephant. It could be Xiao Wu Tian. Xiao Wu Tian? Ji Yuan frowned and said, you're saying that Xiao Wu Tian killed Ji Qing Song? Could be. Xiao Wu Tian is an expert at disguising himself. We know that very well. The problem is why would Xiao Wu Tian help Lin Feng kill people of the Ji clan? Said Ying Fei slowly. Ji Yuan didn't understand either. But if Xiao Wu Tian and Lin Feng had really cooperated, at least they would be able to deal with them at the same time. Brother He, can you find them? Asked Ying Fei to He Xiao. He Xiao had come from far away to help them find Xiao Wu Tian. He would have nowhere to hide now. Of course, he can't escape from the destiny eyes in the holy city, said He Xiao calmly. He sounded quite confident. He said, put their faces in the destiny vision using your godly awareness. All right, said Ying Fei and Ji Yuan nodded. Lin Feng and Xiao Wu Tian's silhouettes appeared in the celestial eyes, and a strange and mysterious strength appeared. The Destiny Shrine's destiny technique is very mysterious. At a certain level, it can affect people's destiny, and it can also help some cultivators break free from the great Tao and transcend worldliness. It can change someone's life completely. Of course, only peerless cultivators of shrines are strong enough to do that, murmured some of the people watching. Suddenly, the destiny eyes revealed a courtyard and three people, Lin Feng, Xiaoya, and an old man, the one who had killed Ji Qing Song. Brother He, what about Xiao Wu Tian? It's that old man, the two people you were looking for are there, said He Xiao indifferently. The crowd was stupefied. As expected, Xiao Wu Tian and Lin Feng know each other. Remember the place and head back. Xiao Wutian, Lin Feng. All the cultivators looked furious. He Xiao also recalled his destiny vision and closed his eyes, then he became normal again. If the Ying clan and the Ji clan hadn't been ready to pay the price for it, he wouldn't have come from so far away. He Xiao was from an extremely powerful clan in one of the main cities of the Dark Knight region, the He clan. His clan was extremely powerful because the founder of their clan was from the Destiny Shrine. 3 people from the He clan were now members of the Destiny Shrine. He Xiao was one of them. Thanks to them, the He clan was more powerful than ancient holy clans. For clans like the He clan, clans like the Ying clan or the Ji clan were merely ordinary clans. Mr. Xiao frowned. He had the sensation they were being watched. Mr. Xiao, what's wrong? Asked Lin Feng when he saw Mr. Xiao's face. I have the impression that someone is watching us, said Mr. Xiao slowly. Lin Feng was startled. Mr. Xiao was so strong, he couldn't have hallucinations. Lin Feng looked at him. Mr. Xiao released his godly awareness and inspected their surroundings, but he found nothing. How strange, murmured Mr. Xiao. There was nobody around. At his cultivation level, people who could spy on him were terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng had a bad premonition. Mr. Xiao's perceptions were acute. The Ying clan had always wanted to kill him, so they maybe had a method to find him. Mr. Xiao, you should come back to Champion University with me, said Lin Feng to Mr. Xiao. Champion University was like another world. There were many strong cultivators there, and even the Ying clan didn't dare attack Champion University. No, even if they can watch us, they can't find me, said Mr. Xiao, shaking his head. Lin Feng, bring Xiaoya back to the small world. I'll go somewhere else. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and said, Alright, but Mr. Xiao, if anything happens, please come to Champion University as soon as possible. Alright, head back immediately, said Mr. Xiao. Then, he rose up in the air and disappeared. Xiaoya, let's go, said Lin Feng, pulling her hand and leaving. Whether Mr. Xiao's premonition was true or not, they had to be prepared, just in case. At the same time, the Ying clan, the Yuan clan, the Pei clan and the Ji clan dispatched their strong cultivators. They all headed to the same place. Xiao Wutian went to an ordinary mountain to practice cultivation but quickly had the impression someone was watching him again. His face changed drastically when he realized something. He moved somewhere else and it continued for a while. In the end, Xiao Wutian realized that the Ying clan had probably asked them for help. Little Lin Feng said he had his own small world. That's probably the only place where I can hide now. I have to go and see him, thought Xiao Wutian. He contacted Lin Feng using his talisman and flew towards Champion University. Lin Feng waited for Mr. Xiao and they went back to his courtyard. Mr. Xiao entered Lin Feng's small world. The small world of his spirit was Lin Feng's biggest secret. He only told people he trusted about it, like Mr. Xiao. He Xiao continued using his destiny vision, but Mr. Xiao had disappeared. He Xiao couldn't use his destiny vision constantly. He could use it only now and then when he needed it. What's going on? He Xiao frowned. How was this possible? Brother he? Asked Ying Fa, looking at him. Xiao Wutian had disappeared from the destiny vision? He disappeared. I don't know what kind of strength could give someone the power to escape from the destiny vision. His destiny vision disappeared as he frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. Disappeared? Ying Fa's face stiffened. Xiao Wutian might have noticed something. He had kept running away, and in the end he had gone to Champion University. He's definitely in Champion University, brother he, check Lin Feng, Ying Fa asked He Xiao. He Xiao activated his destiny vision once again. Lin Feng was in his courtyard. However, Xiao Wutian wasn't with him. Ying Fa used his talisman. Xiao Wutian went to Champion University, but now has disappeared. Brother, he can't find him with his destiny vision. Maybe someone is helping him, which would change everything. We need to find Lin Feng and understand the relationship Lin Feng has to Xiao Wutian. We need to capture Lin Feng, and Xiao Wutian will definitely show up. The person on the other end didn't reply. He knew what to do. They initially wanted to kill Xiao Wutian and then find Lin Feng. Capturing someone in Champion University was more difficult than killing Xiao Wutian. The ancient holy clans didn't dare offend the universities. At the entrance of Champion University, a strong wind started blowing. 4 people appeared, all of them looked incredibly strong, and everybody was looking at them. How strong? Sighed the crowd. Those 4 people had appeared in the blink of an eye and they had absolutely no chi. They looked enigmatic and imposing. 2 more people suddenly appeared and looked at those 4 people. Masters, what are you doing in Champion University? Guards? The crowd was astonished and frowned. Lin Feng killed some people of the Ji clan. I came to capture him. I hope you can understand. The 4 moved forwards. How oppressive. People's hearts started pounding. Even the guards' faces changed drastically. They glanced at each other and their silhouettes flickered. They came to capture Lin Feng. Someone had overheard that. Activate the crisis signal, otherwise we won't make it in time. Crisis signal? The crowd was astonished. Champion University's crisis signal was used when terrifying enemies came who posed a direct threat. Lin Feng must be protected, that's what the ancestors said. If they capture Lin Feng, we won't be able to bear the responsibility for it. 9 light beams appeared in Champion University and loud drums echoed everywhere. Champion University was now in a state of alert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1981, For Ancient Holy Clans Under Pressure. Chapter 1981, For Ancient Holy Clans Under Pressure. At that moment, people from Champion University raised their heads in surprise. What was going on? The university hadn't had an alert for 1,000 years. The 4 universities of the Holy City had existed for a countless number of years. The ancient holy clans respected them and didn't dare offend them. Tensions between universities and ancient holy clans were almost non-existent. Ancient holy clans also sent cultivators to universities all the time. Therefore, there were rarely problems in universities, and it had been a millennium since a university had been in a state of alert. 9 lights, king-type alarm bell. Oh my, what's going on? Some old man of the university wondered. This was a red alert, the highest state of alert. Many students who had been at university for a very long time didn't even know what it meant. Even Lin Feng looked up at the sky, not understanding what was going on as he didn't know all the rules of the university. However, at the same time, in the celestial mountains of Champion University, a terrifying chi rose to the skies. Some silhouettes came out of the celestial mountains. People who were practicing cultivation stopped what they were doing. Whose chi? At that moment, Lin Feng realized he was being constricted by some strong cultivator's chi. After a short time, in the distance, threads of chi rose up in the air. 4 people who looked like kings had appeared, moving almost invisibly quickly. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. People's hearts were pounding violently. Mr. Xiao had guessed right, they had been watching him. Those 4 people were terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng, said one of them icily. He waved his hand and suddenly a terrifying strength oppressed Lin Feng. He could barely move. Who dares attack him? Shouted a thunderous voice. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and a terrifying and oppressive chi filled the air. Ancestors Xin Tian and Shi Tian appeared and descended from the sky. They stood above Lin Feng and glared at the cultivators icily. G clan, Yuan clan, Ing clan, Pei clan, you're joining hands to capture the students of Champion University now? Said Ancestor Sher Tian furiously. Qi kept pulsing around him. Suddenly, more and more people appeared around them. These people were all strong cultivators who practiced cultivation in the Celestial Mountains. When they heard the bell, they rushed over and found the place with their godly awareness. Many people were shocked because of the bell and were rushing over. For ancient holy clans, for holy great emperors had come to Champion University to capture Lin Feng? What a terrifying army! Ancestor Sher Tian, we didn't come here to cause trouble for no reason. Lin Feng joined hands with Xiao Wu Tian to kill Ji Qing, a celestial emperor from the Ji clan. He also controls Ji Jiang and used him to kill Ji Zhan's uncle. I had no choice but to come to capture him. Please forgive us, said the holy great emperor of the Ji clan calmly. For holy great emperors were oppressing Champion University. Lin Feng frowned. Those people knew everything, that was impossible, how? So that's about the Ji clan, what about the 3 other clans? Said Ancestor Sher Tian indifferently. Ancestor, you know that there are tensions between the Ing clan and Xiao Wu Tian. Lin Feng was with Xiao Wu Tian and that girl there, and then suddenly Xiao Wu Tian disappeared, said the holy great emperor of the Ing clan. Xiaoya's face turned deathly pale in fear. Back then, Lin Feng came to Yin Rui's birthday and after that, he killed some people of the Yuan clan and the Ji clan, some young people. We have to settle accounts too, said the holy great emperor of the Yuan clan. And my clan, the Pei clan, and the Yin clan organized a banquet and Lin Feng came to cause trouble. He threatened us to ruin our marriage alliance ceremony, said the holy great emperor of the Pei clan. Those 4 holy great emperors all accused Lin Feng of various things. They showed their arguments were not groundless. Lin Feng couldn't defend himself. So 4 holy great emperors came because of those things? Said Ancestor Sher Tian icily. He knew perfectly well these people were being sly. A celestial emperor of the Ji clan died because of him, that's not a small thing. And Xiao Wu Tian? Replied the holy great emperors of the Ji clan and the Yin clan. More and more strong cultivators of Champion University were appearing there. The students were astonished, their hearts were pounding. Nobody dared offend ancient holy clans like that. Lin Feng had joined hands with Xiao Wu Tian to kill a celestial emperor, then he had killed some young people from the Ji clan and the Yuan clan, he had gone too far. If he wasn't talented, Champion University wouldn't protect him. But the 4 ancient holy clans had reason to attack him. Ridiculous, spoke up Lin Feng at that moment, smiling coldly. Ancestor Sher Tian looked at Lin Feng and said, there is no harm in saying what one thinks, Lin Feng. First, I didn't ruin your marriage alliance, the cultivators of the Pei clan are just greedy and said they would cancel it for precious items. Then, the Yin clan cancelled the wedding because of you. I don't see why holy great emperors would intervene because of that. Second, I did kill people from the Yuan clan and the Ji clan, I admit, but those people were chasing me and trying to kill me. Initially, after Yin Rui's birthday, I wanted to come back to university, but they kept chasing me. Should I have let them kidnap and kill me? Third, Ji Qing died, I plotted against him, indeed, but why would have I wanted a celestial emperor of the Ji clan to die? Because that celestial emperor tried to use a powerful dream illusion on me to make me fall asleep and steal the celestial evolution holy scriptures from me. Then, he made my friend fall asleep and forced her to tell him my secrets. Then he threatened me and tried to force me to give him the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Fourth, I do know Xiao Wu Tian, so what? Because I know him, the Yin clan sends holy great emperors to kill me? Are you blaming me for the tensions between the Yin clan and Xiao Wu Tian? Lin Feng admitted everything. Since those holy great emperors were in Champion University, he had to tell the truth. He couldn't lie anyway, he had reasons for everything he had done. Everybody knows what happened between the Pei clan and the Yin clan, so a strong cultivator of the Pei clan coming here to kidnap my people is pathetic and insolent. You despise Champion University. Then, regarding the Yuan clan and the Ji clan, you sent some people to kill Lin Feng. He protected himself, there's nothing bad about that. And regarding Ji Qingsong, a celestial emperor, he attacked 2 young people. If I had known, I would have killed him myself. And the Ying clan, Lin Feng is not the person you're looking for. I also know Xiao Wu Tian, do you want to capture me too? Said Ancestor Shi Tian, icily supporting Lin Feng. You are not welcome in Champion University. Please leave now, said Ancestor Xin Tian indifferently and calmly. That little boy said 3 words and now you think the situation is solved? It's not that easy. We'll take Lin Feng away and carry out a proper investigation. If it has nothing to do with him, we'll bring him back, said the Holy Great Emperor of the Ji clan, calmly yet firmly. Their goal was to oppress Champion University. If they couldn't stand the pressure, they'd give up. What do you think Champion University is? Your playground? Replied Ancestor Shi Tian icily. Champion University has existed in the Holy City for many years. Our ancient holy clans respect Champion University, and we even send students to Champion University. But Lin Feng infuriated so many people, we've forgiven him a few times, now it's too much, he went too far, you are also going too far by protecting him like this. What you mean is that I should hand over my students to you just because you're giving us an order? Said Ancestor Shi Tian, grunting coldly. What about Ji Qingsong, his son, Ji Jiang and the others, and what about the members of the Yuan clan and the Ying clan? They died for nothing? Retorted the Holy Great Emperor of the Ji clan coldly. I told you, they died because they deserved it. Leave now, answered Ancestor Shi Tian, rolling up his sleeves. Alright, it's Champion University, we're giving you face, we respect you. We won't cause trouble here. But if Lin Feng and people who connected to him leave Champion University, we'll do what we have to do. You can protect your students, but the Ji clan can also protect its people. Said the Holy Great Emperor of the Ji clan icily. The same applies to the Yuan clan. And the Ying clan. I will make sure to investigate about the relations between Lin Feng and Xiao Wu Tian. Swore the Holy Great Emperor of the Ying clan icily. Champion University is protecting people who commit offenses, no problem. The Holy Great Emperors then turned around and left. They were furious. They wanted to oppress Champion University, but they had failed. Now, Lin Feng was stuck in Champion University, he wouldn't be able to come out, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1982, Help for Lin Feng. Chapter 1982, Help for Lin Feng. The Holy Great Emperors left, but didn't go back to their clans. They stood outside Champion University like statues. Many people who came to the university sensed that terrifying pressure. For Holy Great Emperors were surprisingly waiting outside of Champion University. The pressure was terrifying. Lin Feng hadn't expected such consequences. They had surprisingly carried out an investigation concerning Ji Qingsong's death and had found out about him, Xiao Yao, and Mr. Xiao. It was hard to imagine, Holy Great Emperors were joining hands to oppress the university. Lin Feng hadn't expected these things at all. Alright, everybody can disperse, said Ancestor Shi Tian, waving his hands. He brought Lin Feng to the waterfall and said, Lin Feng, the 4 ancient holy clans joined hands because they want your celestial evolution holy scriptures, but you also gave them reasons to attack. You know Xiao Wu Tian, you killed Ji Qingsong by surprise, how did they learn about it? Ancestor, they must have used some incredible techniques. They couldn't possibly know. I was with Mr. Xiao, he sensed that someone was spying on us, but he couldn't find the source. If they really had such a power, back then, Mr. Xiao wouldn't have managed to escape when the Ying clan was chasing him to kill him, replied Lin Feng honestly. He didn't understand how this had happened. Ancestor Sher Tian's eyes twinkled. How had they found clues about him? Buddy, could they have invited some people of the Yi clan to come? Ancestor Xin Tian asked Ancestor Sher Tian. Ancestor Sher Tian frowned and nodded, possibly. For ancient holy clans joined hands because of the celestial evolution holy scriptures, they may have paid the full price to invite the Yi clan to come, and the Ying clan also wants to kill Xiao Wu Tian. It seems that this time, the four clans are ready to take big risks, muttered Ancestor Sher Tian. Lin Feng felt pressured. The situation was scary and he couldn't do anything. Lin Feng, you can't leave the university temporarily. They won't capture you within our territory, Ancestor Sher Tian said to him. Lin Feng nodded. He could only follow along. He was too weak in front of such titans. The news that 4 holy great emperors from 4 ancient holy clans wanted to capture Lin Feng quickly spread in the holy city. Nobody understood. Everybody tried to imagine what it felt like to be Lin Feng. What would they have done against 4 holy great emperors? Yin Rui felt pressured as well. Had he made a mistake? He had tacitly accepted Yin Yu and Lin Wushan's relationship. Now, Yin Yu was gone with Lin Wushan. He didn't know where they were. What was going to happen to Lin Feng? Was he going to die? He couldn't imagine. And the Yin clan couldn't do much to help him. Yin Rui was in a courtyard and gazed into the distance. He looked pensive. If the 4 ancient holy clans captured Lin Feng and obtained the celestial evolution holy scriptures, it would be a catastrophe for his clan. Lin Feng from Champion University is doomed, many people were saying. Enigmatic things were going on. What pressure? If Champion University didn't hand Lin Feng over, what would happen? Would they be able to stand the pressure? If this continued, it would change many things. Many young people wouldn't be able to become new students. There would also be fewer people in Champion University. The 4 ancient holy clans had a reason for doing what they were doing. They could stay there and wait as long as Champion University didn't start a war against them. Tiantai's people were furious. They didn't understand, 4 ancient holy clans dared do that for the celestial evolution holy scriptures? What can we do? Lin Feng can't stay here forever, and who knows what the 4 ancient holy clans are capable of. Lin Feng and the core disciples of Tiantai gathered together. They were all quite close, but now they felt powerless and dispirited. It's a very bad thing for Champion University too. Now, the whole holy city is closely monitoring the situation. I'll go back to the tribe and make some strong cultivators come to the holy city. With Xiao Wu Tian, the strong cultivators of the tribe, and the strong cultivators of the university, we can oppress them, said Tiantai furiously. Back then, he had never thought Lin Feng knew Xiao Wu Tian, a person of unusual ability. Champion University will never accept fighting against 4 ancient holy clans, said Yun Qingyan. After all, Champion University was one of the 4 universities of the holy city. If they made a mistake, they might collapse, and the 3 other universities wouldn't help them. So what is the solution? Asked Tiantai hastily. If the university didn't use their full strength to help Lin Feng, he would be doomed. Maybe the managers of the university are discussing those things, muttered Yun Qingyan. They heard a whistling sound. In the distance, some silhouettes appeared, one of them a supernatural bird bathing in flames. Next to him was Qing Feng. They both landed there at Tiantai. Qing Feng, you came back, Jun Qingyan smiled. Qing Feng nodded and looked at Lin Feng. I heard about the situation, so I came back. Qing Feng and Wu had gone back to the vast celestial ancient city. They hadn't been back to the holy city for a long time. Lin Feng was now in danger, so they had come back. The animal world is going to come and help as soon as possible, said Wu, turning to his human form. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. I feel like I'm causing trouble to too many elders, said Lin Feng, looking at Qing Feng. Qing Feng replied, you can inform the university about that, tell them I asked for help, that way they will feel less pressure. But it's not enough, said Yun Qingyan, frowning. She had heard about the animal world of the vast celestial ancient city. Wu was a terrifying cultivator, but in the holy city, the animal world was still not strong enough. Lin Feng. Meng Qing smiled. Lin Feng, the World Clan is going to help. The World Clan? Lin Feng was stunned. Meng Qing nodded. Yes, I spent many years in the World Clan and I know many of the elders. I contacted some of them and told them everything. They want to help us. Great. The World Clan is a very ancient clan and they are extremely strong. They even managed to hide for such a long time. Now Lang Yi is traveling alone. If they help, it's going to be astonishing, exclaimed Tan Tai. He was excited now. The World Clan, the animal world, Xiao Wu Tian. Even without the help of the tribe, maybe it was enough to convince Champion University to help. Yes, the World Clan is a terrifying clan. They've been discreet for many years and now it was an opportunity for them to rise again. Yun Qingyan nodded. The World Clan was a mysterious yet very strong clan. Lin Feng was amazed at all the good news. He felt touched and moved. He would have never thought the World Clan would agree to help him. With the help of the animal world, the World Clan, and Champion University, even the 3 other universities wouldn't get involved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1983, Help and Rescue. Chapter 1983, Help and Rescue. Champion University was ready to protect themselves, but the pressure was terrifying. He Xiao was a guest of the Ying clan, and kept watching Lin Feng with his destiny vision. He found that Lin Feng kept hiding in Champion University, but he still couldn't find Xiao Wu Tian. He Xiao finally decided to go to Champion University. There he would be able to see what had happened on the day Xiao Wu Tian had disappeared. Outside of Champion University, the 4 holy great emperors were respectively seated cross-legged at the north, south, east and west gates. People who came back or left Champion University were shocked. Each time they passed next to those people, they felt the pressure. People in Champion University couldn't have normal lives anymore, and the ancestors of the university couldn't solve the issue. At that moment, He Xiao arrived and immediately entered the university. However, an old man appeared in front of He Xiao and said indifferently, "Who are you?" He Xiao from the He clan in Tianyuan Ancient City, He Xiao replied calmly. Tianyuan Ancient City was one of the 3 main cities of the Dark Night region, just like the Holy City. Everybody in the Holy City knew that the He clan had some incredible cultivators. The old man of Champion University also knew about them. Why would someone from the He clan come to Champion University? Asked the old man, surprised yet he sounded calm. I need to see something, answered He Xiao calmly. I don't want you to use your destiny vision in Champion University. Champion University is not under the control of the He clan. I don't want you to find out our secrets. Please leave, mister, said the old man calmly. He Xiao frowned. He knew that coming to Champion University and using his destiny vision was impolite, but he wanted to see how Xiao Wu Tian was hiding from him. Champion University knew that the 4 ancient holy clans had called on the He clan for help. Now He Xiao wanted to go to Champion University to check their secrets. How could they allow that? Do you think Champion University is that strong? Asked He Xiao icily. Surprisingly, they didn't let him into the university. If you were a guest, we'd be happy to host you. However, we know perfectly well what you're doing. Those 4 people are waiting outside and now you're coming here. How impolite and arrogant, said the old man mockingly. He Xiao groaned icily and said, all right, since it's that way, I don't need to enter. See you, said the old man indifferently. He Xiao angrily turned around and left. He Xiao appeared in the sky in the middle of the 4 holy great emperors. They nodded at him and He Xiao said, Champion University is already getting ready for war. They don't even care about offending 4 ancient holy clans. They even challenged me, he shouted, verbally. Champion University is nearing their fated end. The holy great emperor of the Ji clan smiled. Champion University is stupid. But we'll definitely kidnap Lin Feng. In the distance, some people heard them and shuddered with dread. The Ji clan, the Yin clan, and so on have existed for such a long time. We don't know what they are capable of. Nobody really knows how strong their people can be. We don't know how many holy great emperors they have. Even though an ancient holy clan can't be stronger than a university, for ancient holy clans is another story. Champion University is under great pressure. Maybe the managers of the university can't come to an agreement concerning the solution, said someone. Many people nodded agreement with those words. The managers of Champion University might have different opinions. In the Celestial Mountains, there was a gigantic chessboard and 6 old men who could make the whole holy city shake with dread were seated on it. The other old men were still traveling, so some people were missing. Champion University has existed for such a long time, nobody has ever dared humiliate us like that. Even if they are ancient holy clans, so what? We must fight, said Ancestor Shi Tian icily. He looked furious. He had always liked Lin Feng. I agree with Shi Tian, said Ancestor Xin Tian icily. Those people dared humiliate them, they had to die, especially that they were waiting around their territory. However, at that moment, Ancestor Zhu Tian kept tapping the chessboard with his fingers, tap, 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 before he said slowly, the Ji clan, the Yin clan, the Pei clan, the Yuan clan, the Ji clan and the Yin clan are the oldest ancient holy clans among them. The Pei clan and the Yuan clan aren't weak. If we fight, we could win, but we would suffer many losses and the 3 other universities would finish us and get rid of us. I've always had good relations with all the clans. At the beginning, I was the one who had noticed Ji Chang. Even though he lost against Lin Feng, we can't neglect the fact that he's really strong. Sometimes, you have to think, everything is happening because of one student, is it worth it? Said another ancestor straightforwardly. So we should sacrifice a student? Is that what you're saying? Shouted Ancestor Shi Tian furiously. Exactly, bullshit. We can't sacrifice any student, Lin Feng or any other, it's all the same. You just don't sacrifice your people. Imagine if we did, nobody would want to come and study here anymore. Swore Ancestor Xin Tian furiously. The old men all spoke up, and the atmosphere calmed down again. It was not because they were all ancestors in Champion University that they had the same opinion. Ancestor Mo Tian and Ancestor Zhu Tian were close to the Ji clan, they were even Ji Chang's teachers. Lin Feng had been noticed by Ancestor Xin Tian and Ancestor Shi Tian, and they were ready to use their full strength to protect him. Of course, the 2 other ancestors were on Ancestor Shi Tian's side. Lin Feng was a student of Champion University, after all, and he was extremely talented. They felt pressured, they didn't fear a battle, but at the same time they wanted to be vigilant. A single mistake and things could degenerate quickly. No matter what, Champion University can't abandon Lin Feng. Even if we don't fight, we can't do anything against him, said Ancestor Shi Tian. The others remained silent. Nobody was going to suggest handing Lin Feng over. But that way, they wouldn't be able to wait too long. The holy great emperors were still outside waiting. Champion University was under pressure, they couldn't do much about it. What would happen? On that day, Qing Feng and Wu left Champion University and went somewhere. When they came back, they told Lin Feng some good news. They made him wait, they went and had a walk outside Champion University again. Tian Tai's people were wondering what they were planning. Why was Qing Feng so confident? For holy great emperors were outside of Champion University, they had shown how committed they were. If Lin Feng didn't come out, they would take measures. Lang Yi from the World Clan contacted Lin Feng and gave him some good news. If Lin Feng wanted to go out and have a walk, he could tell him. Lin Feng was at the waterfall. He looked thoughtful before he turned around and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1984, Competing. Chapter 1984, Competing. The 4 Saint Emperors were still outside. It didn't look auspicious. Finally, on that day, Lin Feng got some pieces of information, stood up and left alone. Where is Lin Feng going? Champion University's people saw Lin Feng and were astonished. They were shuddering with anxiety. What was going to happen to Lin Feng? He's going out of Champion University? Many people were shaking. Some people followed Lin Feng. They wanted to see if he was really going to go out. After a short time, Lin Feng arrived at an exit and walked up to the gate. Lin Feng would dare go out? At that moment, outside of Champion University, many people were astonished when they saw him. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying oppressive strength press down on him. He just raised his head and gazed into the distance. He saw the 4 Saint Emperors in the sky. Finally, you came out, said the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan, smiling coldly. He waved his hand, and a gigantic golden hand appeared and grabbed Lin Feng. He couldn't move anymore. Release him, said someone icily. 2 cultivators appeared in the university, Ancestor Xin Tian and Ancestor Shi Tian. Are you really going to get involved? Said the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan icily. Let him go. A strong wind started blowing. We're taking Lin Feng away today, said the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan. He took his hand back, and then, amazingly, Lin Feng passed by them. The 4 Saint Emperors frowned. Lin Feng was passing them by, and the 2 strong cultivators of Champion University were protecting him? They were going to the city center? Was it a signal? Champion University had planned something? Many people from the Pei clan, the Ji clan, the Yuan clan, and the Ying clan also arrived. People raised their heads and saw so many people. It was oppressive and terrifying, and they shivered at what might happen. Some clouds started appearing in the sky, although the air was still calm. 3 strange people appeared. One of them was a young person, a medium-level emperor, but the 2 cultivators behind him were terrifying. That kind of chi could make a person suffocate. How strong were they? Behind them, in the distance, 4 more people appeared, also shaking the people who saw them. It's Lin Feng, I've already seen him. Lin Feng came out of Champion University. So those 4 people behind them must be the Saint Emperors of the 4 ancient holy clans. How bold. Lin Feng dared come out, and 2 elders of Champion University are protecting him. Do they want to fight against the ancient holy clans? They'll definitely lose. Lin Feng is doomed. Or maybe he has more trump cards? He dares act that arrogantly. They're ready to fight though, they're already outside. Some peerless cultivators are probably going to show up. Many people were talking. Some others also started following Lin Feng and the 2 old men from a safe distance. Dawn. There was the sound of a great bell, and a light beam appeared. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. An old man in a golden robe appeared, exuding incredible strength. Ji Dang Tian, said Ancestor Shi Tian when he saw that cultivator. The old man in the distance frowned. Ji Dang Tian was an ancestor from the Ji clan. Ancestor Shi Tian, we don't want to be enemies with Champion University. Hand Lin Feng over, said Ji Dang Tian. Loud ringing sounds kept spreading out in the air and echoing. That's not how you convince people, replied Ancestor Shi Tian indifferently. And me, said someone in the distance. People's hearts were pounding. Another person appeared and moved at the speed of light. He looked like an extremely conceited middle-aged man. His black hair looked as sharp as swords. Empty space energies undulated in his eyes. Ing Zi Chu. When Ancestor Shi Tian saw him, he didn't look surprised, but he sounded furious. Ing Zi Chu used to be a genius of the Ying clan 1,000 years before, and he still looked very young. That man was already more than 1,000 years old. He looked even stronger than Ji Dang Tian. And us. 2 more people appeared. One of them was wearing cyan clothes, another one purple clothes. They all had a common point: their chi was terrifying. Yuan Tai Shan, Pei Chong Yang. The crowd was astonished, the ancestors of the 4 ancient holy clans. Ancestor Xin Tian, Ancestor Shi Tian, give us the boy, said Ing Zi Chu calmly. They think highly of me. So many Saint Emperors because of me, thought Lin Feng, looking at those terrifying cultivators icily. We'll see how sly these people can be. I know that some other people are here, animal world, come out, said Ji Dang Tian indifferently. A terrifying bestial chi rose up in the air, and 3 more incredibly strong cultivators of the animal world appeared. Master, said Lin Feng, nodding at those 3 people. Hey, said the leader of the group amiably. He looked at the Saint Emperors and said indifferently, 4 ancient holy clans are joining hands to deal with a medium-level emperor? Ridiculous. You came from the vast celestial ancient city to cause trouble in the holy city. You think you can prevent us from capturing Lin Feng? Ing Zi Chu said to the 3 cultivators of the animal clan, releasing a terrifying chi. Try and you'll see. We'll try. At that moment, a terrifying chi rose up in the air. People retreated quickly. It was dangerous to stay too close. I've heard a lot about your achievements, Ancestor Shi Tian. Let's exchange views on cultivation, said Ji Dang Tian before darting forwards. Ancestor Shi Tian didn't fear him. He also jumped forwards as a strong wind started blowing and turned into a tornado. The air began to rumble. The 2 cultivators looked slow and calm, but their first punch made the earth and sky shake violently. In the distance, some people who weren't strong enough coughed up blood and their faces turned deathly pale. They were forced away. Many other people felt dizzy. Lin Feng's organs shook violently too. How terrifying! It was as if the gods had started fighting. Ancestor Xin Tian. Ing Zi Chu looked at Ancestor Xin Tian, and they started fighting. The crowd moved even further away. Yuan Tai Shan and Pei Chong Yang also charged the cultivators of the animal world. Yuan Tai Shan fought against one of them, the 2 others fought against Pei Chong Yang. At that moment, the 4 other Saint Emperors walked towards Lin Feng and oppressed him. Let's see who can protect you today, said the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan in satisfaction. His silhouette flickered and he moved towards Lin Feng, an illusionary hand reaching out. However, his hand ended up with nothing. He couldn't grab Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still there, but it was as if he had ended up in another world and was watching him from there. Who? Shouted the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan furiously. In reply, a hand slowly appeared and moved towards him. Surprisingly, he started running away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1985, Terrifying Great War. Chapter 1985, Terrifying Great War. The Saint Emperor of the Ji clan shouted furiously. Cyan lights filled the air and a silhouette appeared in front of him. World strength. The Saint Emperor of the Ji clan frowned. He looked at the cyan lights and the old man who had appeared in front of him. That's world strength. The people in the distance frowned. World strength was very rare and mysterious. Those people were from the mysterious World Clan? Destroy. The strong cultivator of the World Clan punched the atmosphere in the direction of the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan. A strong and explosive wind started blowing, threatening to collapse everything. Strange cyan lights flashed in every direction. The Saint Emperor of the Ji clan groaned icily and released an endless number of cyan dragons towards those lights. A terrifying destructive strength filled the air, and the strange lights exploded and crackled against it. The cyan dragons looked immortal, and in the end, the energies dispersed. At the same time, another strong cultivator appeared next to Lin Feng. Cyan lights surrounded them both and they ended up in another world. Why is the World Clan helping him now? Demanded the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan to the Saint Emperor of the World Clan icily. The cyan lights in the air were indistinct. He had been taken away to another world. Lin Feng is our friend, the Saint Emperor of the World Clan replied indifferently. The Saint Emperor of the Ji clan looked stupefied and said, I see. Well, let's see if the World Clan can protect him or not. The World Clan and the Animal World were from abroad, the Ji clan, the Yin clan, and others were from the Holy City and they were ancient holy clans. They ruled over the Holy City. Try, then, said the Saint Emperor of the World Clan icily. Many years had passed since the last time they had come out. Many young people had forgotten about them or didn't even know about them. It was also an opportunity for them to regain their prestige. In the distance, the crowd was stupefied when they heard them. They looked at Lin Feng. Such a terrifying battle was happening because of a medium-level emperor. These people were all from ancient holy clans. Even celestial emperors couldn't get involved in such a terrifying battle. There were only saint emperors or ancestors. The Holy City hadn't had such a terrifying battle for a very long time, and Lin Feng was the protagonist in that story. The strong cultivators in the sky could only use strength to fight. If they used other methods, millions of people would die in the region. Ancestor Shi Tian and Ji Dang Tian kept fighting and colliding. Ancestor Shi Tian turned into a dark gray energy, illusionary gray energy emerging from his body. The impression was that ancient gods had come for Judgment Day. Ji Dang Tian grunted icily. He made a cutting motion and a terrifying and gigantic cyan dragon appeared. The space seemed to be cut into two where the dragon appeared. Terrifying destructive energies dashed to the skies. Imprint death, said Ancestor Shi Tian icily. His eyes became dazzling as light beams emerged from them. The rays lashed straight towards Ji Dang Tian's eyes. At the same time, he ran forwards, a halberd appearing in his hands, strong wind energies emerging from it. The halberd cut through the air towards the terrifying cyan dragon, a long gray trail appearing behind it. Ji Dang Tian moved aside and closed his eyes. It felt like a terrifying battle had been going on inside his head as well. However, at the same time, he flashed forwards, the earth and sky shaking violently. The ancient cyan dragon roared in a thundering rage and attacked. Some buildings started collapsing as a gigantic path also appeared behind the dragon. Ji Dang Tian kept running ahead. The cyan dragon flew towards Ancestor Shi Tian. People on the ground raised their heads. What a terrifying battle. Back. Other people kept running away. Ancestor Shi Tian raised his gigantic halberd and shouted extremely loudly, Ji Dang Tian, will you give up or not? Lin Feng is doomed, said Ji Dang Tian icily. Alright, we'll see how you intend to capture him, said Ancestor Shi Tian, his halberd descending from the sky. The heavens and earth kept shaking violently. The halberd shot towards Ji Dang Tian, slicing apart the air. It was Ancestor Shi Tian's special strength, and almost impossible to stop. Ji Dang Tian's robe fluttered furiously as he made some hand seals, his cyan dragons roaring again. The heavens and earth kept shaking. A destructive energy pulsed out towards the halberd. Ancestor Shi Tian jumped forwards. He looked like a sword holding a halberd. He looked terrifying. Piss off, shouted Ji Dang Tian. Cyan dragons kept attacking, destructive energies exploded all around them. However, Ancestor Shi Tian was surrounded by peerless sword lights, and nothing could stop him. The air was being shredded around him. The cyan dragons started being cut into two. Ji Dang Tian kept advancing, rumbling spreading out around him, and terrifying fissures appeared as the atmosphere was literally being destroyed. The air around him kept exploding. The halberd crashed down onto his energies. Explosions rang out around Ancestor Shi Tian, and his muscles twitched. He had the brief impression he was going to explode. Ji Dang Tian was having a hard time too. He coughed up blood and was forced away. "They're both badly injured," thought the astonished crowd. How incredible! Those strong cultivators' energies wouldn't disperse for a very long time. Saint Emperor's energies lasted for a very long time. But explosions kept shaking them. The strong cultivators in the sky kept fighting. Ji Dang Tian swore icily, "Ancestor Shi Tian, you declared the war against our 4 ancient holy clans today. So what? I protected Lin Feng. Nobody will take him away," said Ancestor Shi Tian, continued to press forwards with the halberd in his hands. He looked invincible. Ancestor Xin Tian and Ing Zichu's battle was terrifying, too. Nobody dared get close to them, they were already some distance away. Lin Feng was the only medium-level emperor in the middle of the battle, but a strong cultivator was protecting him. Even great emperors didn't dare get too close, and remained far away among the rest of the crowd. More and more strong cultivators from the 4 ancient holy clans kept arriving, but there were only Saint Emperors fighting, so they couldn't get involved. How terrifying! That Saint Emperor is hundreds of thousands of years old. He's a legendary cultivator who is still alive. For many people, becoming a great emperor was already extremely difficult. If Saint Emperors didn't get killed or injured, they could live for a very, very long time. They were almost immortal. In the distance, people from Champion University were watching the battle in astonishment. Those people were fighting because of Lin Feng, the 4 ancient holy clans, the Animal World, the World Clan, and 2 ancestors of the university. What a terrifying battle! Some people were injured. Those cultivators could even destroy entire cities. If those ancient holy clans lost cultivators, it would be a tragedy, but maybe that they hadn't anticipated such a thing could happen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1986, Inside Information. Chapter 1986, Inside Information. At that moment, everybody was stunned, just watching everything going on. Yuan Taishan from the Yuan clan was furious. The seasons kept changing around him, the moon and the stars appeared, then the sun and a blue sky replaced them, and the cycle continued. Yuan Taishan is even using his spirit, thought the crowd, shivering at the sight. It was a galaxy, the stars were rising and moved towards the old man of the animal world. The stars were dazzling, and harder than mountains. It felt like the earth and sky were about to collapse. The old man of the animal world looked at him icily. Black flames started burning around him. He looked like a divine supernatural bird as he slowly rose up into the air. The bird shrieked, and made the earth and sky shake violently. Some people who were several kilometers away spat out blood. The incoming stars collapsed and broke apart, falling down from the sky. Many ancient phoenixes appeared as if they had been summoned. The phoenixes opened their wings and streamed towards Yuan Taishan. Each phoenix seemed like they could burn a whole world. Many stars fell down from the sky. It was a spectacular sight. It reminded people of tales of ancient, epic battles. Stars falling down from the sky, the earth and sky burning, the heavens on fire. The animal world's emperor simply charged, stirring up a windstorm as he did. The animal world was so strong and dazzling. Yuan Taishan coughed up blood. His clothes started burning. He was retreating and fighting at the same time. The strong cultivator of the animal world was too strong. Your ancient holy clan can oppress a young emperor, maybe you will manage to kill him, but you forgot that if the young people of your clan come out and travel, we can also kill them one after the other, said the old man of the animal world. He looked like an ancient phoenix. The crowd was stunned. Try and dare, We will destroy your animal world and wipe it off the maps of the Dark Knight region. Promised Yuan Tai-shan icily. In the distance, the old man of the animal world grunted icily. Suddenly, he turned around and spat out flames at someone. The old man of the animal world looked like a death bird from hell. Piss off! Shouted the old man of the animal world explosively. His enemy looked fearless and furious, raising his hand. A decaying chi penetrated into the animal world emperor's body, and he retreated. He raised his hand, which had turned black. His arm was growing darker and darker. Someone else arrived, thought the crowd. The person who arrived looked like a skeleton with dried bones. He was extremely skinny and looked as if he were about to die. The animal world's cultivator raised his hand, and terrifying flames appeared. His sleeves burned as his chi gained in intensity. Some more cultivators of the 4 ancient holy clans are arriving. I wonder whether the 2 ancestors of Champion University, the animal world and the world clan, can still protect Lin Feng? Was now the question on everyone's lips. They were beyond astonished at this point. 2 more Saint Emperors moved towards Lin Feng and looked at him icily. Since they were already fighting, they didn't need to control themselves anymore. They could capture Lin Feng as they wished. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't be worth it. Dong! The 2 Saint Emperors jumped towards Lin Feng. The strong cultivator of the world clan looked at them icily. His terrifying world lights were like a new sky. He waved his hands. The world lights around Lin Feng dispersed and Lin Feng vanished along with them. The world clan have such strange powers. They control world strength. Everybody was stupefied. The old man suddenly jumped into the world lights as well. Had they gone into his own world? The crowd saw the 2 cultivators who were initially running towards Lin Feng move back. Terrifying world lights moved towards one of them. His expression changed drastically and he punched the atmosphere in its direction. However, he also progressively disappeared in the lights and then vanished entirely. A world! The other one's face stiffened. The old man of the world clan had already created his own world and he had brought his companion there. Only a cultivator stronger than him could escape from his world, otherwise, he would be stuck inside. In his world, it won't be possible to find him. Attacking people inside from outside it is impossible too, thought the crowd. The world clan was mysterious, and many people feared their world strength. Unless a cultivator was extremely strong, fighting against people from the world clan was extremely dangerous. It was impossible to predict whether their enemies could come out of their worlds alive. After a long time, cyan world lights exploded out and 2 silhouettes appeared. One was the old man of the world clan, and the other one was the Saint Emperor who had been captured. The Saint Emperor of the Yin clan was soaked with blood and his face was deathly pale at that moment. That world clansman's chi was also flowing chaotically around him. I broke his world strength. He won't be able to condense worlds for a while. Capture Lin Feng, gasped the strong cultivator of the Yin clan. As he finished saying that, he coughed up blood. He was badly injured. Lin Feng also appeared behind the strong cultivator of the world clan. He was still surrounded by world lights. He looked at the fighters icily. He was moved by the fact these people wanted to protect him. More and more people from the 4 ancient holy clans are arriving. The result of the battle could be tragic, thought Lin Feng. He felt powerless in this battle. He couldn't get involved, he couldn't help, even though everything had started because of him. Capture Lin Feng! Shouted someone furiously. Capture Lin Feng! Shouted another one explosively. Many people flew towards Lin Feng while condensing chi. For more Saint Emperors, Lin Feng is doomed, thought the crowd. The 4 Saint Emperors still had the advantage. They were from the Holy City, the World Clan and the Animal World were from abroad. Humph! The old man of the Animal World grunted and glanced at Lin Feng. He didn't look worried. The Saint Emperors raced towards Lin Feng while releasing chi. Lin Feng was instantly surrounded by cyan lights. However, at that moment, another terrifying strength rose up. The Saint Emperors raised their heads and saw 9 dazzling lights condense. They could barely open their eyes. They gazed into the distance and their expression gradually changed. "What a terrifying, oppressive strength!" gasped the shaken crowd. 9 millstones appeared, and an aggressive-looking person with them. Suddenly, everyone was looking at him as if nobody else were there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1987, Drinking Alcohol and Killing People. Chapter 1987, Drinking Alcohol and Killing People. What a strange person, thought the crowd. Many people raised their heads to stare at him. The newcomer looked dignified and majestic. His hair was messy, his eyes looked terrifying. He also had a massive alcohol gourd in his hands. He raised the gourd and drank it with a loud gurgle. "How good," said that person indifferently. He glanced at the crowd and said, "So many old dudes are bullying a little boy?" Then, he took another sip. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" asked the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan. This person was enigmatic and unfathomable. Where was this person from? Was he here to protect Lin Feng? It's getting more and more interesting. Another extremely strong cultivator. Even Saint Emperors talked to him respectfully, thought the crowd. Another change in the battle. Sages are solitary. Alcohol is my only friend and has been on my side throughout the ages since antiquity, muttered that person hoarsely to the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan disdainfully. Lin Feng looked at him, his heart pounding. A sage? A holy king? "We're not here to drink though, so please go away," said the Saint Emperor from the Ji clan coldly. The man tilted his head to put his hair aside. He smiled evilly and said, "Why would I drink anywhere else? Who do you think you are?" The expression of the Saint Emperor of the Ji clan changed quickly. He didn't know who this person was, he had to be careful not to offend him. He jumped away, waving his hands. A cyan dragon appeared and roared in a thundering rage, threatening to collapse the world. A terrifying oppressive strength filled the air with a dry hum. The eyes of the man in the sky twinkled in multicolor. He opened his mouth and spat, the smell of alcohol suddenly turning up for miles around. His spit turned into fire and rained down on the cyan dragon. It immediately started burning and disappeared like a mirage. "Try again," said the man arrogantly. He sounded aggressive and crazy. After seeing a man like that, it was difficult to forget him. How strong. He spat out his drink and killed the dragon. An onlooker murmured, "How fearsome." The Saint Emperor of the Ji clan was furious. He was a Saint Emperor, and there were 3 Saint Emperors with him, and this man dared make fun of him. "What is happening here has nothing to do with you, Your Excellency. If you leave, I won't attack you." The Saint Emperor of the Ji clan didn't want to offend a strong cultivator he didn't know. There were so many powerful groups in the holy city, and he had never heard of such a cultivator here. "Don't touch him again," said that person, pointing at Lin Feng. Everyone frowned in shock. Those Saint Emperor's eyes glittered, one of them grunted icily and said, "Your Excellency, you're a bit arrogant. We will take him with us, whether you agree or not. Now, leave. No matter who you are, you can't get involved in the affairs of the ancient holy clans of the holy city." The Saint Emperors all showed their discontent. Saint Emperors were already almost at the top of cultivation, and were all very rare. There was almost nobody above them in terms of strength. Ancient holy clans were extremely powerful, who dared humiliate them? Especially a nobody. The newcomer drank more alcohol, he took sips greedily, voraciously, and laughed like a madman. "Who wants to try and touch him? Insolent! How arrogant! I'll try." The Saint Emperor of the G-Clan charged at Lin Feng, dang, she rolling in the air. He stretched his hands out towards Lin Feng. The strong cultivator was still drinking in the sky as if it had nothing to do with him. And then the newcomer looked at the Saint Emperor of the G-Clan, opened his mouth and spat out alcohol again. His breath smelled really bad, even as it turned into dazzling sharp swords. "Destroy!" shouted the Saint Emperor of the G-Clan, shifting position invisibly fast. "Alcohol can pierce through internal organs," said the stranger, throwing out drops of alcohol which turned into sharp swords filled with a destructive strength towards the Saint Emperor. The Saint Emperor's face froze. How could a drunkard achieve enlightenment? "Tao intent!" shouted that person. His voice, which sounded ordinary, made the air shake violently. Then, he spat out more alcohol, forming golden energies which turned into a golden cage and sealed the area. How strong! Who's that? Is he an ancestor? Wondered many onlookers. People's hearts were pounding. This new cultivator was extremely strong. His alcohol could turn into energy and destroy people. At that moment, the strong cultivator spat a third time, each drop of alcohol turning into turquoise lights and emitting shattering sounds. Lin Feng wasn't far away and could clearly see the battle. This drunkard was incredible and fearless. The Saint Emperor of the G-Clan rose up in the air and released dragons at the same time in two lines of energy. "Die!" shouted the strong cultivator of the G-Clan. He released a fist filled with ancient energies. A million punches hurtled out. "I told you not to touch him," said the drunkard indifferently. He ignored the attacks of the G-Clan's cultivator, opened his mouth and drank more, then spat it out. It turned into a curtain which destroyed the millions of fist lights. He then started moving forwards lightning fast, and at the same time, an armor made of light appeared all around his body. He looked stronger than a mountain, more dazzling than stars. He didn't even fear a Saint Emperor. Who is he? The ancestor of the G-Clan was astonished and suddenly scared. He doesn't fear Dao strength. The Emperor of the Ying clan was astonished too, his face stiff with confusion. At that moment, everybody stopped fighting and looked over at him. He's a peerless cultivator. Far away, the onlookers were frozen. It was like time had stopped. The Saint Emperor of the G-Clan looked like a little and terrified kid right now. Even the cultivators of the World Clan were amazed. For them, helping Lin Feng was an opportunity to show the world how strong they were after so many years of hiding. But now, nobody was paying attention to them anymore. According to legends, when you become a top-level Saint Emperor, it's still not the top of cultivation. There are more levels above. Such people transcend worldliness and attain holiness. They break from the great Tao. Tao strength is useless against them. They fear nobody, muttered some people in the crowd. That cultivator definitely didn't fear Tao power. "I lift my cup of liquor to heaven and the stars and drink it," sighed the drunkard. He was sighing because of the Saint Emperor of the G-Clan. More stars appeared around him, dazzling and unbreakable. He really looked like a peerless cultivator. You engage in a battle of words, I kill Saint Emperors. The crowd was shaken. When had such a cultivator appeared in the holy city before? He had broken free from the great Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1988, Fall of a Saint Emperor. Chapter 1988, Fall of a Saint Emperor. How insane. Who is he? Everybody was wondering aloud. A peerless cultivator. What was a peerless cultivator? Was he a god? Lin Feng didn't understand why the drunkard was helping him. Was he a peerless cultivator? A Saint Emperor was terrified in front of him. The man was drinking and laughing and nobody could stop him. The Saint Emperor of the G-Clan still looked terrified. The peerless cultivator's stars were more dazzling than the sun. He didn't fear the G-clan's destructive Tao, and his stars looked indestructible. Arg, the Saint Emperor shouted furiously. He wanted to run away desperately. However, the man drank another sip of alcohol and spat it out. It turned into a galaxy and sealed the area so the Saint Emperor couldn't escape anymore. Piss off! Shouted the Saint Emperor of the G-clan, raising his hands to attack the stars. He couldn't destroy them, but he could make them move aside at least. The drunkard took another sip and spat it out, his breath turning into lightning, while the atmosphere became dark like during a storm. Ah! The Saint Emperor gave a horrible shriek, a bolt struck his arm. He wanted to escape but a shooting star smashed into him. He felt incredible pressure as he suddenly coughed up blood. His face was already deathly pale. He felt so weak. What a tragedy for a Saint Emperor. Oh no! The expression of the ancestor of the G-clan changed drastically. He wanted to help, but he realized nobody could save his descendant. Nothing worked against that astonishingly strong drunkard. At that moment, he understood that the late arrival's level was higher than a Saint Emperor. The bright stars surrounded him and smashed down. At that moment, the crowd shook violently. On this day, 4 ancient holy clans had surrounded Lin Feng. On this day, Lin Feng had come out freely with ancestors of Champion University, and strong cultivators from the animal world and the world clan had come to help. On this day, a dozen Saint Emperors had started fighting, some to help Lin Feng, some to capture him. On this day, it looked like the end of the world. On this day, a Saint Emperor died. Oh no! The strong cultivators of the G-clan were devastated. They had just lost a Saint Emperor, the highest level cultivator in the holy city. A Saint Emperor could create an ancient holy clan all on their own. They had almost no rivals. A Saint Emperor could protect a clan. Without Saint Emperors, ancient holy clans couldn't ensure their own safety and they just became ordinary ancient clans. However, at that moment, a Saint Emperor from the G-clan had been killed in front of everyone. Phew, people took deep breaths to cover their astonishment. A Saint Emperor had died. Such people could also be killed. That Saint Emperor who had lived for such a long time had been killed because he had come to attack Lin Feng. Everybody was just stunned. Seeing a Saint Emperor getting killed was just too astonishing. However, the peerless cultivator didn't pay attention to people's reactions. He continued drinking and burping loudly. "What a good drink," said the cultivator casually. He looked at the corpse and said calmly, "Unruly little kid. I wouldn't have killed you if you had listened to me, because you were a weakling. But you didn't listen, so I had to punish you." Anyone want to join him? Everybody remained silent, even the Saint Emperors, not daring to attack. Everybody was just staring at the drunkard who was also a peerless cultivator. Finally, Ji Dang Tian moved forwards. He didn't try to offend the man, instead bowing and asking, "G-clan, may I ask you your name?" Everybody knew that the G-clan wasn't strong enough to get their revenge, so they couldn't offend the man. They had to be polite. "The G-clan wants to take revenge?" replied the man, smiling amiably. He looked detached from worldly affairs. "We would never dare," replied Ji Dang Tian. "You're a Saint Emperor and you wouldn't dare?" "Chicken," responded the man indifferently. Ji Dang Tian raised his head and said, "I'm not strong enough. I will tell the clan about what happened today. If you want to attack my clan, I can't do much. If you want to get your revenge, I'll destroy you all." "I don't fear you," said the man, taking a few more sips before adding, "I'm just an insane drunkard from an ancient city, Shiju Lao Xian." "An insane drunkard, Shiju Lao Xian?" Ji Dang Tian was stupefied, his eyes glittered. "Master, you're Shiju Lao Xian from the vast celestial ancient city?" "I'm just a drunkard, that's all," said Shiju Lao Xian, smiling casually. Those watching were stunned, so it was him. He used to be famous in the Dark Knight region. He was crazy. He wasn't a Saint Emperor anymore, he had leveled up. Shi Zhu Lao Xian. Lin Feng was astonished. He had heard that name in the vast celestial ancient city, but hadn't thought he'd ever meet him. The members of the World Clan were stunned. They also knew about Shi Zhu Lao Xian, but they hadn't known he had leveled up. Now, if he started a clan, it would become terrifying quickly. He would become the symbol of his clan. "I will remember, Master," said Ji Dang Tian neutrally. The members of the Ying clan, the Yuan clan, and the Pei clan remained silent. What could they say or do anyway? If they fought, they'd die. They all looked at Lin Feng inside. For ancient holy clans wanted to capture Lin Feng, and Shi Zhu Lao Xian had changed everything. Lin Feng was backed up by the animal world, the World Clan, Champion University, Shi Zhu Lao Xian, and who else? I don't care about you. I'll just warn you though, I won't be that polite next time, said Shi Zhu Lao Xian, drinking and glancing at the crowd aggressively. He still looked undeterred and relaxed. Nobody would dare go against him. He was so strong, he feared nobody. I will leave an imprint on Lin Feng's body. If the ancient holy clans send great emperors to fight against him, I won't be polite. What if he provokes us on purpose? We can't kill him, either? If he provokes great emperors, it's his problem, the person can strike back. Of course, if he provokes emperors of your clans and kills them, then it means your emperors are powerless, said Shi Zhu Lao Xian calmly. So our people can kill him? Shi Zhu Lao Xian smiled and said, you can. And someday, when he becomes a great emperor, you can also send celestial emperors to fight against him, but not saint emperors. Lin Feng's heart twitched. If he became a great emperor, they could send celestial emperors to fight against him? I hope you'll keep your promise, Master, Ji Dang Tian said calmly. The ancient holy clans were convinced they'd find a way to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was strong, but he was just a medium-level emperor. They had many geniuses. If they didn't manage to capture Lin Feng, it would mean they were bad cultivators, indeed. Shi Zhu Lao Xian is cruel. I thought he'd protect Lin Feng and wouldn't allow the 4 ancient holy clans to attack Lin Feng ever again, muttered someone in the distance. That would be boring. Lin Feng needs to progress. Shi Zhu Lao Xian is doing that to help him. But he also wants to put him under pressure. Lin Feng is only a medium-level emperor. When Lin Feng becomes a great emperor, those clans will be able to send celestial emperors to fight against him, that will make him want to become stronger faster. I wonder where he knows Lin Feng from. People were talking, all of them wondering why Shi Zhu Lao Xian had protected Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1989, The End? Chapter 1989, The End? Don't worry, I will not break my promise, replied Shi Zhu Lao Xian. Then, he waved aggressively and said, everybody, leave, don't disturb a drunkard when he's drinking. Goodbye, Master, Ji Dang Tian said immediately, turning around and leaving. All the strong cultivators of the Ji clan looked furious as they left. The crowd was still stunned. For ancient holy clans had tried to capture Lin Feng and they had failed. A saint emperor from the Ji clan had even died. Amazing! The Ying clan, the Pei clan, and the Yuan clan were furious, but they couldn't do or say anything. They felt like trash. Lin Feng looked at him and bowed. I didn't die. Thank you very much, Master. I will never forget what you did for me, but... Shi Zhu Lao Xian smiled at Lin Feng indifferently. I've heard that you could control 10 different sorts of abstruse energies and that you had been abandoned by the gods. Indeed, Master, said Lin Feng, nodding and staring at the old man. Xing Feng has told me about you. You're 3rd in the imperial ranking list even though you're only a medium-level emperor. That's rare. The old men of the animal clan like you very much, too, Shi Zhu Lao Xian went on. Lin Feng was stupefied. Xing Feng and the old men of the animal world knew Shi Zhu Lao Xian?
Xing Feng, little girl, come here, said Shi Zhu Lao Xian gazing into the distance.
Xing Feng came over and said to the man, Teacher. Teacher.
Lin Feng was completely astonished and looked at Xing Feng meaningfully.
So Xing Feng had asked Shi Zhu Lao Xian for help?
Lin Feng knew that Xing Feng had an extraordinary body. She was the same as him. She also understood 10 sorts of abstruse energies.
She certainly had a terrifying teacher. I've done what I promised. Do you intend to continue studying at university? Shi Zhu Lao Xian asked Xing Feng.
Xing Feng looked at the old men of the animal world and then at Lin Feng, then she looked at Shi Zhu Lao Xian and said, I want to come with you, teacher.
Good, we can travel for a while, nodded Shi Zhu Lao Xian. He looked at the elder of the animal world and said, I'm taking her. You don't mind, right? You can travel with her for a while. The old man of the animal world agreed promptly. All right, Shi Zhu Lao Xian nodded. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, Little boy, continue to practice cultivation. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Dazzling lights appeared around Lin Feng and an imprint was left on his body. That way, the ancient holy clans couldn't attack him anymore.
I was a solitary drunkard, but now I have a disciple, I won't feel as lonely, said Shi Zhu Lao Xian, downing his bottle before he left with Xing Feng.
Xing Feng, thank you,
shouted Lin Feng to Xing Feng. Xing Feng turned around and gave him a resplendent smile.
She was so beautiful.
However, her smile quickly disappeared into the horizon. Shi Zhu Lao Xian was too fast.
At that kind of level, you can appear anywhere. In normal circumstances, people never see you, murmured the crowd.
Saint Emperors were already rare, but Shi Zhu Lao Xian was even stronger.
Let's go. The people sighed and left. Nobody would dare kidnap Lin Feng anymore.
The old man of the animal world came up to Lin Feng and grinned. Lin Feng, back then in the vast celestial ancient city, the gods had abandoned you and you couldn't break through to the Huang Qi layer. Now, you're the third cultivator on the imperial ranking list. I'm sure a bright future is awaiting you. Maybe someday you'll be as strong as him. Keep it up.
I understand. Thank you for coming from the vast celestial ancient city to help me, smiled Lin Feng. It's nothing.
The ancient holy clans are shameless. They dared send Saint Emperors to kidnap you and steal the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Just shameless, said the old man lightly.
We're off. When you have time, come to the animal world.
The cultivators of the animal world left, but they didn't take Wu and Swan with them. They just told them to continue becoming stronger.
It was good for them to stay with Lin Feng. Lang Yi, an old man of the World Clan, called out. The old man said, Lang Yi, back then, you were at the same level as Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng is third on the imperial ranking list. You have the World King body, you should make more effort and study harder. I understand, Lang Yi nodded helplessly.
Lang Yi wasn't a slow cultivator, but Lin Feng's cultivation speed was terrifying.
They didn't regret that they had met Lin Feng in Mengqing back then.
Lin Feng was a bit faster than Lang Yi. He could defeat high-level emperors.
If you know it's good.
With your special body, you can also become like Shi Zhu Lao Xian someday, said the old man, clapping Lang Yi's shoulder.
Definitely, agreed Lang Yi.
Lang Yi felt even more motivated. Shi Zhu Lao Xian was just too astonishing, like a king of the world. Lang Yi had a king-type body from the World Clan, and the potential to someday become like Shi Zhu Lao Xian. Shi Zhu Lao Xian was like a king and he treated everybody else the same, ordinary people and Saint Emperors. The members of the World Clan departed. However, the onlookers didn't leave. They wanted to see more. They were still a little stunned.
After a while, the atmosphere calmed down. But was it really over? Maybe another battle was going to start? Lin Feng, are you going back to university?
Ancestor Xian Tian and Ancestor Shi Tian asked him.
They hadn't thought that Lin Feng knew so many people. He was indeed very talented. Even if Champion University hadn't taken him as a student, many other people would have. Ancestor Xian Tian and Ancestor Shi Tian were furious at Ancestor Zhu Tian. Luckily, they had noticed Lin Feng and taken him as a student. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forgiven him. However, Lin Feng shook his head. Go back to the university? Of course not. What do you want to do? Asked Ancestor Shi Tian. Was Lin Feng angry at Champion University? After all, they hadn't used their full strength to protect him. To steal my Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, the Ji clan, the Yin clan, the Pei clan and the Yuan clan will dispatch many people to fight against me all the time. I can't protect myself against Saint Emperors. Luckily, you and some other people helped and I am very grateful, but I can't let the 4 ancient holy clans bully me all the time, said Lin Feng calmly. I will never forget that you helped me, but this is not over. The ancestors were surprised. Ancestor Shi Tian said, What do you want to do, Lin Feng? I want to go to the Ji clan, said Lin Feng emotionlessly. As long as great emperors don't attack, nobody can defeat me in the Ji clan. What an incredible guy! Thought the rather dumbstruck crowd. Lin Feng surprisingly wanted to go to the Ji clan. He was crazy. A medium-level emperor wanted to go to an ancient holy clan to get his revenge. Ancestor Shi Tian's eyes twinkled and he said, Lin Feng, even though you're the 3rd on the imperial ranking list, ancient holy clans have many other extremely strong cultivators. You can go, but please be very careful. I understand, Lin Feng acknowledged the 2 ancestors. I'm off. He took out his boat and flew away towards the Ji clan. The crowd left was astonished and shaken. Let's go to the Ji clan and see what Lin Feng will do. I wouldn't have thought he would take measures this quickly. Silhouettes flickered, and a lot of people followed after Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1990, Massacre. Chapter 1990, Massacre. In the Ji clan, Ji Dang Tian was gazing into the distance. The disciples of the Ji clan raised their heads. A Saint Emperor died today. None of you can forget this humiliation, said Ji Dang Tian somberly. He was furious and was talking loud enough for everyone to hear him. You all know that ancient holy clans, especially us, have existed for millennia, and we've never been humiliated by other people, we've always humiliated others. However, today, one of our Saint Emperors died. You understand that even Saint Emperors can't do anything against peerless cultivators? I hope that someday, we'll also have a peerless cultivator. The young people of the Ji clan felt even more motivated and determined. It was already impossible to find a peerless cultivator in the holy city. Alone, Zhu Lao Xian could destroy all the ancient holy clans. He was a true peerless cultivator. Anyway, keep in mind what I've said, said Ji Dang Tian. He flickered away and disappeared. How could they forget about such a cultivator's death? And it all happened because of a medium-level emperor, Lin Feng. Lin Feng had humiliated many people of the Ji clan. Because of him, Ji Wuyo was blind. He had provoked Ji Chang on the day of his champion ceremony. Now, a Saint Emperor of their clan had died because of Lin Feng. How could they forgive him? They hated him more than anything. And now they couldn't do much against him anymore. Great emperors weren't allowed to fight against him. The Ji clan calmed down. People went back to what they were doing. At that moment, outside of the Ji clan, a silhouette appeared and glanced around at their territory. It was spectacular, but he wasn't there to admire the architecture of their buildings. He was furious. To the Ji clan, Lin Feng had humiliated them, but what about Lin Feng? Ji Chang's club had humiliated Tian Tai, Ji Qing Song had threatened him, their Saint Emperors had tried to capture him. For a medium-level emperor, it was a terrifying pressure.
Lin Feng also hated the Ji clan, he wanted to destroy them right back. Outside of the Ji clan, some people passed and saw Lin Feng. When they saw him, they frowned. Lin Feng. A few emperors and younger people came out and looked at him icily. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had come to them. Lin Feng, you dared come to the Ji clan? Swore a high-level emperor, pointing at Lin Feng furiously. Their holy emperor had died because of him. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly with his death eyes and made them shudder with dread. Lin Feng blurred into motion and threw himself at that young man. He was extremely fast. At the same time, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with terrifying deathlights. Ah! The high-level emperor gave a horrible shriek, the death strength pierced through his brain and made his soul shake violently. Lin Feng landed in front of him and raised his fist at the same time, the air whistling at his passage. Lin Feng's physical strength was terrifying. He punched the Ji clansman's head, it exploded, and Lin Feng continued flying towards the Ji clan. The two young men of the Ji clan were stupefied. What had just happened? Lin Feng had come to the Ji clan to kill people. Had they really seen that? An emperor had come alone to kill people on their own territory? Was he insane? That sounded too ridiculous. But it was a fact, Lin Feng was really doing this. Lin Feng glanced around, his eyes filled with death strength and eating away people's lives. A terrifying death chi filled the air, some people's faces became gray. They looked like corpses. They only truly realized what was going on when Lin Feng got close to them, they weren't dreaming. Lin Feng was really killing them in their own territory. Die. A funeral bell rang in their heads. They gave up and died. Corpses fell one after the other. There was an explosion, the people looked at Lin Feng in fury and started releasing their energies. Lin Feng, you bastard! You want to die! They swore. Many strong cultivators came over when they heard that. They noticed 3 emperors dead on the ground, and pulled long faces. Lin Feng dared kill people on their territory? Those people were emperors. Most ancient holy clans had mainly emperors, there were fewer people at higher levels. Only those whose cultivation was stable went traveling. Great emperors could travel anywhere because people considered you really strong only after having becoming a great emperor. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd with his death eyes, everybody sensed death intent invade their eyes and brains. Not many emperors controlled Dao strength, so they couldn't resist Lin Feng. In the air, some sword energies emitted whistling sounds. Everybody sensed the fearsome energies of the Nihility swords. They released their soul strength. Most of them had cyan dragon spirits which were sent attacking Lin Feng. Die! Shouted someone explosively. Lin Feng sensed some oppressive strength. All those dragons were roaring furiously. Lin Feng jumped high up in the air, a crater appeared behind him. The strong cultivators of the Ji clan sensed earth strength oppress them. Lin Feng raised his hand and countless ancient imprints appeared. The ground beneath him burst into 1,000,000 pieces explosively. Dazzling golden lights appeared under his feet and he disappeared, then reappeared in front of all those strong cultivators. He made a cutting motion and a river made of death energies appeared behind his hand. The strong cultivators around him were overwhelmed. Lin Feng's Dao power could easily kill them. Die! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. His voice contained demon cursing energies which invaded their brains. Another Nihility death sword appeared, and many other death sword lights at the same time. Back! Go back to the buildings! Shouted a strong cultivator of the Ji clan who knew how strong Lin Feng was. They stood no chance against him. However, they weren't fast enough. Lin Feng released empty space and wind cosmic energies around himself. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of them and looking at them with his death eyes. He also released ancient world of the living imprints, the air exploded and crackled as a few more people died. Insolent! Shouted someone defiantly in the distance. A terrifying great emperor arrived and released energies, but Lin Feng ignored him and continued killing people who died one after the other.
They didn't even have time to give shriek.
Lin Feng continued, jumping and landing in front of someone else and looking at him with his death eyes. The man died instantly, joining the other corpses everywhere.
Lin Feng raised his head calmly and said indifferently, "Will you dare touch me?"
That cultivator had started stretching out his hand to attack Lin Feng, but when he heard those words, he took his arm back. He shouted furiously and smashed the ground. Dust rose up from the explosion and spread in the air.
He was furious as he shouted, "Lin Feng, you're insolent." I'm insolent? What about 4 Saint Emperors attacking a weak cultivator like me? They even waited outside Champion University for me,
replied Lin Feng coldly.
He continued releasing death intent all around.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1991, All the Emperors. Chapter 1991, All the Emperors.
The great emperor of the Ji clan was standing there, a cold wind blowing across him. More people appeared at his sides and looked at the corpses on the ground.
They didn't look too nervous. I admire your courage. You dare kill members of the Ji clan in our own territory, the great emperor said to Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng in admiration. Back then, 4 ancient holy clans had joined hands to go and surround Champion University. But he admired Lin Feng for coming. He was just a medium-level emperor, after all.
When Lin Feng heard him, he remained expressionless, his eyes all black. He said calmly, "Even if 4 ancient holy clans want to bully me in Champion University, I don't care. I'm just a medium-level emperor, but I'm here, I don't feel pressured."
"Alright, even if you die here, sure Zhu Lao Xian won't say anything," said the great emperor indifferently.
They all retreated to some buildings at the same time. Lin Feng stood outside and sat down cross-legged.
The members of the Ji clan looked at Lin Feng icily, but didn't do anything to him. In a palace nearby, Ji Dang Tian shuddered with fury when he heard about what was going on. He raised his hands and shouted, "Kill!" They wanted the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, but they couldn't capture Lin Feng because of Shi Zhu Lao Xian. So they could just kill him. At that moment, the silence was broken. Many strong cultivators came out of small worlds all over the Ji clan. They came to kill Lin Feng. Less than an hour later, on the battle stage of the Ji clan, many people had gathered, including more than 100 emperors. They were all high-level emperors, some of them were even at the very, very top of the high-level Huangqi layer. Ancient holy clans were extremely old, and often had more cultivators than some countries. They grew in strength thanks to their young cultivators, who kept growing stronger and stronger. With time, they had more and more great emperors, then Celestial Emperor, and then Saint Emperors. Of course, Saint Emperors were still extremely rare. "You know what you have to do?" said Ji Yuan at that moment to the crowd. "Kill Lin Feng." Everybody replied icily. A terrifying chi rose up into the air. Indeed, kill Lin Feng. However, you have to remember that it's nothing majestic. On the contrary, it's a humiliation. We're an ancient holy clan and he's at the gate of our clan, and he killed some of our people. We need too many people to kill him, is this not a humiliation? Said Ji Yuan, looking glum. Many people remained silent. Indeed, it was a humiliation, an ancient holy clan sending so many emperors to kill a single medium-level emperor. We keep getting humiliated. So remember, today kill Lin Feng to partly regain our reputation. Said Ji Yuan angrily. Kill! Shouted the emperors in unison. The earth and sky shook as they shouted. They all rose up into the air starting to rumble as a cloud of chi appeared. Were they going to regain their reputation by killing Lin Feng? Lin Feng was seated cross-legged outside of the Ji clan. He felt an ocean of chi rolling in the distance. A strong wind started to blow. Boom, boom.
Lin Feng was startled. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His eyes were still filled with death energies.
He didn't look worried, however.
Ancestor Shirtian had told him that the Ji clan was terrifying, but there were some things which were unavoidable.
Among the people of the Huang Qi layer, who could kill him? They're here.
The watching crowd in the distance saw the small army coming for Lin Feng. The huge crowd had followed Lin Feng to watch him battle against the cultivators of the Ji clan.
What a terrifying army! Even a great emperor would have to be vigilant. It's definitely an ancient holy clan. In less than an hour, they managed to gather so many high-level emperors. Their chi is terrifying. The Ji clan is really furious. They sent such a huge army.
They don't want the celestial evolution holy scriptures this time, they want to kill him. When the crowd saw all those strong cultivators in the distance, they withdrew even further. They were quite a distance away, but still had the impression they were too close because the chi was already oppressing them.
Lin Feng was crazy. He had offended a whole ancient holy clan and now he was on their territory. Was he going to die?
When all the emperors landed in front of Lin Feng, the atmosphere they brought with them was very oppressive. He had the impression a mountain had fallen onto his back. But he just glanced at them with his death eyes.
Some great emperors were there.
One of them looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, sure Zhu Lao Xian said great emperors couldn't fight against you, we can't help but listen to him.
However, we wouldn't have thought you'd take the initiative to come here and provoke us. Since it's that way, you're going to die here. Everybody, together." Indeed, sure Zhu Lao Xian will do what he said. He won't kill you if you abide by the rules. If you kill me today, he will have nothing to say. However, if all those emperors fail and I kill them all, how will the members of the Ji clan be able to walk in the holy city without feeling ashamed? Said Lin Feng.
He perfectly understood what that guy meant. He was afraid that sure Zhu Lao Xian would avenge Lin Feng's death even if no great emperor got involved.
You think you can survive?
The great emperor smiled coldly. Everybody left their great imperial weapons in the Ji clan, so we won't violate sure Zhu Lao Xian's rules. However, if you use great imperial weapons, you will die and nobody will be able to save you. Then, he slowly rose up into the air. Today, he wanted to watch Lin Feng die. A strong wind made of cosmic energies started blowing around Lin Feng. A deployment spell appeared inside. Lin Feng had never fought against so many emperors at the same time.
It was terrifying to think of. "Kill," said the great emperor in the sky. The sky began to whistle. "Die! Die!" shouted the furious 100 emperors in unison. She started surging and oppressing Lin Feng to the extent that he was pushed backwards. He had the sensation his chest was going to be crushed and he grunted with pain. "They will not let him off," thought the crowd when they heard the whistling chi. Some people's faces turned deathly pale as if they were about to die. Dazzling cyan dragon totems appeared everywhere in the air. The members of the Ji clan inherited the cyan dragon spirit. Many young people had inherited their spirit from great emperors. In the Ji clan, to transmit the best quality blood, people usually waited until they were great emperors to have children. That way, their blood strength and spirit remained perfect, and were passed down to their heirs. A gigantic cyan dragon appeared, 10,000 meters long, roaring furiously and brandishing its claws. Lin Feng was driven backwards and coughed up blood. He kept releasing life strength in grim intent. When he stopped being forced backwards, he ran forwards again. "You want to die," proclaimed the great emperor in the sky, smiling coldly. The crowd's hearts kept pounding. Lin Feng was insane. So many emperors were attacking him, if they hadn't moved back first, they would all have been killed. Lin Feng released demon energies, a demon king appearing behind him. He looked arrogant and fearless. Lin Feng didn't flinch at what he had to do. He was a demon, he wanted to destroy the earth and sky. Demon Chi rotated around Lin Feng madly, his entire body went pitch black. His demon intent rose to the skies and oppressed the Ji clan's energies. The emperors grunted coldly. They released even more dragon energies, more dragons appeared, it was like heaven and earth were about to collapse. Lin Feng's demon king roared furiously. How could a demon king be a weakling? A terrifying strength crashed onto Lin Feng's demon intent. His clothes were torn apart. He was being attacked by 100 people at the same time and was driven backwards 10 meters. His face was covered with blood, but he started moving forwards again. People's hearts were pounding in astonishment. That demon was fighting against 100 dragons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1992, Powerful Demon Culpa. Chapter 1992, Powerful Demon Culpa. What a powerful demonic intent. He is just slightly injured, exclaimed the crowd in wonder. All the emperors were condensing strength and attacking Lin Feng at the same time, but he was just slightly injured and remained determined. Lin Feng was a demon cultivator. He had studied the indestructible Devamara scriptures, he could use the explosive demon strength of the earth and sky, he could use demon culpa strength, Devamara culpa strength had cleansed his body, he had demon intent, he would never submit. His explosive demon strength kept dashing to the skies, condensing a demonic cloud. The emperors of the Ji clan looked at him icily. Lin Feng was humiliating them. They had to kill him. How could 100 emperors lose against Lin Feng? Dragon whistles, commanded an icy voice. At the same time, all the emperors started running forwards, their dragons emitting whistling sounds, a terrifying strength condensed as they advanced. It was like 1,000,000 cyan dragons were flying towards Lin Feng at full speed. When their strength crashed onto Lin Feng, he had the impression his bones and soul were going to be crushed. His demon strength emitted whistling sounds and dashed to the skies. Lin Feng rose up into the air and condensed oppressive and explosive Devamara strength. The whole atmosphere became dark. Culpa lights twinkled, shaking earth and sky. What's going on? Devamara culpa strength, he broke through. He must have practiced some special skills, he can attract Devamara culpa strength and cleanse his body. His physical strength is incredible. Those watching were all astonished, including the strong cultivators of the Ji clan. Lin Feng was using their strength to temper himself, he wanted to become stronger. In the sky, millions of culpa lights blotted out the sky. The emperors of the Ji clan shivered despite themselves. Lin Feng rose up into the air, he was going to get cleansed by Devamara culpa strength before the real beginning of the battle. Devamara culpa strength kept undulating in the air, Lin Feng was bathing in them as they cleansed his body. Die! A few strong cultivators of the Ji clan charged towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng smiled icily. He waved his hands and an endless amount of demon culpa strength emitted crackling sounds, he was calling to him, but "Come," said Lin Feng, raising his head and looking at the sky. The earth and sky shook violently, demon lights dashed skywards as crackling sounds kept spreading in the air. Lin Feng sensed that his flesh and soul were shaking violently. He kept growling with pain as his face turned deathly pale. The first wave of demon culpa strength is attacking my flesh and soul, thought Lin Feng, frowning and looking at the sky. How awesome! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. Demon culpa strength surged. Lin Feng was completely surrounded by demon lights. He was a medium-level emperor and had been cleansed by demon culpa strength 7 times already. It kept cleansing his body and soul. Lin Feng felt happy and found the whole experience painful yet pleasant. Awesome? Let him die in those demon energies. Smiled a strong cultivator of the Ji clan. The emperors ran towards him and released more energies. Lin Feng was being cleansed by demon Culpa strength, so it was a great opportunity. When Lin Feng saw that, he started laughing frantically. "Alright, since you want me to die, come and sense my demon Culpa strength," shouted Lin Feng explosively. He started running to meet them while condensing demon Culpa strength. Lin Feng then disappeared inside his energies. He shouted furiously and a demon king appeared in the sky. "You want to die?" The emperors of the Ji clan condensed all their energies together into the ancient cyan dragon that shook the earth and sky. When so many emperors condensed energies together, it could only be terrifying. Even a great emperor would have flinched there. Lin Feng suddenly accelerated. Deployment lights appeared, surrounding him with empty space energies. The ancient cyan dragon roared furiously. However, at that moment, Lin Feng appeared in the sky above the emperors of the Ji clan. The Devamara Culpa strength emitted whistling sounds. The Ji clan's emperors' faces turned deathly pale. Not only were those demon energies attacking Lin Feng, but they were attacking them as well. "Die!" shouted a cultivator furiously. They attacked Lin Feng, but at the same time, an endless amount of demon lights illuminated the atmosphere. Rumbles shook the air. Lin Feng coughed up some blood. His soul shook violently, his muscles twitched. Lin Feng raised his head and laughed frantically again. "Demon Culpa strength can also get furious, right? Come and fight." The emperors of the Ji clan shuddered with dread. When the demon strength bombarded the Ji clan's army, they were all propelled away in different directions. 7 or 8 people had died straight away. Lin Feng's physical strength was incredible, easily at the level of a strength-centered high-level emperor. Even though those Ji clan's emperors were high-level emperors, they were far from being as strong as Lin Feng in terms of physical strength. Lin Feng had studied the indestructible Devamara scriptures. He could be cleansed Devamara strength, and each time he got cleansed by the Devamara strength, he became much stronger, and the indestructible Devamara scriptures were not the only scriptures he had studied. The Ji clan's emperors weren't like Lin Feng. They were not used to being cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength. When the demon strength bombarded them, without weapons, they couldn't really protect themselves. Many people died immediately or were badly injured. "He's mad," thought the stunned crowd. When the great emperor of the Ji clan saw that happen, his face stiffened in fury. 100 emperors, they had to kill Lin Feng. But now Lin Feng was killing them using demon Culpa strength. "Disperse!" shouted someone explosively. When the emperors of the Ji clan saw that Lin Feng was condensing demon strength like that, they knew they couldn't stay together anymore. They had to separate. "With the demon Culpa strength, I will slaughter them happily today." Lin Feng laughed frantically. Everybody was shaking. Demon Culpa strength could easily destroy people, but Lin Feng could endure the strongest demon Culpa strength. He had just coughed up a little bit of blood, but the cultivators of the Ji clan were different. Those on the front line died instantly. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He condensed cosmic energies and flew at a group of people, a river made of death energies appearing and flowing towards them. When they fought together, the Ji clan's cultivators had hopes against Lin Feng, but in smaller groups, it was probably too much for them. "Where are you going?" asked Lin Feng, catching up with those people who wanted to escape. Lin Feng chopped his hand, and countless death and wind swords appeared. At the same time, demon Culpa strength continued bombarding people. Lin Feng was being bombarded by the strength too, but he just coughed up blood. For the Ji clan's cultivators, the result was much more tragic, as entire groups died. "Woohoo!" Lin Feng spat out blood and glanced at the crowd icily. Empty space holy marks appeared under his feet. It seemed he could teleport. Each time he made a step, he appeared in front of someone. Sleep. Dream energy rose up into the air. That person had the sensation he was going to fall asleep for a second, and he did. He would have woken up, but during that second, Lin Feng killed him and flew towards another cultivator. He kept slaughtering people one after another.
Very quickly, over 30 people had died. When the ninth wave of demon Culpa strength descended from the sky, even more people died, and those who hadn't died were badly injured. Cough, one of the great emperors of the Ji clan coughed blood when he saw that, roaring in a thundering rage, humiliation, humiliation. Lin Feng condensed cosmic energies in his hands and attacked the remaining emperors. War steamroller! Shouted the emperors of the Ji clan. A road appeared and a gigantic war chariot resembling a steamroller with two cyan dragons at the front, appeared and shot towards Lin Feng. Destroy! Shouted Lin Feng explosively. He released World of the Living imprints and cosmic energies at the same time, shaking earth and sky. Death swords cut through the air. Those people could die at any time. The Ji clan wants to kill me, I also want to destroy the Ji clan. In the future, whenever I see a member of the Ji clan, I'll kill them. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Then, he turned around, jumped onto his boat and left. From then on, if he bumped into emperors from the Ji clan, he'd kill them without exception. Of course, emperors of the Ji clan also wanted to kill him, so it was all about strength, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1993, Reincarnation. Chapter 1993, Reincarnation.
The news that Lin Feng had been to the Ji clan to kill people spread quickly in the holy city. The Yuan, Pei, and the Ying clans all got ready. Every day, the three clans were on tenterhooks. They didn't dare leave the clan, to the extent that the disciples of those clans who were also students at Champion University all left and went back to their clans. However, Lin Feng didn't reappear. He suddenly disappeared. Many people made fun of the four ancient holy clans because back then they had joined hands to fight against Lin Feng, then they had left with their tails between their legs because Zhu Lao Xian had appeared and threatened them. Now, they didn't even dare travel freely. He Xiao also left the Ying clan. He didn't have any reason to stay there. He didn't want to offend someone who had transcended worldliness and attained holiness because of the Ying clan and the Ji clan. He was done with their business. After those events, the holy city became relatively calm. Many people had disappeared: Lin Feng, Ying Chang, Ji Chang, Xu Chunxiu, Dozhan Seng, Gili. Xiao Wu Tian didn't reappear either. Some people guessed that Ying Chang might have left the holy city already. Another likely event was that he might have broken through to the Di Qi layer. If Ying Chang didn't offend powerful people, he'd become even stronger. Ji Chang had used the mysterious technique of the Ji clan on the Pathfinder day of the Imperial ranking list, and people didn't know whether he had completely recovered or left the holy city. At Ji Chang's cultivation level, 1 year was a short time. Even for ordinary medium-level emperors, 10 years were not long. They didn't become stronger quickly anymore, even if they were talented, unlike when Lin Feng was still in his homeworld. In Lin Feng's homeworld, low-level emperors stayed at that level for thousands of years. Only real geniuses made visible progress in 1 year.
During this year, Lin Feng was cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength an 8th time. One more time and he might become a high-level emperor. After the 8th Devamara Culpa cleansing, Lin Feng also cleansed his Devamara body. His physical strength was so incredible that no high-level emperor could compete with him anymore in that manner. If high-level emperors attacked him using physical strength, they would have no effect at all. Lin Feng also improved his godly awareness palace to improve his soul strength, and had cleansed his soul using Devamara Culpa. In terms of soul strength, he had already surpassed many high-level emperors. In all aspects, Lin Feng was already as strong as a high-level emperor, he just had the cultivation level of a medium-level emperor. Lin Feng returned to Tiantai. 1 year had passed, and Tiantai had become too big. When Lin Feng saw Tiantai's disciples, he noticed how strong they were. Someday, they'd become as strong as an ancient holy clan. Lin Feng was relieved. However, his teachers still hadn't come back.
Lin Feng thought that the reason was maybe that his teachers didn't feel like coming to the holy city, as initially his fellow disciples hadn't come either.
How come you failed again, Buddhist monk?
Lin Feng heard someone. He saw a group of people smiling at Tianqi. Tianqi was used to such jokes. He put his palms together and said, "I feel ashamed, I am not smart enough, I guess." Tantai smiled and said, "You should forget about it. You're not stupid, but it's difficult for anyone. You already failed 5 times, and you're still so persistent."
Tantai, you're funny. Each time Tianqi comes back, he's much stronger, haven't you noticed? Xin Wu smiled.
At that moment, Tantai saw Lin Feng come and said, "Lin Feng, Tianqi has been begging the Buddhas for half a year already. Do you think he should go again?" "He can make his own decisions," Lin Feng smiled.
"Brother, how many steps did you manage to climb of the 100,000 steps of Buddha Mountain?"
Tianqi shook his head and said, "There aren't 99,999 steps, it's just an expression, there's no end. If there were actually 100,000 steps, I'd already be at the top."
"It's just an expression, a way to say that you must never stop practicing to achieve enlightenment."
Lin Feng nodded. "Brother, according to legends, many people try to climb up the Buddha mountain. The record for getting to the top is 3 years, some people need 10 years, and others 100 years. However, most people who have managed to get to the top haven't become Buddhas.
On the contrary, they've become evil demons. Do you really think that there's a peerless ancient Buddha at the top?"
"I do believe so."
"If you go, you'll think so too," Tianqi nodded.
Lin Feng was startled. He believed Tianqi, even people from the ancient holy clans of the holy city, didn't dare fly above Buddha mountain. People from the holy city believed that there was a peerless ancient Buddha at the top of Buddha mountain.
Maybe that cultivator was like Zhu Lao Xian, a peerless cultivator?
"Brother, our second fellow disciple is gone again?"
asked Lin Feng. "Ruo Xia and he are maniacs, it's so rare to see them in Champion University.
Last time, after what happened, they left and didn't come back for a while. They probably left the holy city," Tianqi laughed.
"Indeed, they're both maniacs."
Lin Feng agreed, joining in.
He knew Ho Chang Lin and Ruo Xia were great cultivators.
He remembered back then when they had all gone to Tianlong Divine Castle. Now, he understood reincarnation Dao intent and kept becoming stronger. Ho Chang Lin loved traveling and facing dangers.
A bright future was awaiting him. Talent wasn't enough to become a peerless cultivator, courage, determination, and luck were necessary, too.
"I'll go to the Celestial Mountain," Lin Feng smiled. His silhouette flickered and he was off to the Celestial Mountain where Ancestor Shi Tian was. However, at that moment, Ancestor Shi Tian wasn't sitting there, Shui Bagyo was. At that moment, Shui Bagyo was surrounded by celestial qi. She looked like a celestial being.
"Lin Feng, you're here," said Ancestor Shi Tian at that moment.
He descended from the sky and landed next to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng looked at Shui Bagyo and said, "I understand a few things now."
Lin Feng looked surprised.
Shui Bagyo had always had doubts. "Ancestor, what happened to her?" "Come with me," said Ancestor Shi Tian, and then he left with Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was surprised. Something strange was going on. After a short time, Ancestor Shi Tian and Lin Feng arrived at the top of a snowy peak and sat down cross-legged.
Ancestor Shi Tian said to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, have you ever heard of cultivation reincarnation? Reincarnation because of bad karma?"
Lin Feng frowned.
Was Shui Bagyo going to die and reincarnate because of her bad karma? Nah, it's not that dramatic. Cultivation reincarnation is a powerful skill.
Only the 3 Lives scriptures contain such a skill, and nobody knows where the 3 Lives Emperor is, or who he is.
Nobody knows how many bodies he has, either.
Apart from him, some other people have cultivation reincarnation techniques. They can reincarnate using other people's bodies. I think she is the reincarnation of a very strong cultivator,
explained Ancestor Shi Tian. Lin Feng's face stiffened. Why do you think that? According to what you've told me and what she's told me. She keeps forgetting things after a short time, but her heart is pure. She only cares about cultivation. And now her memory is getting shorter and shorter. There must be a skill stamp in the depths of her soul. Back then, in the continent of the 9 clouds, there was such a book. What book? Selfless scriptures, but few people practiced it. They forget everything and solely focus on cultivation. Not everybody can practice those scripture, however. Each time she forgets things, she remembers new things, for example what scriptures she needs and so on. It was as if her path was already determined for her. But nobody controls her. So there's only one possibility I can think of: she's a terrifying cultivator's reincarnation. Besides, I'm convinced she will soon regain all the memories of her previous life, but first she needs to become a great emperor, otherwise, reincarnating would be pointless, said Ancestor Shi Tian. Lin Feng didn't hide his astonishment. Shui Bagio was a strong cultivator's reincarnation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1994, Qi Tian Dynasty. Chapter 1994, Qi Tian Dynasty. Lin Feng watched Shui Bagio. She looked as calm as a celestial being. Lin Feng's heart beat faster. She was from his homeworld and surprisingly, she was the reincarnation of a strong cultivator. Each time she forgot things about her own life, it was because she remembered things from her previous life. Maybe someday, she would suddenly remember everything from her past life and would be another person. Besides, she might be the reincarnation of a peerless cultivator, and maybe that she would be able to get back to that level someday. Otherwise, what would be the peerless cultivator's goal in reincarnating? What about her true self, though? Lin Feng sighed as he left. She could practice cultivation calmly in the celestial mountains, never mind. In Champion University, everybody understood that Tiantai's core disciples were all strong, not just Lin Feng. Ho Chang Lin and Lin Feng's wife, Meng Cheng, also controlled Dao strength. One controlled reincarnation Dao strength and the other one ice and frost Dao strength. Jian Mang also controlled light Dao strength. Not many of the students understood Dao strength within Champion University, but most of those who did were from Tiantai. It was definitely the best group in Champion University these days. Of course, Tiantai wasn't as aggressive as Ji Chang's club back in the day. They didn't bully other people, they just focused on cultivation. They also spent a great deal of time in the Edict Palace learning about current affairs. As a result, many people wanted to join Tiantai. There were still the frequent entry exams at the university. Today, there was an exam, and many talented people passed the exam and joined Champion University. In Champion Palace, when new students saw Lin Feng's name, they all felt determined. They also wanted their name to be carved there. Higher ranking list, Celestial Champion ranking list, low ranking list. I wonder when I'll be on those lists, thought a daydreaming new student. Look, brother Lin Feng is the first cultivator on the Celestial Champion ranking list. When he was a medium-level emperor, he provoked Ji Chang, on top of that on the day of his champion ceremony. 4 ancient holy clans also joined hands to capture him, but they failed and then he went to the Ji clan to kill their emperors. He's very aggressive and talented, said someone else. You know how strong Lin Feng was. Back then, he was still on the lower ranking list, and suddenly he was on the Celestial Champion ranking list. He's never been on the higher ranking list. He's only a medium-level emperor. Usually you can't be on the highest ranking list when you're a medium-level emperor, but the university made an exception. Brother Lin Feng surpassed Ji Chang. He hasn't been proclaimed a champion yet, but he's already a champion in people's hearts. Do you know what Lin Feng told the ancestor when the ancestor asked him if he wanted to become a champion? Lin Feng said, when I am at the top of the Huang Qi layer and have no enemy anymore at that level, why would I need to be proclaimed a champion? Even without a crown, I will consider myself as a champion. Phew. Arrogant and proud. I wish I could be like that, too. Lin Feng is amazing. Look at the 5th cultivator of the Celestial Champion ranking list. Do you know who he is? Lin Feng 1st, Ji Chang 2nd, 3rd Jian Mang, 4th Ho Chang Lin, 5th Meng Chang. Ho Ching Lin is one of Lin Feng's best friends. Meng Qing is Lin Feng's wife. Jian Mang is Lin Feng's friend too. In the top 5, everyone is closely related to Lin Feng, except for Ji Chang. They shouldn't be on the Celestial Champion ranking list, but Champion University made an exception for all of them. Who's stronger between Meng Qing, Jian Mang, and Ho Chang Lin? We will never know. They won't fight against one another. A year ago, they weren't in the same position. Apart from them, 2 other people in Champion University understand Dao strength. After Jian Mang defeated Lu Yan from the Wen clan, he got onto the list. Ho Chang Lin is discreet, but he is becoming more and more famous. Ho Chang Lin isn't weaker than Jian Mang, I think. I don't know when he'll try to become 4th. And Meng Qing is 5th. I don't know why the university decided that, said many young people, staring at the ranking lists. Behind those people, there was a cave with a waterfall at its mouth. A young man was there. He was bathing in the water. He was wearing a golden cape and looked noble. There were many carvings on his ancient robe. When that young man finished looking at the Celestial Champion ranking list, he left the Champion Palace and walked towards the Celestial Mountains of Champion University. He looked free and unrestrained. He walked as if he were extremely familiar with Champion University, but actually he wasn't from Champion University. When the young man arrived just outside the Celestial Mountains, he bowed respectfully and said, "I'm a descendant of the Tianxi dynasty. I came to see the masters of Champion University." He shouted loudly. His voice resonated far, far away. Many people in the celestial palaces came out. "Descendant of Tianxi, please come in," replied someone after a few seconds. The young man then continued forwards. He proceeded to the top of a mountain and bowed before 2 old men. "Greetings, ancestors." "Good, how fast, 100 years, that was extremely quick." Ancestor Xin Tian smiled and nodded at the young man. "You've been in the holy city for a few days? You have a mind which perceives both past and future, master." The young man smiled back and nodded. "You've been to Champion Palace, right?" "I have." "You know why I came? I came to invite Lin Feng, Jian Mang, Ji Chang, Ho Chang Lin and Meng Qing to come to the dynasty. I hope you can help me." "Alright, stay in the Celestial Mountains for a few days. We'll ask them to come back. If they want to go they can, otherwise we can't force them," said Ancestor Xin Tian calmly. "Please tell them why I came," said the young man, bowing before Ancestor Xin Tian. It was better if the ancestors explained the details themselves. People would trust them more than him. Of course, they didn't need to explain anything to people who had spent a lot of time in the holy city, like Ji Chang. Lin Feng looked at Ancestor Shi Tian, asking, "Ancestor, what did you call me for?" Lin Feng, the Dark Night region has 18 main cities. The 3 most important ones are in the very center of the region, you know that, right? "Holy City, Shi Tian Holy Town, Tian Yuan Ancient City," replied Lin Feng easily. "What do you know about Shi Tian Holy Town?" "According to legends, Shi Tian Holy Town is gigantic and boundless. It's a terrifying place. Their dynasties rule over the region. Ages ago, their dynasties were even more fearsome than now. They've lost a great deal of influence. Back then, there used to be one dynasty, but now they've divided. They're not called a dynasty anymore, they're called Shi Tian Holy Town. But even now, there are dynastical alliances which are extremely strong. They are even older than ancient holy clans or universities," recited Lin Feng slowly. He had never been there, but he had read books about the holy town. He knew a bit about the dynasties and everything. Nowadays, there were several dynasties. You're right. Even today, there are dynasties in Chi-Tian Holy Town, many of them very old. Some of them have disappeared, too. The Chi-Tian dynasty used to be terrifying and gigantic. They used to rule over Dark Night, but they were too big, and ended up divided into several small groups, Ancestor Tian told him solemnly. Back in the days, the Chi-Tian dynasty was terrifyingly strong. Now, the Chi-Tian Holy Town was all that was left of the former Chi-Tian dynasty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1995, Agitation in Dark Night. Chapter 1995, Agitation in Dark Night. Lin Feng understood things were not that simple, and realized something was going on. He asked, Ancestor, you made me come because something is happening in Chi-Tian dynasty? Of course, said Ancestor Tian nodding. The Chi-Tian dynasty is now divided into many dynasties. They are all in Chi-Tian Holy Town. They are very mysterious and secretive. Every 100 years, those dynasties invite the most outstanding disciples from the academic establishments of the 18 main cities to go to Chi-Tian Holy Town. I see, so now it's time, and what is the purpose of this invitation? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood he was invited. You're right, it's about time. One of the dynasties, the Tianxi dynasty and Champion University have always had very good relations. Every 100 years, they come to Champion University to invite our students, and now they're here again. Tianxi dynasty is not the only dynasty to do that. The other dynasties of Chi-Tian Holy Town have also dispatched people to the 18 main cities. Very quickly, the strongest cultivators of the 18 cities will gather in Chi-Tian Holy Town, Ancestor Tian informed him. Lin Feng's heart twitched. How incredible, all the strongest cultivators of the region, not only of the holy city. When Lin Feng said nothing, Ancestor Tian continued, this time, someone from Tianxi dynasty would like to invite the top 5 cultivators of the Celestial Champion ranking list, Yu, Ji Chang, Jian Meng, Ho Chang Lin, and Meng Qing. And why do they do this? It's secret, but according to legends, in antiquity there was a big battle, and all the saints participated in it. They were all astonishingly strong. People from all branches participated. They fought for treasures, of course. The battles were explosive. Some people regretted having participated, some others didn't because they benefited from it. Some historical remains are also distributed, from what I've heard. Emperors participate, probably because the battles will continue when they're great emperors. After the battles, young people obtain the vestiges of ancestors. Then, they forget about tensions, and join together to obtain historical remains. Some people are greedy and decide to fight. They only join together on the day when the access to the historical remains is granted. They all join hands to access the historical remains. But people who enter the ruins and such are terribly violent, and are all killers. Some dynasties fall, some rise. Some people are not determined enough, and some kinds of Tao strength also disappear with time. Some people also need external help, explained Ancestor Tian. It was an extremely complex issue. Actually, it was impossible to know what happened there or even what had happened in antiquity. Everything was secret. But people probably had to join hands at the right time and then react in case anything happened. Lin Feng could imagine what such an event would be like. Ancestor Tian continued, in antiquity, dynasties had good relations with all the influential groups of the Dark Night region. They needed help to excavate historical remains. Since they needed help, they couldn't prevent people from going there with them, so they allowed them to battle once inside. As usual in our world, if you're weak, you get eliminated. If someone kills you, they get vestiges and you don't. Therefore, right now, Chi-Tian Holy Town is calling people from everywhere in the Dark Night region, but only the most outstanding young people, mused Lin Feng. Ancestor Tian nodded. It's a win-win relationship. If you are outstanding and accept the risk, you will have the opportunity to see the most outstanding people of the region. It's a rare opportunity. I understand, ancestor. I will talk to Ho Chang Lin, Jian Meng, and Meng Qing. Lin Feng smiled. He would go without hesitation. This was such a rare opportunity. Maybe they would meet Ji Chang, Xu Chunxiu, Ying Chang, and some others. How exciting! Don't worry. Ancestor Shi Tian laughed. Lin Feng, it could be really dangerous there. The holy city is not the only place where you can see people like Ying Chang or Xu Chunxiu. You'll probably meet some people who have king-type bodies and who have reached the very top of the Huang Qi layer. And we're just collaborating with the Tianxi dynasty. You're responsible for yourself. I understand, Lin Feng nodded. He knew the benefits and drawbacks of collaborating with other people. Besides, Ji Chang will come with you. Even though you hate him and he hates you, please put that aside. If you fight against one another, you'll both suffer from losses. You are very talented. You'll surpass Ji Chang sooner or later, advised ancestor Shi Tian. Lin Feng nodded calmly. He understood that as well. Ji Chang was a pillar in the Ji clan. All their hopes were on him. Even if Lin Feng could defeat Ji Chang, could he kill him anyway? Defeating and killing were two absolutely different concepts. If Lin Feng had been able to kill Ji Chang, they wouldn't have gambled with Ji Chang's life. Lin Feng didn't know what treasures the Ji clan had given to Ji Chang to protect himself in case of immediate danger, just like the Ying clan had given precious items to Ying Chang to protect him. That was why Mr. Shao couldn't kill him easily. Lin Feng went back to inform Jian Meng and Ho Chang Lin. They were extremely excited. They were going to gather with the most outstanding cultivators of the region. How could they not be excited? The other dynasties went to the other cities to invite people. The news spread very quickly all across the region. Suddenly, the holy city which had calmed down was buzzing and lively again. People from Qi Tian Holy Town had come to invite people, the most outstanding geniuses of the Dark Night region. Many people started heading to Qi Tian Holy Town. Of course, the same happened everywhere in the region, in all 18 main cities. Many geniuses, in their universities, clans, or sects, started leaving. There were also people from terrifying hidden groups. After all, apart from the 18 main cities, there were other terrifying groups, but they were more discreet. On that day, Lin Feng also rose up into the air with the others. They started traveling to Qi Tian Holy Town. Ji Chang also started traveling, but not with them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1996, Imperial Concubine. Chapter 1996, Imperial Concubine. Qi Tian Holy Town, one of the main 18 cities of the Dark Night region, one of the 3 biggest cities. Lin Feng and the others were on his boat when they arrived in Qi Tian Holy Town. An ancient Qi surrounded the town. The buildings were very old, but in perfect shape. In the cultivation world, people fought all the time, so buildings also broke all the time. It was rare to see ancient buildings in perfect shape like in Qi Tian Holy Town. That's what a dynasty looks like, murmured Lin Feng. Qi Tian Holy Town was once a dynasty. Even though they had divided later in history, it was still different from other places. The dynasties still ruled over the town. Some sects and ancient holy clans had settled there later on, but they hadn't taken over. It was completely different from the holy city. Dynasties were different from ancient holy clans. Even if they had become small and lost influence, they were still more influential than ancient holy clans or sections. People from dynasties were proud and arrogant. They respected their ancestors, as the dynasties hadn't forgotten about the Qi Tian dynasty, their forebears. They're like countries, dynasties are like countries. Qi Tian Holy Town is almost a region made of several countries.
Of course, dynasties are much more incredible than countries, said the young man from the Tianzi dynasty. He had invited Lin Feng and the others, so he also had to come with them.
Don't fly when you're in a dynasty. It's a sign of disrespect.
You can't even fly above the clouds, said the young man. Lin Feng nodded. It was standard in all the large influences.
After a long time, the young man pointed at a building and said to Lin Feng, "That's the Tianzi dynasty. Let's head there."
All right, Lin Feng agreed. The Tianzi dynasty had survived the dismantlement of the Qi Tian dynasty. The young man was very proud of it. The Tianzi dynasty was very strict when it came to protection, but nobody prevented Lin Feng and the others from entering. The buildings all had an imposing appearance, and the guards were all emperors. Lin Feng sighed. In his homeworld, emperors could rule over countries and empires, but in the Tianzi dynasty, they were just ordinary guards.
"Where are we going?" Lin Feng asked the envoy. "We will go the Holy Imperial Concubines building.
The Imperial Concubine will give everybody a welcome dinner, and you can rest for a few days afterwards.
When everybody is here, you will see the Holy Sovereign.
Also, during these days, I will also be awaiting orders. If you want to go and have a walk in Qi Tian Holy Town, I can be your guide, too." Even though the envoy looked extremely young, he was very polite and courteous, easy to get along with.
He made people feel at ease. "Holy concubine," murmured Lin Feng.
The dynasties were different, as expected.
They were first received by the Holy Concubine?
After a short time, the envoy brought Lin Feng and the others to some vast and elegant mansion houses. There were large and high buildings, small bridges above small rivers, green mountains and bamboo forests, waterfalls. It looked like a painting. After a short time, another group of people arrived, the leader of which was a beautiful and vigorous woman. Her lovely eyes kept twinkling. She looked noble and pure. She was very young, and next to her, there were a few people wearing black armor. They looked cruel and violent. The woman glanced at them in a strange way. Then, she looked at the envoy and bowed. "Prince."
"Are these the people from the Holy City?" asked the woman calmly.
She sounded gentle and cute, and had a beautiful voice.
She sounded and looked just like a princess.
"Lin Feng, Ho Chang Lin, Jian Meng, and Meng Cheng are from Champion University in the Holy City.
They are all on the Celestial Champion ranking list.
There's another one from the top 10, but he came alone. He must have arrived already," replied the envoy.
"They're all so young. How incredible."
"Thank you for coming from so far away," said the woman, smiling at Lin Feng and the others. She even bowed respectfully. "You must be stronger than us, princess," Lin Feng answered with a polite smile. This woman was a high-level emperor. She was gentle and polite, and didn't seem proud and arrogant at all.
Women like you and Jing couldn't compete with such women.
When the princess was a medium-level emperor, she understood Dao intent. Now, she is a high-level emperor and her Dao intent is incredibly powerful.
Of course she's not weaker than you. If she went to Champion University, she'd rank first. She'd crush Ji Chang,"
said a young man in armor next to her aggressively. When Lin Feng said she was probably stronger than them, he had the feeling it was false modesty.
He also looked at them disdainfully. These days in Champion University, there were 4 people who were medium-level emperors in the top 5?
Even if they were talented and understood Dao strength, it meant that Champion University was a bad university, but...
"Insolent," said the princess angrily.
She turned around and released Qi, which oppressed him. The young man didn't dare look at her and lowered his head.
"Apologize," said the princess icily. "Princess," said the young man, stupefied and raising his head. "Apologize," said the princess, extremely angry now.
The young man shivered and said, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." "No harm," said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently.
He didn't mind.
However, the young man said to him using telepathy, I just apologized because the princess gave me an order.
If Ji Chang doesn't come, well, maybe the Tianxi dynasty doesn't need Champion University's people at all. It's a fact.
Lin Feng smiled indifferently and ignored him. However, the princess said to Lin Feng politely, "Lin Feng, please." She glanced at the young man icily. The young man in the armor had not heard about Lin Feng, but the princess had. Lin Feng had defeated Ji Chang on the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list a year before, and he was third on the Imperial ranking list of the Holy City. Now, he was second, since Ing Chung had become a great emperor. Of course, she knew that Ji Chang was not the first one in the rankings. A medium-level emperor had defeated Ji Chang, a champion. She was amazed. She might not even be able to defeat Lin Feng herself. She also knew that if Lin Feng wanted to kill her guards, it would be easy for him. She hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so kind and considerate. "Please, princess," said Lin Feng, following after her as she led them away. After a short time, they arrived in a room with a floor of jade, where a beautiful woman waiting there smiled thinly at them. Lin Feng's eyes were drawn to her. It was as if he couldn't look anywhere else.
The guards next to the princess all lowered their heads.
Lin Feng had the sensation nothing else existed around him. He was just staring at that peerlessly beautiful woman. But he quickly came back to his senses. Such women were too powerful.
"Welcome, everyone.
I hope you had a nice trip," smiled the woman, too attractive for words. Lin Feng and the others bowed before her and he said, "You must be the imperial concubine."
"Yes, no need to adhere strictly to formalities, though."
"Please come in," said the imperial concubine calmly. Lin Feng sat down to her side, as did everyone else. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1997, Ancient Historical Remains. Chapter 1997, Ancient Historical Remains.
"Lin Feng, even though we're in Chi Tian Holy Town, I know about the Holy City."
"You're quite famous,"
the imperial concubine said with a gentle smile. She looked so attractive, Lin Feng was aroused just by looking at her lips.
"You're flattering me,
imperial concubine," replied Lin Feng, smiling humbly. He tried to remain calm. "Lin Feng, you're a medium-level emperor and you're third on the imperial ranking list. That's not flattery, that's a fact," smiled the imperial concubine.
"Lin Feng, who do you think will reach the highest level in their lives? Ing Chang, Ji Chang, Shu Chenxiu, you, or anyone else?" Lin Feng was startled. What kind of question was that? "How could I talk about other people, imperial concubine?"
Lin Feng answered politely. The imperial concubine smiled calmly.
"You're right, but I'm sure that if I asked Shu Chenxiu, Ing Chang, or Ji Chang, they'd say they would.
They all thought they were the strongest. I invited people from Champion University because of you, Lin Feng.
My daughter loves you.
I hope you can help her out," said the imperial concubine glancing at the princess tenderly.
"Imperial concubine, I will do my best."
Lin Feng was surprised.
She didn't care about offending Ji Chang by talking that way. The imperial concubine probably knew that Lin Feng, Jin Meng, Ho Chang Lin, and Meng Qing were close. "As a mother, I feel relieved then," said the imperial concubine, standing up and bowing before Lin Feng. Lin Feng hastily stood up and said, "Imperial concubine, you're my elder, you can't bow before me." "I'm a mother, I should," said the imperial concubine, bowing again.
She smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Anyway, you must feel awkward to be with me."
"I won't disturb you." Lin Feng.
"If you need anything, tell Pao Shui to come and call me."
After that, she left.
Lin Feng was stunned. The imperial concubine was very strange.
"Lin Feng, you must take care of me," spoke up the princess, smiling after the imperial concubine left.
She looked as beautiful and fresh as a flower. The young man next to her was annoyed.
Lin Feng was that strong? Why were the imperial concubine and the princess so polite? He had no idea. A medium-level emperor? Even if he had understood Dao strength, how strong could he be? Could he compete with people at the top of the Huang Qi layer? The princess smiled at Meng Qing and said, "Sister Meng Qing, I hope you don't mind." "How could I?" replied Meng Qing naturally. The princess was really easy to get along with, her manner warm and gentle. During the banquet, they quickly became good friends. After the banquet, Princess Piao Shui brought Lin Feng and the others to their rooms. Lin Feng and the others walked around in the territory of the dynasty. It was ancient, and the landscapes were beautiful. During the days they waited, ever more strong cultivators from the 18 main cities of the Dark Night region arrived. Some people even battled now and then, their fights impressive. The people who came were all geniuses, and they never submitted to others. One of those days, Princess Piao Shui took Lin Feng and his friends out at his request. Lin Feng wanted to walk around Qitian Holy Town. "Sister Meng Qing, you won't be disappointed here. There are only 18 main cities in the Dark Night region, but there are many historical remains. I invited you to come to help me, but you can also spend a few years here and enjoy yourself." Princess Piao Shui and Meng Qing had quickly become good friends. Girls talked a lot, so it was easier for two women to make friends. Meng Qing and Piao Shui were even holding hands like sisters. Lin Feng didn't mind. Friends were friends, enemies were enemies. As long as the imperial concubine and Piao Shui didn't try to harm them, Lin Feng didn't mind. "Where can you find some famous historical remains in Qitian Holy Town?" asked Meng Qing, curious now. "All the sites are under the control of the dynasties. For example, Suffocating Sword Valley, there's a terrifyingly powerful and old intent there which makes people suffocate. People who go there almost always die. Dao-Breaking Mountain, it's a mountain where your Dao gets destroyed. You can hear ancient people's voices there apparently. There are many other places." Suffocating Sword Valley, Sword Intent, Suffocate? What a strange name, thought Lin Feng. His eyes glittered. Sister Piao Shui called out someone in the distance. Lin Feng and the others looked over and saw another group of people. There weren't many of them, but their qi was impressive. The leader of the group was a prince from the Tianxi dynasty. He had the same family name as Prince Piao Shui. "Brother, are those the geniuses of Goblin Spirit University?" "They look extraordinary," Princess Piao Shui greeted him. However, the geniuses of Goblin Spirit University looked at Lin Feng coldly. The Tianxi dynasty had good relations with 3 groups of influence, and they had invited all of them to come. The 3 groups were Champion University, Goblin Spirit University, and one ancient holy clan. Champion University's geniuses look extraordinary too, the young man smiled. A strong cultivator of Goblin Spirit University walked forwards and shouted, "Champion University, who's Lin Feng? He must be here." Lin Feng looked him over. That guy looked strange and wild. His qi was powerful and aggressive. Lin Feng took a step forwards and rose up into the air. As expected, a medium-level emperor. "I've heard that you had defeated Ji Chang. I really want to know if you're that strong. Be careful," shouted that guy. So saying, he released a terrifying amount of bestial qi. Lin Feng had the sensation millions of wild beasts were running towards him. "Show me your strength first," said that guy, his power bearing down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng flickered away and released demon qi, which shot up into the sky. They started punching one another. Suddenly an explosion rent the air and a strong wind started blowing. Millions of threads of bestial qi penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Death strength penetrated into his attacker. The bestial qi quickly dispersed. Lin Feng's arm crackled, but his physical strength was astonishing. His opponent looked like a bull, and also had an incredible physical strength. "Ha, not bad. A medium-level emperor can surprisingly stop a physical attack from me. No wonder you defeated the champion," said that guy, laughing eagerly, his long black hair bouncing messily around him. "Now I'll use 7 layers of strength and Dao strength, be careful," said that cultivator, condensing more physical strength to oppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the sensation he was on a field surrounded by millions of strong and heavy bulls. "Lin Feng, if you're careless, you might lose. He's the champion of Goblin Spirit University." "He's been a champion for much longer than Ji Chang," said the princess to Lin Feng telepathically. Lin Feng was surprised. He was confident when it came to his physical strength, but he had never been careless, he was always vigilant. He knew his strengths and weaknesses. His weakness was his cultivation level. His strength was that he knew many things. Naturally, when fighting against people with a higher cultivation level, he had to be more careful. Boom! Lin Feng sensed a strange yet terrifying Dao strength. Lights twinkled all around, and millions of bulls roared in a thundering rage, trying to crush Lin Feng. "What's that Dao intent?" thought Lin Feng, his face stiff. His opponent's strength was terrifying. Lin Feng cast his celestial stage deployment spell and condensed more strength. World of the Living Imprints also appeared around him, containing an endless amount of strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1998, Close Yet Distant. Chapter 1998, Close Yet Distant. The two attacks collided, and the world of the living imprints immediately broke apart, while the gigantic bulls roared and dispersed progressively. However, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying wild and fierce chi surround him as the ground under his feet started crackling. "Your ancient imprint's technique is terrifying. Awesome, you crushed my attack," said the attacker, laughing happily. "No wonder you defeated Ji Chang. You're really strong. You can resist my attacks, you can be proud." Lin Feng looked at the other man. The guy sounded crazy, but he was really strong. "Lin Feng, in the future, we'll join hands. I hope that before going to the holy place, you'll become even stronger. If you could become a high-level emperor before going, that would be great. Piao Shui will definitely get the most out of it," spoke the prince, smiling at Lin Feng. Even though he sounded polite, Lin Feng still had the sensation the guy was looking down upon him. People from the Tianxi dynasty probably competed within the dynasty. Maybe this young man was competing with Piao Shui. They had invited 3 different groups, so Lin Feng was almost sure that there were 3 different descendants in this generation going. Princess Piao Shui, the young man in front of him, and someone else. The imperial concubine and Princess Piao Shui had decided to cooperate with Champion University, while the young man before him had decided to rope in Goblin Spirit University. "Thank you very much, brother. Even if Lin Feng's cultivation level remains that way, Lin Feng can still protect me," said Princess Piao Shui, smiling indifferently. She was being polite. She was very strong and didn't need people to protect her. "I think too much sometimes," replied the prince calmly. "I've heard that many people were going to the Holy Way stage today, where you can listen to the saints. We're going there now. We'll see how strong all the emperors are." "See you. We can go to Holy Way stage today?" asked Piao Shui, surprised. "The Holy Spirit dynasty invited everyone in Chi Tian Holy Town," smiled the prince. He glanced at Lin Feng. It seemed that Piao Shui already had a good impression of Lin Feng after only a few days. Surprisingly, she had forgotten about this event. The prince quickly left with the geniuses of Goblin Spirit University. "Is the Holy Way stage one of the places where there are historical remains?" Lin Feng asked Princess Piao Shui. "Indeed. Holy Way stage is controlled by the Holy Spirit dynasty. The Holy Spirit dynasty is a dynasty, like Tianxi dynasty. Usually, they don't allow people to come so easily, but today they invited everyone." I'm a bit surprised, replied Piao Shui.
Lin Feng nodded and said, since it's that way, let's go and see the Holy Way stage. Princess Piao Shui smiled thinly and said, alright, I know that geniuses like you are eager to participate.
Since they invited you, we can go.
Maybe we'll be able to listen to the last saint, and even if we can't, seeing other geniuses will be a great experience.
Lin Feng smiled.
Since he was in Chi Tian Holy Town, he wanted to see as many things as possible, especially other geniuses.
The Holy Spirit dynasty and the Tianxi dynasty were two ancient dynasties.
They both had boundless territories. People of the Holy Spirit dynasty controlled holy spiritual techniques. They were very strong and controlled a mysterious kind of strength. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Holy Spirit dynasty before too long.
Someone led the way and took them to a celestial place.
It looked like a misty fairyland with many shiny pillars.
Many people were already there.
Lin Feng saw many women, who all looked incredibly beautiful, with a strong celestial qi. Behind them was a high stone stage, which looked rather illusionary, the Holy Way stage. Many people looked over Lin Feng and the others, but then again, everyone was watching everybody else. Everybody here was really strong.
When people glanced at Lin Feng and the others, it was just for a second. However, there were exceptions too.
Those beautiful women looked detached, above worldly material attractions. They were from the Moon Palace. They all recognized Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had been abandoned by the gods.
Cosmic energies hadn't fallen from the skies to cleanse his body.
But they remembered him well, and he was really close to some of them.
Yiren Lei was there.
She hadn't changed too much, her eyes looked even more beautiful and mature. When she saw Lin Feng, she smiled. When the crowd saw she was smiling at someone, they looked at Lin Feng, surprised someone so beautiful was smiling at someone.
But people didn't pay too much attention to her. The people who came here were all extraordinary. Ordinary people would have gone crazy, but not those geniuses.
When Lin Feng saw her smile, he smiled and nodded back at her. Then, he continued looking around.
He noticed someone was looking at him icily. She looked emotionless.
Even when she saw Lin Feng, she looked emotionless.
Uxin! Exclaimed Meng Qing.
They were like sisters, but Uxin ignored her. Even when she looked at Lin Feng, she looked ice cold.
Xiao Uxin turned away, she didn't continue looking at them. Meng Qing looked disappointed. We have enough people, when are you going to open the Holy Way stage? Asked someone at that moment, smiling at someone from the Holy Spirit dynasty. No rush. Please go into the building first. We can have a seat and then we'll listen to the saint. Alright, so many incredible people, yet I don't know many of them, someone else nodded. People slowly walked towards the many pillars shooting up into the sky.
Lin Feng also walked in that direction. Someone joined Lin Feng and the others as they moved that way, it was Yiren Lei. I've heard that you became famous in the holy city, I'm happy for you, said Yiren Lei, smiling slightly. She looked seductive only when she looked at Lin Feng.
Have a seat, said Lin Feng to Yiren Lei. She sat down next to him. How's the Moon Palace?
Lin Feng asked calmly.
He felt calmer these days.
So many things had happened, so much time had passed.
Yiren Lei had abandoned him,
he had been sad, but now he had gotten over her.
However, Yiren Lei had never promised him anything.
She had just said they'd be a couple for 100 days, then she had really abandoned him and Lin Feng had really been disappointed, but he was okay now.
When Yiren Lei saw that Lin Feng looked so serene, she sighed. She would always be an acquaintance.
Even though Lin Feng smiled at her, it wasn't like it had been in the past. They just met when they bumped into one another, and they talked to one another out of politeness, there was no happiness, no sadness. But it was her choice, she had made her decision.
It's all right.
The Moon Palace doesn't lack resources.
I have many powerful scriptures, and they keep helping us, replied Erinlei. They hadn't thought they'd be able to have a normal conversation like this if they met again. Good. You finally found your path. I hope you'll become really strong and that your dreams will become reality. Lin Feng wished her success. Erinlei smiled and replied, I will do my best. I think about you sometimes. I wonder whether I've made a mistake or not. But in the end, it was my choice. However, if someday you really become a demon god, will you remember our promise? Erinlei smiled at him teasingly. Lin Feng's heart started pounding violently. A promise, the demon god and the ice and snow goddess, but they still had a long way to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1999, Holy Way Stage. Chapter 1999, Holy Way Stage. Lin Feng finally stopped talking to Erinlei. Erinlei didn't mind. She just smiled and remained silent. Her head lowered, it was impossible to know what she was thinking. Only the few of you came? Lin Feng asked her. Indeed, replied Erinlei, raising her head again. What's her social status in Moon Palace? Asked Lin Feng, pointing at Xiaoyuxin. Erinlei looked at her and murmured, she's a holy woman of the Moon Palace, her social status is higher than ours. She's our leader this time. She's extremely emotionless. She is not the same person she used to be. I understand, Lin Feng nodded. He smiled at her and said, Xiaoyuxin. Xiaoyuxin shivered and looked at Lin Feng emotionlessly. She looked extremely aloof. However, Lin Feng just smiled in a resplendent way and said, Xiaoyuxin, you are my woman, you will always be mine. Nobody will ever steal you from me, not even the path of emotionlessness. When Xiaoyuxin heard him, she trembled, but her eyes remained ice cold as she released emotionlessness energies. Many people looked between Lin Feng and Xiaoyuxin. Xiaoyuxin was walking on the path of emotionlessness. It was rare to see such people. That young man had a lot of good fortune in love affairs, though. He was surrounded by extremely beautiful women. That guy is Lin Feng. He's a medium-level emperor. A year ago, on the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list in the Holy City, he defeated Ji Chang the champion. He is third on the Imperial ranking list, but I've heard that a saint helped him fight against 4 ancient holy clans so they couldn't capture him. Can't Champion University protect him? Why would he need to rely on a saint to protect him? It seems a bit exaggerated to me. After all, he's just a medium-level emperor. I don't think he can defeat high-level emperors. But he's lucky, that's a fact. He's third on the Imperial ranking list, he defeated Ji Chang, it's not an exaggeration. Go and fight against him and you'll see. Everybody expressed their opinions. Many people looked at Lin Feng in cold assessment. Lin Feng heard them, but he remained calm. He didn't care about them. Shuqing. At that moment, someone recognized another person. Shuqing, he had a king-type body. It's him. No wonder he has a diamond indestructible king-type body. His eyebrows are even golden and look sharp. He's got a diamond indestructible king-type body, one of the 5 elemental king-type bodies. I've heard that his defense and offense are incredible. Diamond indestructible king-type body? Lin Feng was startled. He had heard about such a body, one of the 5 elemental king-type bodies, golden type. Such bodies were difficult to destroy. He had rarely seen emperors who had a better defense than such people. When such a person reached the top of the Huangqi layer, they had a terrifying defense. They didn't need to be proclaimed champions, they were already kings in and of themselves. Shuqing walked through the crowd and said to the members of the Holy Spirit dynasty, "Greetings, I hope I'm not disturbing anyone." Shuqing, please come, a member of the Holy Spirit dynasty replied politely. Zhuoqing nodded and sat down. Someone said, Zhuoqing, I've heard that you had killed a great emperor who understands Tao strength. How strong was he? Killed a great emperor who understood Tao strength? The crowd was astonished. People who had king-type bodies really had an advantage. Ordinary great emperors couldn't compete with emperors who had king-type bodies. Zhuoqing had reached the top of the Huang Qi layer and he had a diamond indestructible king-type body, so that was normal. Since I killed him, it means he wasn't that strong, Zhuoqing said calmly. Golden lights kept twinkling all around him. If we have the opportunity, let's exchange views on cultivation, said someone with pitch-black eyes and hair. It was the one against whom Lin Feng had fought, from Goblin Spirit University. We'll have many opportunities, Zhuoqing said calmly. Crazy Bull, I can't wait to see your battle, someone laughed. Crazy Bull was his nickname. His spirit was an ancient bull. He knew all sorts of bull-related powers and spells. He was terrifyingly strong, and he looked like a crazy bull. More and more people arrived. Lin Feng noticed some people he knew. Chu Chunxiu was wearing a blue robe. He looked calm and poised. Some people were with him, the strongest people of the Celestial Godly University. There were some people of the dynasty too. They had invited people from the Celestial Godly University. Ying Cheng had already become a great emperor, so he wasn't on the imperial ranking list anymore. Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu were now second and first respectively. Prince Tianhua, are those people the geniuses from the Celestial Godly University? Indeed, nodded the young man next to Chu Chunxiu. Which one is Chu Chunxiu? Asked that person. Chu Chunxiu was famous. The prince laughed and pointed to Chu Chunxiu. The two most outstanding cultivators of the holy city are here. Chu Chunxiu is from the Chu clan and is the new King Chu. He's the first one on the ranking list of the holy city and he knows the sky-absorbing scriptures and the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Please sit down, everybody, a member of the Holy Spirit dynasty spoke up with a wide smile. Everybody seemed friendly at that moment. Many people compared Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu. Back then, they hadn't fought, but Chu Chunxiu was a high-level emperor, so Lin Feng would have probably lost. More people arrived, many of them geniuses. A mysterious cultivator arrived. He was extremely strong and looked extraordinary. He could steal people's luck, and therefore, he was always lucky. Many people wanted to steal his precious items, but in the end, he usually stole their luck. Many people also talked about the holy place. Luck would be important there. So many people are here, can't we start? Someone asked the members of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Those people nodded, and one of them said, "All right, we can activate the Holy Way stage." After that, they landed in front of the illusion. Some ancient imprints appeared and fell down upon the stage. It started shaking, and a mysterious chi appeared. Everybody sensed a strange mysterious strength, manifesting as a blowing wind. It was an ancient chi. Everybody, the Holy Way stage is activated. It's a historical vestige. You can test your talent. You might hear the voice of the saints too, said a celestial woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty, smiling slightly. She was incredibly beautiful, but the people didn't even look at her. They were all looking at the Holy Spirit dynasty. Ancient vestiges were fascinating. All those people had heard of such things, but never experienced them for themselves. It was an opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2000, Potential Peerless Cultivators. Chapter 2000, Potential Peerless Cultivators. The crowd drew closer to the Holy Way stage. Princess Piao Shui murmured, "It could be great. I've heard of the sages' voices. When people talk about the Holy Way stage, they all talk about the vestiges. The soul of a saint is sealed inside." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes glittering. He was going to try. At that moment,
a strong wind started blowing, and a young man landed in front of the Holy Way stage. He said, "Master, I'd like to try. I want to hear the sage's voice." That person jumped right onto the Holy Way stage. He didn't use the stairs. As he landed, his feet hadn't even touched the Holy Way stage before his face changed drastically. He was suddenly hurled away and blood splashed everywhere. His face turned deathly pale as his chi roiled uncontrollably, his soul shaken violently. He landed back on the ground and closed his eyes. One strike. Those watching were astonished. The Holy Way stage was really powerful. That person hadn't used the flight of stairs and he was badly injured. Had he heard the saint's voice, though? Some people looked nervous. Only very talented people could go onto the Holy Way stage. Someone else walked forwards. He vigilantly walked up to the battle stage and put his foot on the flight of stairs. A terrifying strength smashed into him. He grunted with pain and his foot was pushed backwards. His face turned deathly pale, but his eyes glinted with fury as he tried to resist. He was injured again. A hole had appeared on his chest and suddenly, blood started flowing from the wound. He can't even put his foot on the first step? Those watching were startled. These people were all geniuses, they were the strongest people of their region, but here, they couldn't put a foot on the first step of a flight of stairs? What's going on? The crowd didn't know what was happening. The attack doesn't aim at a specific part of your body, your whole body is suddenly affected, said the second man. If you're careless, you can die. I'm going to have a rest for now. After he walked away, someone else arrived. That person was wearing a cosmic energy armor. He looked determined as he walked up to the flight of stairs. Same as a moment before, a terrifying strength crushed down on him, ignoring his defense. His armor exploded and the attack even reached his muscles. He also coughed up lots of blood onto the Holy Way stage, but the stage immediately swallowed it as if the blood had never appeared on it. Third one, thought the geniuses. They realized it wasn't that easy to get on the Holy Way stage. According to legends, the Holy Way stage tests your abilities to see if you're really talented. But if you can't put a foot on the first step, doesn't it prove something? Said someone, looking at the members of the Holy Spirit dynasty. You want me to tell you the truth? The beautiful woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty smiled. The first three cultivators shivered. What did it mean? They were not talented? We can handle the truth. There is no harm in saying what one thinks, said the one who was recovering while seated cross-legged. If you can't put your foot on the first step, it means that you don't have the potential to become a saint, said the woman calmly. The crowd shivered. The ones who had tried were disappointed. All those people were determined and talented, but not everybody had the potential to become a peerless cultivator. People had two different ways of thinking. If you can't put your foot on the first step, you'll never become a peerless cultivator, so I need to put my foot on the second step at least, otherwise I'll lose face, and that wouldn't be good for my cultivation. The second type of people thought, if I don't have the potential to become a peerless cultivator, then I'll need to defy the heavens. It means you are far, very far from being able to become a peerless cultivator someday, said the girl coldly. She was warning those people. They shivered, some of them looked relieved. It didn't mean they would never have the opportunity then, it just meant they maybe wouldn't if they didn't find a solution. Even though they didn't have the potential at that moment, they could change things. A strong wind started blowing again. Someone landed before the Holy Way stage and put his foot on the first step. Rumbling sounds rose, and he shook violently, but didn't flinch back. It was like a mountain had landed on the first step. He shouted extremely loudly and put his foot on the second step. His blood started boiling, and his bones emitted crackling sounds. No, the man's face changed drastically. He looked petrified, and quickly drew back. Explosive force dispersed past him as he did so. He asked the woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty, what kind of indicator is the second step? In terms of blood and bones,
you don't have the potential to become a peerless cultivator. You need to improve in that aspect, the woman informed him carefully. That person nodded and said, "Thank you very much for your teachings. No wonder I was oppressed like that. I had this sensation my blood and bones were going to explode. The Holy Way stage is incredible. If someone managed to walk up the flight of stairs, they might hear the saint," murmured those staring at the stage. They felt so motivated. If they succeeded, wouldn't it mean that they had the potential to become peerless cultivators? Saints, kings, such people could transcend worldliness. Let's see if the stage can stop me. It was Crazy Bull. He jumped forwards, rumbles and eruptions sounding about him. He roared and put his foot on the first step. He didn't stop, he continued walking up. A mighty bull had appeared behind him, his hair was fluttering in the wind, and he was already on the second step. He hasn't been forced away, which means he has the proper blood and bones to become a peerless cultivator. Can he climb up to the third one? Wondered the crowd, eyes fixed on Crazy Bull. He stopped for a few seconds and then continued, making a big step to the third step. Boom boom. He shook violently and roared thunderously. Many people shuddered. He's stable. Crazy Bull was on the third step. How strong! No wonder he was a champion. He had incredible potential. It means you're determined enough to become a peerless cultivator someday, said the woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty. The Holy Way stage was a test of various attributes, actually. However, there were 2 big steps before Crazy Bull, and then the actual Holy Way stage. Finally, Crazy Bull moved again. He put a foot on the 4th step, and his face turned deathly pale. He tried to remain determined, his face turned red, blood appeared in his eyes, ears, and nose. The air shook with thunder, and Crazy Bull was hurled back as his blood gushed out. He crashed at the foot of the stage. He had failed. Crazy Bull, a champion, had also failed. It meant he didn't have all the characteristics to potentially become a peerless cultivator. Not bad, said the woman of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Even in the Holy Spirit dynasty, few people could get to the 4th step. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.